Hello my friends and welcome back to Garhdo Goes Geek. On today's episode we are going to be discussing the perennial news favourite. Is the comic book movie boom about to end? More specifically, is the MCU starting to fail? This has been one that keeps getting discussed and one that I have dismissed in the past as something that seems like it's just not going to happen. And yes, comic book movies I think will be around forever. However, whether Marvel Studios is starting to fail or not is seeming to become a more pertinent question off of the back of several high-profile underperformances for the standards that Marvel has set for the industry and what they have been used to expecting. So as a result, I thought I'd take a look at everything that has been released by Marvel as part of their overarching Multiverse saga, some of which I've discussed before, some of which I haven't. I thought we could go through it all and let's work out both in front and behind the scenes, has Marvel lost their magic? Are they starting to fail? Or is it just perhaps that there are other reasons why things are not performing as well as they could be? Stick around, it should be fun. Let's get into it. Hello my friends, just a quick aside, this was obviously recorded some weeks ago and was meant to be out a lot sooner than this. There's a reason it's delayed. I'm going to go a bit more in depth into it at the end of this episode. I'm going to do a little bit, so for anyone who wants the details, that's where it will be. Essentially, there is going to be a gap between this episode and whatever comes next on the channel for a multitude of reasons. That's why this episode was delayed. That's why it's taken this long to get it out. I'm sorry for that. If you want to hear the details, you'll understand why. And I'm sorry, but I hope you enjoy the episode regardless. Right, so I don't think it's escaped anyone's notice that since Avengers Endgame, since the end of the Infinity Saga, Marvel has released a lot of content. Majority of it all coming after COVID. We had all of the Disney Plus shows, so many Disney Plus shows. We've had multiple films. It's been a lot that's been released. And amidst this deluge of content, there has also been a growing apathy, almost, for that content. Whereas before, especially during the heights of like Phase 2, Phase 3 of the Infinity Saga, Marvel was very much could do no wrong. Their films were incredibly popular. These films were hitting, astronomically large box office numbers, in many cases towards the end, blowing past $1 billion. In cases like Infinity War and Endgame going on to become some of the highest grossing movies of all time. These... Marvel went from being this huge success story, which I've discussed in previous episodes. One of my earliest episodes was looking at how much the Infinity Saga had pretty much changed Hollywood, changed filmmaking, changed movie making for a lot of studios just by its very example. And since COVID, since the Endgame, that doesn't seem to be the case. There's this growing sense of dissatisfaction, I feel, among audiences, amongst news outlets, amongst fans for Marvel properties. And I freely admit I am biased in my love of Marvel. Marvel is something I've been a fan of for a long time. I started reading Marvel comics when I was a child. I've been reading X-Men and associated Marvel comics for about 30 years. And I've been following Marvel for about that long. And for me, a lot of the projects they are releasing, even the ones I'm not necessarily hugely excited about, maybe I've only seen once, I still very much enjoy them. But even I can't deny that there is definitely a discussion worth having about whether Marvel is starting to lose steam, lose focus, and possibly even lose its audience. And I don't necessarily want that to be the case, but I do think it is possibly happening. I think we're starting to get more and more mixed and negative receptions to a lot of Marvel projects. A lot more of these disappointing box office numbers. And just in general, a lot less excitement and a lot less enthusiasm from general audiences over Marvel projects. And I think there's various reasons for this, which I am going to go into. And that's going to be mostly the latter half of this episode. A lot of the early part of this episode, I want to go over everything that has been released since Endgame, reevaluate it, rediscuss it. Some of these things I've spoken about previously, some of these things I've not reviewed. So I want to go and look at it all. And so I'm going to be doing that first, and then we're going to be getting deep into the weeds, as it were, and look at exactly how everything since Endgame has performed, what the reception to it has been, whether the plans that Marvel is making have possibly fallen flat with audiences, and then obviously the behind the scenes issues that they are having, which are leading to huge drastic changes towards the end of the Multiverse saga, when these films were already in advanced pre-production because of how Marvel works. Kang Dynasty was in pre-production, when Jonathan Majors was removed after his controversy. And it's like, yeah, they're changing it. We've had announcements like Robert Downey Jr. is returning to the Marvel Universe along with the Russo brothers, and we're getting Avengers Doomsday and Avengers Secret Wars with Robert Downey Jr. playing Doctor Doom. But there's a lot out there. There's a lot up in the air. So yeah, I want to look at the current crop of Marvel properties that have been released, discuss other related properties from Marvel Animation and from Sony that may be tying into the multiverse. Then I want to be going into what's coming up with Marvel, what has been changed, what the reception to things has been, what dangling plot lines and plot threads there are that are still left to be resolved, because there's plenty of those. And then finally give my ideas, my thoughts on what I think this all could be building towards. I'm hoping you'll all stick around. I think this is going to be quite a fun episode. There's a lot to say, a lot of good and a lot of bad. You know me, I like to focus on the good. I'm trying not to be too critical without being constructive about it where I can, or saying why something hasn't worked for me. There's a lot of things that may not have worked for me that may work for you, or vice versa. So, hopefully this could be very interesting. I'm hoping to start a discussion over this. So if you've hated some of these things that I've reviewed quite highly, if you love some of these things that I've been very critical of, I want to hear about it. I want to discuss it with you. So jump in the comments, hit me up in all the usual places, and let's discuss it. And I'm hoping we can sort of work out and find out where we all are as an audience, and what our excitement for, or lack of excitement for, Marvel is at this point. But yeah, let's get stuck into it. Before I get too much further in depth with all of this, I thought it might just be worth going and sort of rediscussing my opinions on a lot of the post-Endgame output from the MCU. I've spoken about a lot of these before, but it's across multiple different episodes. So I thought, while we're going back and we're looking at the current outcrop, it might be worth going back and sort of solidifying my thoughts on everything that's come out since, previously to now. On the general whole, I like most of it. I'm a big fan of Marvel. I've I think some projects are much better than others, and I'm going to go into that as I get into reviewing the newer stuff. But on the whole, I've generally found more to like than dislike in every Marvel release. And that's true even in the Infinity Saga, going back to things like Thor the Dark World, or Iron Man 2 or Iron Man 3, things that, a lot of people have maligned. I've generally found quite a lot to enjoy in them. And I'm purely willing to hold my hands up and admit that that is purely bias on my part. I am a fan of these characters. I'm a fan of the movies. I like the characters in the costumes doing the cool stuff. And that's what I get with a lot of Marvel projects. I know what to expect with Marvel. And what I usually get is a very, very good action product, occasionally with some really good character development. And there are some standouts, but usually it's good superhero action, and I like superheroes. I like good action, and I like that most of this is family friendly as well. Like, that is a big aspect. A lot of the Marvel stuff features heroes being heroic, being heroes, because, as I've spoken about in several other episodes, I also get very, very tired with the jaded sort of adults only cynical approach to superheroes. It definitely has its place. I do think things like The Boys, Watchmen, Mark Millar's projects, things like Jupiter's Legacy, I know the series for that wasn't great, but the comic is a bit more beloved. All those sort of things, they definitely have a place, but I think those things only work as a subversion, as a detraction, if you have the positive stuff there. And this is why I think the DCEU failed, but I'm not going to go back to that, because that's something I've spoken about before now. I did a whole other episode for that if you want my thoughts on the DCEU. Post Endgame, let's go through it one by one. Let's discuss what I like. In fact, my opinions on some of these have probably changed since the original times I've spoken about them. So let's go over them again. So to start with, WandaVision. I genuinely really like WandaVision. I think it does a lot with the TV show format that kind of justifies why it is a television show rather than a film. I think I love Wanda and Vision's romance, and I think it's done really well here. I think there's a lot of very good aspects to their relationship, and Vision's character especially, I think, gets a lot to do. I know there was all this pushback for how much it was kind of built up to, the whole idea of Mephisto being there and being behind everything. I think this comes from people taking too much from the comics. There is so much you can take from the comics, but Marvel seems to have shown that they don't necessarily include all of this. I actually got in a discussion with someone on Reddit about this, where they were talking about the Hulk. And they were saying they were using a lot of facts from the comic origin of the Hulk, like his abuse as a child and things like that. The Banner goes through at the hands of his father. And I'm like, that stuff isn't in the MCU, though. It's not presented in the MCU at all. We can't take it as gospel just because something is true in the comics that it's true in the adaptations. I mean, for example, Ultron wasn't created by Tony Stark in the comics. He was created by Hank Pym. Things are different. And it seems that Marvel is very much using the comics as a base for what they're doing, but are doing something different. And I think in WandaVision's case, that generally works. And I think it's people on the internet sort of researching all this. And a part of this was helped with COVID. We knew things like WandaVision were coming, and then they'd been delayed for so long that the theory mills just can go crazy. And it's a small portion of the audience that's doing that, but it's still there. But yeah, WandaVision, I think it holds up really well. I think most audiences generally like it. I think there's a reason why Jack Schaefer is still involved with Marvel very heavily on their streaming side. And yeah, I generally really enjoy it. I think it's a great showcase of Wanda. I think Agatha is really well introduced as a villain, this different take on Agatha Harkness from the comics. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Loki season 1, I absolutely love. I think it's fantastic. Had a lot of fun with it. I'm going to go a bit more into it when I discuss Loki season 2, because I think the two of them really do need to be watched together. There's a lot of season 2 that's very heavily built on things that are in season 1, like to the point that you even go back over some of those old events again. So I really do think that Loki is more of a complete work if you watch both halves together. But yeah, I very much enjoy it. I like Tom Hiddleston as Loki. I think he really nailed the character. If anything, he probably redeems himself too easily, but I think, because he's supposed to be a younger version of Loki, but I'm not sure being shown the character development is exactly the same as going through it. I like Sylvie as an idea. I think she's a good character. I think she's done quite well. But yeah, generally really like Loki. Black Widow is a good movie. Came way too late. I get why it came where it did after Endgame, but it's kind of hard to care about a prequel at that point. I do wish the Red Room had been handled differently, but it is what it is. I think, yeah, I think the Red Room becomes too powerful almost. But I like the new characters that are introduced, especially Yelena and Alexei. I love that they come back in the future. I think they're great characters. Even Melina's quite good. And yeah, it's just some much needed development, I think. But yeah, it would have been nice if it had happened earlier. And that we got that development for Black Widow earlier on. It is what it is. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, very good. I like the introduction of John Walker. Bucky, I like that Sam is reluctant to take up the shield. Joaquin gets introduced. He's very cool. Joaquin gets introduced. He's very cool. Some nice development. Obviously, things are coming up for him later on. I like that Bucky is such a huge part of this. I like the Captain America suit that we get towards the end. I think it does look ripped from the comic book page. But Anthony Mackie did an interview recently where he said about how uncomfortable that mask was. And that just shows that it's not always possible for things to be lifted directly from the comic book panel and turned into something real and have it work. So yeah, I he pointed out that mask was so uncomfortable and just awful to wear. So yeah, it is what it is. I like that Wakanda's got a lot more development, especially Io, because Io's played by Florence Kasumba, great actress. So seeing more of her development, very much enjoyed that, because she's been present since like Civil War and not really had much to do. So this was good. Eternals, I like a lot more than most other people. It seems to have kind of stumbled with general audiences. I enjoy it. I like what it's trying to do. I like the kind of grand scope that it's giving everything. I think some aspects of it are really well done. Like, I think Makari as a speedster is probably one of the most enjoyable to watch speedsters that I've ever seen in a superhero property. Like, by now we've seen Quicksilver, we've seen Flash, we've seen multiple versions of Flash between Justice League and the Flash TV show. And I don't know, I think Makari just worked better. There was something much more thrilling about watching her speeding sequences. But yeah, the film's alright. It's got a good cast. I think it balances it fairly well. Some characters get a lot more focus than others. There's a lot of very talented actors in this. And yeah, it does well. I think it ends with too many cliffhangers that haven't been resolved. And judging by the sort of lack of response to it, whether they're going to be resolved or not, I have no idea. But I kind of hope they are, because there's a lot of potential here. I saw a lot of people say that Eternals should have been a series, and something like Falcon and Winter Soldier should have been a movie. I think Falcon and Winter Soldier does work as the series, although there's aspects of what they do with the villains especially which I'm not very keen on, but I'll elaborate a bit more on that later on, because it also kind of comes back as a plot element. But yeah, Eternals, if it was a series, would probably have more room to breathe, more time to elaborate on some of the big ideas it sets up, but it is what it is. Shang-Chi, I think a lot of fun. The martial arts in it are very good, enhanced with the CGI. I like the kaiju fight at the end. Like, I like kaiju cinema, and I think it works quite well. The Dweller in Darkness versus the sort of Guardian Dragon. It is kind of a bit of a shame that Wenwu is killed before then. Like, it would have been nice to see maybe Wenwu and Shang team up against the Dweller in Darkness and kind of redeem Wenwu a little bit. That would have been cool. Tarlo is kind of introduced as this alternate dimension type thing, which makes it similar to something like Kunlun. So whether that's going to be elaborated on or touched upon in something else, I don't know. Hawkeye, great series. Haley Steinfeld as Kate Bishop is brilliant. It was lovely to see Yelena again. I think she was so much fun. Her chemistry with Hawkeye was great, and I want the two of them to have more scenes together. I also like the introduction of Echo and sort of the explanation of sort of the things that Clint. Yeah, the explanation of sort of things that Clint was doing during the blip as Ronin, and the link there to Kingpin. Great. Like, I love that they brought Kingpin in, and I love that he comes in wearing a suit very reminiscent of his old Spider-Man 90s outfit. Yeah, it was cool. It's great to see Kingpin, and I love that this built up into Daredevil Born Again and Echo and the things that it was doing there. No Way Home, Spider-Man No Way Home, I've spoken about this. It's perfect. I love it. I think it's pure fan service. I think it tackles the multiverse concept quite well. Yeah, really enjoyed it, and I think it works very well if you watch it quite close after Far From Home, because Far From Home as well kind of introduces the concept of the multiverse, was because it's like Mysterio's cover story, and then No Way Home, and you get the multiverse is real. That's fun. I did enjoy that, and I like the twist on the one more day idea, where it's like, people don't forget Peter as Spider-Man, they forget who Peter Parker is. And I think there's an alternate post-credit sequence for one version of the film, which takes that to brilliant effect. It has Betty Brant posting a highlight of the year on the school news, and any picture that features Peter, he's either been removed or covered up. So yeah, that's very cool, very interesting. So yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see what they do with this story arc. I think this is the problem, because it's so many years now since we've seen Spider-Man, that it becomes hard to sort of know what's next. But, you know, Brand New Day should be next year, so we'll see. Multiverse of Madness, I enjoyed. I think Sam Raimi did a brilliant job with the direction. I think, if anything, it relies too much on being familiar with WandaVision. Like, I'm not it's kind of hard for me to say, because obviously I was familiar with WandaVision, but I think coming into it not knowing anything about WandaVision, I could see people being a bit lost. And I don't know whether that's great or not. I like Wanda, I like her story. I don't necessarily like the evil turn, especially just how evil she became. Like, in the comics, when there was things like Avengers Disassembled, you know, it was explained that there's this corrupting force on her. The Darkhold is kind of implied to be that, but it's not really explained very well, and it becomes hard if they were to bring Wanda back to redeem her. I mean, sometimes it is fun for a villain to take a heel turn. For a hero to take a heel turn. But it has to be done well. especially unless you want them to be completely irredeemable. And I'm not sure if Wanda does verge on irredeemable here. Like the way she kills the Illuminati, for example, it's quite dark. And the Illuminati, their introduction, pretty good. I like the whole idea of the incursions. It's clearly meant to set up some more of the multiverse concepts that come later on. It could be done better. I think part of the problem with Multiverse of Madness and Love and Thunder is based on the deleted scenes we've got and a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. It seems that the scripts were being like constantly rewritten while the movies were in production, and I'm not sure that's great, and I think it does hurt both of the final products. But for what they are, I think both Multiverse of Madness and Love and Thunder, which I'll talk about in a minute, have both come together quite well. So it is what it is. Moon Knight I very much enjoyed. I want to see more of that character, and well, the characters. I'd love to see more of Scarlet Scarab as well, but it doesn't seem to be happening, which is a real shame, because I enjoyed it, and I think there was a lot of introduction. I love that it introduced how weird the Egyptian gods are, because with the Norse gods and the Greek gods in the Thor movies, they very much tried to keep them kind of grounded and like they're gods, but they're also aliens at the same time. So it's not quite, the weird metaphysical god stuff. But the Egyptian gods are weird. You can't really do that. They are so bizarre. And they kind of really do touch on that. Like Khonshu's there with his big head, Amit, things like that. It works quite well. I enjoyed it. I just wish there was more elaboration, more development for it. Because, I enjoyed what there was here. Love and Thunder, briefly spoke about it already. I quite like it. I think the biggest criticism I have is like comparing the film version of Gore to the comic book version of Gore. I think Gore the God Butcher is such a great storyline, and such a great character in the comics, such a great storyline. He has a real impact on Thor in the comics. And this is a different, much more relatable version of Gore, like with the loss of his child. So I get it. I get what they're going for, and I think the whole aspect, there's a lot of comedy in this, done by the fact that it's Korg telling the story. I think I can kind of excuse more of that than a lot of other people seem willing to. But yeah, I don't know. I think when this movie is trying to be dark, it does it really well, and I think there's some very, very good scenes in it, and I think a lot of the stuff with Jane, especially in her cancer, is done so well that when things like Gore are maybe a bit more muddled and a bit more fumbled, it hurts because I can see that there is really good stuff in this film. It is what it is. I generally quite like it. I like Zeus. I like Gore. I like the Mighty Thor as Jane. I like Valkyrie. It was good to see Korg again. It's probably used a bit too much, but he's telling the story, so he kind of has to be there for most of it. It is what it is. The action scenes are good. The chemistry between the leads is pretty good. Like, this is probably the best chemistry that Jane and Thor have had in these films. Like, they feel at their most believable here. The chemistry doesn't feel forced between either of them, and it feels like all of the cast is having fun, which in some ways is kind of what I want. She-Hulk, I was generally a bit more umming and ahhing about this as it was coming out, but on the whole, I think it's good. The visual effects aren't always brilliant for She-Hulk. I think some of it could have used an extra pass. I don't know if that's how Marvel is doing things. Generally, I think the writing is very good. I think the fourth wall breaks are good. I think, if anything, the lower time limit on the episodes, like the shorter runtime on the episodes, is probably the biggest thing that hurts it. But it builds the plots quite well. I like the real subversion in the ending, where it's like, oh, it's all building up to this big traditional Marvel superhero fight, and then Jen is just like, no, that's ridiculous. What? We haven't built to this. This isn't organic. And calling it out and going to Kevin and things like that. That was a lot of fun. And, you know, it was good seeing Daredevil. It was nice seeing some of these smaller characters like Mr. Immortal and Leapfrog. Because it's like the first story where it's like the light elf. And it's like, yeah, that's cool. But, yeah, then they brought in Mr. Immortal. And it's like Mr. Immortal was going to be into the New Warriors pilot that got filmed. And I kind of still want to see that. That's like an unreleased pilot that I would love to see. They did a New Warriors pilot, had Mr. Immortal, Squirrel Girl, and a few others. Looked a lot of fun. But yeah, I think if you're going to do this is a decent take on Mr. Immortal, like the idea that he just tries and kill himself to get out of things, because obviously he can survive, but everyone thinks he's dead. You know, and as a result, he's been married like 8 times or whatever it was. It's quite funny. I enjoyed that. But yeah, I think there's some good commentary here as well on some things like toxic masculinity and things like that, which I think was very on the nose for a lot of the people who hated this show, which I love. If anything, I want a season 2 of She-Hulk more than I want a season 2 of anything else here, because I feel like this is the one that really has the potential to go for ages. So, you know, as like that aspect of the Marvel Universe, I think really has potential. I think probably the main reason that would be stopping them is the expense, because of the CGI for She-Hulk. But it is what it is. Miss Marvel, absolutely adored. I think Iman Vellani as Kamala Khan is perfectly cast. She is clearly having so much fun. The character dynamics in the family, it's all very believable. Everything with Miss Marvel is really well done. I love the stories set during the partition, like the flashbacks during the partition. Between this and Doctor Who, there was a real kind of push for partition era stories at this point, and I learnt more about the partition from these two, from the the 13th Doctor story featuring the partition and Miss Marvel, than I'd ever learnt before. And I like that sort of aspect of history is being discussed in the mainstream, because it does expose it to people. And, you know, it was very cool. Very dark real world history. And yes, seeing it done and seeing it told in that way was really well done. And there's so many nice touches in this. And I love that the kids all kind of came together at the end. You know, the villain was kind of Damage Control until Cameron really became the villain. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I want to rewatch Miss Marvel, actually. It's been a while since I watched it, but I remember having a lot of fun with it. Again, another one that would be great for a season 2. Because Iman Vellani is just brilliant, and she's so well cast in the role. Wakanda Forever, I really enjoyed it. I love that it was a film about grief told by people who are clearly grieving. Like, they were all grieving Chadwick, and they used Chadwick Boseman, and they used that to tell the story of T'Challa's death and how everyone moves on from that. And that was very, very well done. You know, because as much as T'Challa himself is the core of that first Black Panther movie, so much of it is also his surrounding supporting cast and how much they influence him. And so they took the approach with this movie, okay, well, T'Challa is gone, so now it's how does Wakanda and how do all the people in his life that influenced him and that he influenced in turn, how did they move on without him? And there's a lot of very disparate answers to that. There's no clear-cut answer, and it's the way they all kind of come together. And how Ramonda and Shuri and Nakia and Okoye, how they're all on their own different paths. And I love that it's mostly a female-led cast. Like, there are a few characters like M'Baku and Namor who are obviously men. but the main 4 or 5 characters are all women. It's Ramonda, Shuri, Nakia, Okoye, and Riri, all women, and all black women as well. I think it's great. It's really well done. Riri especially gets a really nice introduction here. Riri's introduction in the comics, not a huge fan of. Riri's introduction in the MCU, much better. Much better. She's not just shoehorned in. And yeah, it had me quite excited for the Ironheart series and seeing more of this character. Werewolf by Night, I thought was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. It was. I like that it was black and white. I like the touches. I like the introduction of some of the more weird monster elements from the MCU, because the Marvel comics obviously started in the 60s, and because of things like the McCarthy era, comic books in the 50s, things like the Comic Code Authority, comic books in the 50s didn't really have superheroes. What they had were monsters and sci-fi elements and tales of suspense and drama and things like that. And that was the origins of Marvel Comics, is that, Stan Lee decided to introduce superheroes into that. So now some of the monsters that were being fought were, some of these aliens and monsters were actually things from Norse myth, or were super science experiments or things like that. And, even the Hulk is introduced as a monster, and so doing Werewolf by Night and kind of bringing some of those elements in, and taking what is a more grounded universe and adding some much more fantastical elements, I think works really well. I still need to watch the version in colour. I know there is a version in colour. I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, I like Jack. I like Elsa. I like Ted. I'd definitely love to see more of Ted. I think they did him really well. The visual effects for him were fantastic. And this is Michael Giacchino's first time directing, and I think he did a great job. He's a musician by trade. He's a composer. Done some amazing film soundtracks. Like his version of the Star Trek soundtrack is one of my favourites from the 2009 movie. So yeah, very much enjoyed it. Right, next is the Guardians holiday special, which seems mostly as a way of bridging the gap between Guardians 2 and Guardians 3, obviously with it being some time since we've seen them. Obviously that was a result of everything that happened with James Gunn, which I'll be speaking more about later, because I think that might be part of the problem with a lot of the ongoing, or a lot of the recent Marvel creative decisions, because these movies take a long time to be made, despite how quick Marvel's turnaround does seem to be, and that's because they're in pre-production for a long time before we hear about them. So yeah, there's definitely certain decisions which I think are definitely a result of what happened with James Gunn, but I'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, the holiday special, I quite like it. I like that it is a Marvel project. I like that it is a Marvel project without an actual villain. I like that it's something more relaxed, something calmer. It feels more like a slice of life with these characters, which is something that is quite fun to do occasionally. Like, we get this stuff in the comics quite a lot, The problem with the Marvel characters, at least in the MCU, is every time we see them, it seems to be in the middle of some big thing. We never get like a sign of what their life is. And this idea of just a Christmas special with relatively low stakes was quite refreshing. And I'm not sure it could work with every character, but it was fun and I enjoyed it. And yeah, there's the Guardians trilogy, especially if you throw in Infinity War and Endgame as well, has been very emotional. There's been a lot of very negative parts of the Guardian story, so having something as positive as this was a lot of fun. And you know that Christmas song at the start is very, very catchy. What's not to like there? Quantumania, it's okay. It has problems. It's a bit muddled. There are definitely things about it that can be criticised. Part of its impact is undercut by the fact that Jonathan Majors is now no longer attached to the MCU, and so much of that film was setting up Kang for the future. On the whole, though, I think it was really good. I think they used the volume quite well. There was actual sets, like more actual sets than I was expecting, considering how much they used the volume. Some great actors in it. Janet got some much needed development because she's kind of introduced towards the end of Ant-Man and the Wasp, and you know, she's been the MacGuffin for part of the movie. So seeing her get development, sort of explaining what she went through in the quantum realm, that's quite cool. I did enjoy that. Yeah, on the whole, quite liked it. I like Cassie as well. Interested to see more of her when that eventually happens, because Scott and Cassie's relationship was always something I quite liked. I do miss the young Cassie that we had originally, but I get why they aged her up. It's so they could do that, you know, they can have Cassie as a superhero, and also so that you can have those aspects of the storyline for Scott. I get why they did it. But yeah, there was something so pure about young Cassie and her relationship with Scott, and she sold me from her first scene, so it was good. I enjoyed it. I think, you know, Paul Rudd's a very charismatic lead as Ant-Man. It's done well. I think there's some of the supporting cast from the previous Ant-Man movies who aren't in this, and a lot of people criticised that. For me, I felt that most of them had their stories come to a natural conclusion, so it made sense to me why they weren't in here. But I can see why people were criticising it. And then finally, Guardians Volume 3. I love it. I think it's really, really well done. Like I said, the biggest criticism I have is that it kind of fakes out the death of a couple of the Guardians. Rocket especially, but also Drax. Like, I didn't expect Rocket to die, but there were points where I felt Drax should have and probably could have died, because Batista has said, Dave Batista has said he doesn't want to return to the role without James Gunn. Fair, completely fair, absolutely understand. But also narratively, I think Drax's story is over. I don't think he has a story left in the MCU. They did say that Peter Quill might come back, and okay, fine. I don't think he necessarily needs to. I think all of the original Guardians have ended up in a place that fits for them as it is. I like the new team that we see with Adam Warlock, Rocket, Groot, Phyla Vell. Yeah, it could be good to see more of the Guardians, but I don't necessarily have to. I thought the emotional core of this was very good. Like Rocket's backstory, absolutely fantastic. It's suitably dark. It's actually kind of terrifying, some parts of it. And High Evolutionary is a very, very different take on the character from the comics, but absolutely brilliant. Like one of the most evil characters I think the MCU has, in terms of just pure, unashamedly evil. Like he's despicable. There's no redeeming qualities to the High Evolutionary, and I'm completely fine with that. I think some villains shouldn't have redeeming qualities. They should just be out and out evil people. You know, not every villain has a relatable backstory. Marvel has a lot of villains that are very relatable, that you can understand what made them who they are. In the comics especially, you think of characters like Magneto, Doctor Doom. A lot of Spider-Man's villains have a lot of aspects to them that are very relatable, and you can see where they're coming from, and you can even empathize with them. And some of them take on a more anti-heroic personas, but some people are just out and out evil. Like, even in the real world, like, we have examples in the real world of some people who are just pure evil, and some villains should just be evil. And I think that is what they did with the High Evolutionary, and for me it works. I love that he is just evil, and I'm so on board with it. It's a bit dark, this one, like to watch with the young kids, but it's fun. I enjoy it. I think it's very, very good. Yeah, I don't know. I was very critical when I first reviewed it, thinking that I was a lot more on the whole, well, Drax should have died. And I still kind of think that. I think his story's over, and I think the best conclusion for that character would be for him to die, not to go off in the sunset. Dying as a warrior, dying saving his friends, that fits for Drax. That feels like his character has come full circle from the first Guardians film. But yeah, if that's the biggest criticism I can make about this film, I think it's done pretty well. So let's look at the MCU projects that I haven't reviewed up until now, and let's discuss them. So we're starting with Secret Invasion. Now, the first thing that always struck me about Secret Invasion, and was something I found very interesting from when it was announced, was that it was the first MCU story announced without a character or team name in the title. Like, think about it. Everything else we've had, even if it has been named after a comic book like Age of Ultron or Civil War, has had a character attached to it. This isn't Nick Fury Secret Invasion. It's just Secret Invasion. And there becomes, I think, an issue when doing that, which is that Secret Invasion is the name of a very specific event comic. And event comic books are they're the big narrative sweep, the narrative push, the core event series where all these characters cross over. And that is not what happens here. Like, in theory, this is inspired by the event comic. The event comic for Secret Invasion is very much a big action movie spectacle as a comic. It's a huge, long, drawn-out battle between an army of Skrulls and an army of superheroes. It's fun, but that's not what this is at all. This is a far more grounded story, and it's going very much for a sort of spy thriller tone. As a result, I think it really needed that Nick Fury title. I think it should have been called Nick Fury Secret Invasion, to specify that this is a Nick Fury story. This isn't Secret Invasion like it is from the comics. This is a Nick Fury story. Civil War, I can understand being called just Civil War. If they wanted to literally just name it after the comic book, Civil War would have made sense. It features most of the Avengers. Yes, it's a Captain America story, but it is a big crossover story. The reason why it has that Captain America name, though, is because it's Captain America Civil War. The story is centered around Cap. As prominent as other characters like T'Challa and Iron Man are, the focus of the story Civil War, the film, is Captain America and his associated characters. So Falcon, Bucky, Sharon. It's not... it isn't the Avengers Civil War, for example. This is a Nick Fury story. I think it should have been called Nick Fury Secret Invasion. But yeah, let's get into it. I hate the AI credits. I'm going to say that straight up. I get what they're trying to go for, and having things be uncanny and kind of all that, but I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I think what this should have done for its opening credits, there is, during the actual comic book Secret Invasion, there was an advertising program featuring standard stock photos of people in real life. Like, there was a group of kids posing for a selfie, or people in an office, say for example, and things like that. And what it would do is it digitally altered one or two of the characters in the background to be Skrulls. And it was the idea of the Skrulls are among us and we don't know who they are. And I really think that is what they should have done for the credits of this. Like a live action version of that. Just like people going in through real life, day to day, just like fly on the wall, ordinary people doing ordinary things, and then just show that some people are Skrulls. That would have been fantastic and really kind of sold the idea that the Skrulls are already here and they're already among us. And that is, I think, what they should have done. And just think how much better this series would be with that. Like those AI credits, absolutely shocking. Should not have been used at all. The series, though, I do think starts very strong. And it has problems towards the back end, but it starts really strong. That first episode is pretty solid. There's a decent espionage vibe. It feels like there's a lot of hidden stuff, a lot of secrets that are going to come out as the show goes on. There's a lot of setup for things that, whether the payoff works for you, I think is a matter of opinion. I don't think it does for me necessarily for all of it. I like the reveal that the Skrulls have been on Earth and working for Fury. Like specifically for Fury, and it explains a lot of the links between him and the Skrulls, and also kind of explains the influence that Fury has, how he managed to rise to the highest position in S.H.I.E.L.D. because he had the Skrulls working for him, and also kind of why he's so trusted. It's because Fury kind of knows everything, and he knows everything because of this legion of Skrulls that he has helping him, like Soren and Talos, and yeah, I like it. I think it works. One thing I am not a fan of, though, is Soren and Hill both being essentially fridged very early in the plot, especially in Soren's case because it happens completely off screen. We don't see Soren in this. We last saw her in Far From Home. We knew she was still around. She's just fridged. She's gone. And I really kind of hate that. And I get why, because it's supposed to be introduce that divide between Talos and Gaia. But yeah, I don't like it. It's nice to see some of the other characters coming back. Like, as much as this is a Nick Fury story, this also has Everett Ross and Rhodey, and brings them back. Everett Ross especially makes perfect sense to bring back in this. I think it'd have been nice if some others could have come back as well, like Sharon coming into this could have been interesting. Although with her kind of power broker identity from Falcon and Winter Soldier, maybe they didn't want to tackle that. Rhodey especially, I really like what they've done with him, and having him be the Secretary of Defense. Like, that is something that Iron Man actually was in the comics, that Tony was just before Avengers Disassembled. So I like it. And it kind of builds on the last time we saw Rhodey, which was Falcon and the Winter Soldier as well. I'm not sure about the reveal that some of the Skrulls are in really high positions. Like, as media people, that makes sense. But as some of the world leaders, that feels very sudden. And it feels like the sort of thing that Fury wouldn't necessarily have allowed. I know Fury's been off-planet for a while, but he's still reporting to Talos, and Talos seems to know where a lot of the Skrulls are. So, I don't know. It kind of implies that Fury and Talos have lost their touch. Gravik has some very sympathetic moments where I can kind of understand his crusade and what he's going for, and why it is so important to him that he gets what he was promised. He wants a new homeworld for the Skrulls. That's what was promised to them. That's what they're trying to get. And I'm fine with that. The problem is, and this goes back to what I said about Falcon and Winter Soldier, is they do the same thing with Gravik that they do with the Flag Smashers, which is you have these villains that are very understandable, very sympathetic, but then you have to have them go over a line. They have to cross this uncrossable line that turns them into out-and-out villain territory. And in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, it's the Flag Smashers blowing up that building. In this, it's Gravik turning on other people and just becoming a bit of a casual murderer. And yeah, I don't like it. Like, I mean, with Gravik, they do it a bit earlier by having him kill Hill, but I don't know why they have to do it. Like, if you're going to go for a relatable villain, if you're trying to go with that aspect of it, and this goes back to what I said about High Evolutionary, if you're going to go for a relatable villain rather than a completely out-and-out evil villain, then make it work. You know, you have to have that villain be relatable. If you're going to have them be relatable, but you don't want them to be too relatable, you need to write them better. If you want them to be relatable, I suppose it goes to, you know, the ends justifying the means, and they go, but in the case of the Flag Smashers and Gravik, it feels like they go too far too quickly. There's no build up to it. And this seems to be a trend that Marvel seems to be having with every relatable villain, and it makes me very nervous when they do eventually do Magneto, because they are going to be doing an X-Men reboot at some point, and they're going to be introducing Magneto, and I wonder how they're going to do that. Like, Magneto has done some deplorable things in the comics, but he is a very relatable character. You can completely understand where he's going. And Magneto in the comics, for the most part, everything he does is justified. What Gravik and the Flag Smashers do isn't necessarily justified. And that's the problem. It goes too far too quickly. And you lose that justification, you lose what makes that villain relatable. And now it's like, yeah, now they're just a villain. Now I just want the heroes to beat their face in, you know. And I get that's what they're going for, but in that case, don't bother making a relatable villain. Don't bother. If you're going to invalidate them completely and make them unjustified, don't even try to have a relatable villain. The finale is where most of the problems come in. The reveal of Gaia taking Fury's place seems to invalidate a lot of the prior scenes of his reveals with Gravik. Like, Fury and Gravik have this big conversation, then it's revealed that Fury is actually Gaia the whole time. And it's like, how is Gaia, you know, speaking kind of Fury's truth to Gravik and a lot of Fury's inner thoughts? Because there's no indication of the memory transfer like we have with the other Skrull prisoners, like Rhodey and Ross. So I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. I'm not sure how it was done. You know, is Gaia just talking off the cuff? I think it could have been explained better. I'm not necessarily a fan of the idea of the harvest. I get why it would exist. It makes perfect sense as a sort of thing that would exist, and a sort of precaution that Fury would have taken. But I feel like it imparts way too much power onto Gravik and Gaia way too quickly. Like, it's very, very consequence-free. In fact, a lot of the finale, not just the finale episode, but a couple of the episodes leading up to it, feels like pieces are missing. And in some cases, I think this is because they are. A lot of edits were made to this as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Because obviously Russia is a key part of this. Like, that's where Gravik's base is. You know, it's in Russia, and that causes a problem between... I mean, you could actually make whole video essays about the geopolitics of the MCU, because it gets very interesting after Endgame. You know, Paris going up against Wakanda, and... not Paris, you know, France going up against Wakanda and Wakanda Forever. Everything that's happening with Russia in this, everything that happens with Japan and America later on when we get to Brave New World. There's some interesting geopolitics at play in the MCU. There's a lot that isn't really explained, and the problem is that a lot of it is affected by our real world. Russia invaded Ukraine. Russia are unequivocally the bad guys. We can't have any kind of allying with them in the fake TV show. And so there's large edits made to that and undercut. And it means things just kind of end. And it becomes kind of unsatisfying. And, it feels like I said, it feels like pieces are missing. The biggest issue I have with the finale, though, is Rhodey. Because it becomes a question of when Rhodey was replaced. Because he's in a hospital gown. The last time we saw him in a hospital gown was towards the end of Civil War, on screen. That doesn't mean he was replaced in Civil War. And if it does, it invalidates so much of Endgame, especially. It does explain some of his more douchey behaviour in Endgame. But, does invalidate a lot of the emotional climax with Tony Stark. So it could hurt prior stories depending on when they reveal that he was replaced. I mean, also you've got to think about the real world time. When did the Skrulls start taking the actions they've taken? Like, was Rhodey a Skrull in Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Was he a Skrull in Endgame? How far back does this go? And this makes me think of the comics. In the comics, they tried to imply that certain characters had been Skrulls, and that's why they've been acting out a character. And in the comics, Brian Michael Bendis wrote the Secret Invasion comic book. He didn't make that sort of sweeping change for any characters that he wasn't exclusively writing. Okay? The biggest character that got revealed to be a Skrull was, there was two big ones. Spider-Woman, who Bendis had pretty much been responsible for since the start of New Avengers, and Mockingbird, who had been dead since the mid-90s, and obviously hadn't been being used by anyone. And it was those two characters who were the big ones that Bendis revealed with Skrulls. And so Mockingbird was replaced shortly before she died. Spider-Woman had been replaced sometime before the start of New Avengers. And I like that. There was also Hank Pym as well, I think was revealed. But again, I don't think anyone else had been writing Hank Pym at this point. I think a couple of other... Hank Pym had been in a couple of other titles. But presumably Bendis had probably told them. Because they handled that transition quite well in those titles as well. So... But yeah, that sort of, it's implied during part of it that Iron Man was a Skrull. Iron Man was never going to be revealed to be a Skrull in Secret Invasion, because that would invalidate Civil War. It invalidates so much of the previous stories that had led up to Secret Invasion. So you can't do that. You can do it for, if they do it for Rhodey, like they did it for Ross in this. They explained that Ross had been replaced by a Skrull. But the implication is that happened recently. So the question is, when was Rhodey replaced? He could just be in a hospital gown because he was taken from the hospital. The man's disabled. He's going to need regular checkups, regular analysis, for the physical damage that he's dealing with. But, yeah, if they say he was replaced during Civil War, I'm going to be annoyed. Very annoyed. I don't like that idea. Like, if you say that he was replaced shortly after Endgame, fine. Especially because that would make sense for the time frame of when Gravik's Skrulls start to act out. Because presumably after Endgame, or, during the blip, that would have been when the Skrulls aspects would have changed. And then just after Endgame, when Fury returns... and then like it's been pointed out in this series, he promptly leaves Earth. And that would have been a good time to replace Rhodey, I think, and start for the Skrulls to start really putting their actions into place. So overall, my thoughts on Secret Invasion, it's very muddled. There's bits I like about it, there's bits I don't like about it. It wasn't as painful of a watch as I thought it would be. And some bits are great. Like, Sonya is an absolute highlight. She is fantastic. Really want to see more of her character. Like, as much as they're pushing Val I'm like, no, I'd much rather have Olivia Colman as Sonya, thank you. Much rather have that. And I like the change of Earth becoming very anti-alien. It feels like a precursor to some things that they might do with mutants. Because it's like, how do you prove that a character is an alien? You know? That's interesting. Like, Captain Marvel's technically half alien. You know, in some ways. She thinks she's an alien and what have you. I don't know, she doesn't have Kree DNA in this like she does in the comics, but you know, lots of interesting ideas for the future, but I don't know how much is going to be touched. That's a big problem with all of this. We don't know how much everything is going to be played up, how much is going to be used. So we'll get to that. But yeah, generally, I quite like Secret Invasion, but I agree it really does have problems. I Am Groot next. This is just a fun little series of shorts, isn't it? It's just these 10 shorts across 2 seasons, featuring Baby Groot, who I think is one of the more fun versions of Groot. It's clearly been marketed as like these small, digestible bits of content for everyone. And it seems very, very kid friendly, like very kid friendly, very marketable. The biggest thing is it goes for the same level of detail as the films, which no doubt makes them much more expensive and probably accounts for why there's so few of them. Like, this isn't a stylized cartoon. This is a photorealistic Baby Groot, clearly designed to be very, very similar to the comic book version. Not to the comic book version, sorry, to the film version of the Guardians of the Galaxy version of Baby Groot. Like, to the point that even Rocket and the Watcher both appear in a couple of episodes, and Rocket very clearly is the same Rocket from Guardians. You know, they've got Bradley Cooper back to do the voice, the animation's there. It's Rocket, it's the live action Rocket. And, you know, so they're trying to keep this in continuity. And yeah, I think it works. I think it's a lot of fun. I think you could kind of... I think most of them are set after Guardians 2, but I think if I was to re-watch, I'd probably watch them in between the 2 Guardians movies, because obviously that's where the first one takes place. But, you know, they do take place on the Quadrant and on the Benatar, which are things that the Guardians don't get until the end of the second movie. But yeah, I enjoyed them. They're fun. I think there's some good bits here. I like the Watcher episode. I like the dance off that Groot has with that alien. I really like the costume one where he's trying on all the different costumes because of the thing that's making all of his leaves grow. I think that's really fun. So yeah, they're just fun and silly and very cute and yeah, perfectly charming. Far better than they probably have any right to be. You know, they could have made these really disposable, done them with really kind of cartoony or cheaper looking animation, but no, they decided to go all out and make it look like an actual MCU product, and I think it works really well. The Marvels. This is a movie that was very, very maligned when it came out, and sort of this is one of the ones that kind of prompted the whole, is this the end of Marvel Studios? I actually quite like the Marvels. When I watched it eventually, this was the first Marvel film I didn't see in the cinema. And I think this and Captain America are now the only 2 that I haven't seen in the cinema. And it wasn't because I didn't want to, it's just I didn't find time to. You know, I did want to see the Marvels in the cinema. I wanted to judge it on its own merit. I'd heard the word of mouth. I didn't care. And, you know, I watched it. It was good. I enjoyed it. It probably moves a little bit too quickly. Like, it has been edited right down. Like, part of it is probably due to the delays, the reshoots, the writer's strike, things like that. But this has been edited so quick, so far down to its base bits to keep the story moving, so that you can have a shorter runtime, so that you can get more people in, more bums on seats in theaters. And As a result, because of those cuts, it probably does move a bit too quickly, especially in the early part of the story. But I think it gets across everything it needs to. It just feels quick. It's good though. The main cast is very good, especially Iman Vellani, who I've already said I really like as Kamala Khan. I think she's brilliant. So many of the scenes of the three of them together, like, she is the most fun to watch visually. She is just like, there's one where they're on the planet, I've forgotten the name of the planet, where everyone's dancing and singing, and she is just dancing down the street. She's having a whale of a time. And it contrasts, her optimistic positivity contrasts so well with the other two, because Monica, like Teyonah Parris as Monica, just seems really annoyed the whole time, and Carol is very kind of aloof and not kind of, well, I don't know, not aloof, that makes it sound like she's being nasty, withdrawn almost. She seems very distant. You know, she's not standoffish in the way that Monica is. Monica is angry. She's annoyed at Carol. There's a huge grudge to bear there. But Kamala is just so happy. She's so positive, and it's really refreshing and really fun to watch. She's definitely one of the highlights of the film for me. And the chemistry between the three of them is good. Like, all of them. Like, it feels believable. Their relationships to Kamala feel good. Their relationships, the relationships between Kamala and Carol, Kamala and Monica, Monica and Carol, it all feels natural. They're all getting across what they need to get across. It feels good. I enjoyed it. Dar-Ben is a great villain. Probably one of the most sympathetic villains that we've had in a while. Like, very sympathetic without going to the point of being unjustifiable, I don't think. Like, I get what she is doing, but her revenge is targeted. The planet she is attacking, it is a targeted, justifiable revenge that she is taking. She attacks the Skrull colony. She attacks Earth, and she attacks them because of the links that they have with Carol. This is a good example of, to contrast with Gravik, this is a good example of a justifiable sympathetic villain. She's relatable, she's sympathetic, but her actions, while extreme, are justified. I can see why it's being done, and I like that. And I like that Carol is responsible for what happened to Hala, and as a result, what Dar-Ben is doing, these horrible things. And it gives Carol this huge amount of guilt. Like, Carol acted so rashly, killed the Supreme Intelligence, and as a result have kind of doomed Hala, and has just left and doesn't care, isn't doing anything to help the Kree, just left. Yeah, I like that. It was good. I also like the more comic book accurate version of the Supreme Intelligence that we see just before Carol kills her. But that was a minor thing. Fury does seem a bit superfluous. He seems a bit extra to proceedings. Like, he isn't really necessary. I think it might be because they wanted to use a named character rather than an unknown character for his role. But yeah, he feels like the character that could have most easily been replaced by an also-ran. Or replaced by literally anyone else, and it would make a difference. Like, you could replace Fury with Jimmy Woo, and the character would pretty much be exactly the same. The role would be exactly the same, for example. It feels also awkward and kind of unconnected to his final scenes with his wife in Secret Invasion. Like, in that he left Earth with her and kind of implied to be going off to something else to kind of repair their relationship and kind of take a break from everything he was doing, and yet in this he's just back and he's working with Sword again, and yeah, I don't know, doesn't really make sense to me. The Flurkins are cool. I like seeing more of the Flurkins. I wish they'd been built up a bit more, because their reveal in the film does seem a bit sudden, but I think that's possibly a result of the edits. Like, I'd imagine they would have been built up earlier in the movie, but that's in scenes that were cut and trimmed for time to get the main story going. So it is what it is. The fight scenes are a lot of fun, like especially when the three of them are coordinating their powers and swapping places. Like, that is fun, and it's really visually really interesting. Like, it makes for some good action sequences. I enjoy it. I can see why some people might not. I could see why some people might have a problem with it. But for me, that really worked. Really enjoyed it. The biggest things that feel like they're leading to something else, though, are the ending scenes. The bits with the tear, the other universe. Those are the scenes that feel like they're contributing to the overall sort of multiverse plot, especially, similar to things like Multiverse of Madness and like some sort of dimensional incursion. It's nice to see Beast again in the post-credit sequence. I like that he's fully CGI now. There's something to be said about real makeup, but they've gone for a much more comic book accurate version of Beast than I think you could do in live action, easily and affordably. So I think it works. And yeah, it's kind of nice to see Kelsey Grammer in the role again. Like, he didn't necessarily have to be. Like, if I was to pick things from the Fox X-Men universe to bring back, like, Kelsey Grammer wouldn't be high on the list because I've seen him. He got his kind of... The fact he came back in Days of Future Past was a surprise. I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, I mean, if he's in it, cool. I'm happy with that. I think he's good casting. I think he's really well cast as Beast. So, yeah, I'm excited to see more of that. But generally for this, I don't get the hate for the Marvels. Like, this seems to have been a very, very maligned movie. But to me, this is perfect, middle of the road. This is what Marvel is. Like, this is... Like, I've had the viewpoint that since about Winter Soldier, Marvel has really kind of solidified what their formula is, what their approach to filmmaking is. Because if you look at every film from Winter Soldier onwards, and Winter Soldier was 2014, so Winter Soldier, Guardians of the Galaxy, Age of Ultron, Ant-Man, all of Phase 3, so that's Infinity War, Civil War, Guardians 3, Doctor Strange, Ragnarok, Endgame, Ant-Man and the Wasp, etc., and then all of the modern movies, even things like Black Widow, Eternals, and right through to this, the Marvels, Captain Marvel, etc. They are solid most of the time, at bare minimum, solid B+, standard popcorn fare, right? You know what you're getting in for. You're going in, you're going to watch this big budget popcorn action movie. You're going to have a good time. At worst, it's a solid action flick that is fairly enjoyable, has some good character stuff, has some nice pretty colours, has some good CGI, and some good action spectacle, right? At best, you get movies like Ragnarok and Infinity War and Winter Soldier, movies that are really good and really tie into something and make you think or trigger an emotional response like the Guardians movies. But for the most part, just solid filmmaking, solid action filmmaking. The Marvels is perfectly emblematic of what Marvel is. This feels like the perfect way of summing up that basic B+ experience that Marvel has. I don't think Marvel have had a bad movie since Winter Soldier. I think all of their worst movies are Phase 1, Phase 2. It's the worst movies, I think, in Marvel's list. If I was to rank them all, just the movies, I think the ones that would come lowest for me are probably Iron Man 2, Incredible Hulk, and Thor: The Dark World. They are the ones that I have issues with as films. That I think are not great. They have pacing issues. There's bits that don't fit well, the bits that don't gel with me, bits that make them not unwatchable, but more tedious. Even so, I would still place them higher than most other comic book movies. Like, if I was to look at the output of movies from Fox, from Sony, from Warner Brothers, I'd still place them, all of the Marvel movies a lot higher than things like Elektra, Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, Suicide Squad, Morbius, Venom. That they're all going to be higher than those. But everything since Winter Soldier onwards is getting up there as some of the better comic book adaptations, and the Marvels is just pretty standard. I don't get the hate for it. I mean, I get where it's coming from. It's coming from racism and misogyny in a lot of cases, but even most people I've spoken to who have watched this movie, they said, "Oh, I missed it in the cinema for whatever reason." And I saw this, it had this big negative word of mouth, so I decided to wait until it came out on streaming, and then I watched it and I had a good time with it. And that's what you want. I think if you're having a good time with a movie, what more do you want? And that's what the Marvels is. This is a good time. It's a fun movie. I enjoyed it. Could it be better? Yeah, sure. Could it be worse? Absolutely. It's fine. It's the upper end of average. It's not even the upper end of average. It's the lower end of good. It's not an average movie. It's a good movie. Maybe the lower end of good, but it's a good movie. What more do you want? Let's go back to some of the TV shows for a bit. Loki season 2 was the next one. This one feels to me like it is, like I said earlier, like it's best watched immediately after season 1. And in fact, I've actually come up with an MCU watch order, which I'm quite proud of. It's on my blog. It's linked in the episode descriptions below. And I have actually put both of the Loki seasons together. Like, watch them together. They are better for it. It elaborates on the multiverse. Everything is established together. And you kind of need them both together, I think. It feels like they are both two parts of the same story. Like, all the character arcs, the character arcs for Loki, for Mobius, for Sylvie, for Ravonna, they all kind of pick up immediately where season 1 left off. And yeah, it's two parts of the same story. Like, season 2 is tied so closely to the end of season 1 and even crosses over with previous events in that final episode. The final episode of this ties together all of the previous 11. And works brilliantly. I think the second half of episodes of season 2 is where it really shines, because all of the conspiracies come together. The heroes are trying to fix the loom. Although the first part does have some pretty good moments as well. A lot of the confusion of some of the earlier episodes makes sense towards the end as we see some of these events from other angles. The biggest part of this, which has become problematic, is Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors has a very large role in this as Victor Timely, and I think he really shines in the role. I think he's very good in the role. And it's great to see the development of that character after having seen aspects of his other versions. Seeing, in Quantumania, we got to see not just Kang, but also Immortus, the Centurion, Ramatut. We got to see different aspects of that character, of Kang. And so getting to see Timely and seeing him sort of before he became Kang, but also getting him to see as He Remains as well. Yeah. It works quite well. I enjoyed this. The finale as well feels very much like every character gets a nice fitting conclusion to their storyline. Especially Loki. Like, that scene of Loki becoming like the god of stories and the guardian of the multiverse. I love it. It's visually stunning. Like, him turning the disparate timelines from the loom into a brand new tree of life. He's created Yggdrasil out of the multiverse. It's so cool. Like, visually, it looks incredible. Yeah, I really had a lot of fun with this. I really did. I was hooked with Loki. Like, I actually went back and rewatched Loki season 1 before watching season 2, because I tried watching episode 1 of season 2 and I was lost because it had been so long since I'd watched Loki. I was completely lost. So I rewatched all of it, and I think it was much better for that. Like I said, watch the 2 seasons together. It pays off. Like, they didn't film them at the same time, but they pretty much might have, for how well it all ties together. It's really well done, and some of the reveals of the TVA and elaborations on it, it's very good. Yeah, it feels like a good ending to Loki's story. I mean, we know Loki's going to come back. Tom Hiddleston has been announced on the cast for Doomsday, and presumably they have plans for the character. I mean, we doesn't necessarily know that it's this Loki that's coming back. This Loki has a nice conclusion. Might not be this Loki, might be a completely different Loki. You know, there's multiverses at play. There's all sorts that could be going on. But yeah, I enjoyed this. One of my favourite episodes as well was the one where there is no TVA. And Loki is jumping around and meeting characters like OB and B-15 and Mobius on the timeline, like in their old lives. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that one. I really did. And I like the visual effects as well when everything just starts to unravel. Yeah, really good. I don't... For Loki, I'd just say go and watch it. You know, this is one I would say, don't listen to me talk about it, go and watch it. Loki is very good. It's a good science fiction, time travel, multiverse kind of story in its own right, even without the Marvel characters. Like, this is a good, very well thought out, very well planned series. Like, I think this is very solid science fiction storytelling. There's some really high concept stuff in here, and I think it tackles those high concept, like, highly advanced ideas, and tackles them very well. Time travel and multiverse can be one of those things that, if it's written badly, it can become very confusing. And not that Endgame, I think, was written badly, but I think there is so much debate about some of the time travel stuff from Endgame that shows that there's a lot more ambiguity to it. This is very solid in terms of how it was written, and I think it works very well. And I think, like I said, with both halves of the story, there's so much going on. There's so many characters, like all the alternate versions of Loki, like the Richard E. Grant's version from season 1. You know, it's sort of kept in that half of the story, and then characters like I've forgotten his name now, the one who goes to live on the timeline and become an actor in the second half, works really well. Like, it's definitely 2 halves of a story, but it's one complete storyline. Like, there are some characters who are only in part 1 or only in part 2, but it's 2 parts of the same storyline, and I think it's much better if you watch it together. So yes, go watch Loki. That's all I'm going to say. Just watch Loki. It's very good. You'll have a good time with it. It's fun. And yeah, don't listen to me talk about it. Go and watch it. Echo next. I've praised the casting for Echo, like for Alakwa Cox as Maya Lopez previously. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I love in this the extra inclusions they have made to Maya's backstory due to the fact that Alakwa Cox is an amputee. Like, Alakwa Cox has her own amputation. They could have just ignored it. They haven't. They have woven it in to Maya's storyline. Maya in the comics is not an amputee. She's just deaf. Alakwa Cox is deaf, but she's also an amputee, and they have worked that into her story, and I think it's great. You know, they you know, there's a lot of talk about finding the best actor for the role, and Alakwa Cox was obviously the best actor for the role. She's a Native American. She's deaf. She fits the character. Oh, she also comes with this other thing. She's got this amputation. Cool, we'll make it work. Didn't have to, but they did. It works. I loved seeing the return of Daredevil and Kingpin. I've been very much outspoken before about Daredevil and the Defenders saga. I've done 2 whole episodes on that quite early on in the life of this podcast. I love the Daredevil show. I love Kingpin. I think they're brilliant. And I like as well that the flashback seems to suggest that both of them actually survived the snap. Because Maya's encounter with Daredevil is in the aftermath of Ronin killing her father, which is something that we know happened in the 5-year gap of the blip. So, post-snap, she encounters Daredevil. I like that. I like the reveal that, Matt survived the blip. Whether it means the other characters did or not, I don't know. We don't know if Karen did. We don't know if Foggy did. We might never know. But I think the thing is, with the blip now, you do have to kind of address it. You have to say where these characters were, which characters got blipped, which characters didn't. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. But I like that they kind of, they might not have deliberately meant to include it like that, but that's what they've done, and it works. I think Maya's family is quite interesting, especially her Uncle Henry and her cousin Bonnie, who is the same actress that played Kahori in What If as well. So she could also play Kahori in live action if they were to ever go that way. Kind of hope they do. I liked Kahori. I'll get to that more when I discuss What If. I also especially liked Biscuits. I found Biscuits, in the same way as Katie in Shang-Chi, one of the more endearing comic relief characters in the MCU, because it's comedy that feels natural. It feels like it is coming from the character. It doesn't feel forced. Like, one of my favourite moments, and I've spoken about this in a previous podcast with Katie in Shang-Chi, is she tells the story of scaring off a bully by singing Hotel California to protect Sean. And then she gets confronted by a ninja and does it again. And it works, because this ninja's just like, why is she singing at me? And just stops. And that allows Sean to beat him. Shang-Chi to beat him. And, that's where some of the it feels very natural and explained. And that's kind of where the comedy for Biscuits comes from. It's very natural. It's part of his character. He's comic relief, but he's not... It doesn't feel forced in any way. It feels very natural, and I like that. I know this series was cut down to 5 episodes. Like, it was originally going to be 6, and it's 5. And that suggests that things were cut out of it, and in some respects it does seem to move pretty fast. Like, that first episode covers a lot of ground, but at the same time it doesn't feel like much is missing from this show. I imagine most of the cut content would probably be character scenes that either aren't focusing on Maya, so it's characters around her, but they're scenes that are not about her. So they've kept the focus on Maya and her storyline. And I think that works. Like, I can imagine a lot of the side content probably being Bonnie. And elaborations of her character, seeing her in a more day-to-day life. And, because we don't really get that connection between Bonnie and Maya until it's really brought up. So... I don't know, maybe that's part of the things that were lost? I don't know. It's hard to say without seeing what was actually lost, what those deleted scenes were, but I don't know, I think it works. It doesn't feel like things are missing in a huge way. So yeah, I'm not sure what was cut to keep this... Because essentially this lost an episode. But... unlike with Secret Invasion, where you can see where bits are missing, I can't see where bits are missing here. So, the ancestral power of her tribe, and and how it was used in the plot for the female characters and the flashbacks for it. I quite like. I wish maybe it had been a bit more explained. But I also do like that it seems that not just Maya can tap into it. Like in the finale, they all tap into it. Like not just Maya, all of them. And I like that. I like that it's... Yes, there's a power here, but it's not just hers. It's the tribe's. And... I don't know, is it unrealistic? Yeah, possibly, but I don't watch these films for realism. I don't watch the Marvel Universe for realism. I watch it for superheroes. And, you know, this was... I think this was written by Native American people. It had impact from people from the Choctaw Nation. So, you know, they were using an actual Choctaw legend as part of this. That's fine with me. That all works. You know, it justifies itself within the story. It does what it needs to. I'm happy with it. I'm not Native American. I don't have that impact on it, but yeah, it's fine for me. I do think Fisk as well is really interesting here. This is the first time we really see him since Daredevil. And I find it quite interesting as well that in Daredevil, especially the first season, we saw that he actually understands Chinese and Japanese, but hides this from his allies. Like, he understands everything that Gao and Nobu are saying, but he has Wesley translate for him. He knows what they're saying. And he probably knows Russian as well. We don't see him speak Russian, I don't think. We do see him speak Chinese with Gao. But we know he knows these languages. But he hides it from them as like a sign of power. But this show shows conclusively that he doesn't know how to sign himself beyond a few basic phrases. And he doesn't seem to understand sign language either. Like, when Maya's speaking ASL, he needs a translator to understand it. Which shows that despite his words to the contrary, he actually regards Maya very little. Like, he made the effort to learn Chinese and Japanese because he was dealing with Gao and Nobu, and he respected them, and he needed them. He doesn't need Maya in the same way. She's not as important to him, and she actually calls him out on it. Yeah, I like that. I also like that she, even with this recognition that he doesn't actually care about her and regard her that highly, she actually tries to heal his trauma in the same way that she's actually faced some of hers using her powers. But he rejects that, which is very, very in character for Fisk. Really in character. But yeah, I don't know. Echo was good. I enjoyed it. I think it's a very nice, mostly self-contained character story, and I like that they gave it the Spotlight tag. Like, giving it this Marvel Spotlight banner makes people understand that, yes, this isn't part of the larger ongoing narrative. You can watch this on its own. And I think that's something we're going to see a lot more of now. I mean, Born Again also has it, I think. I think Agatha did as well. Or did it? Might not have. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. We'll see what they do with that aspect of the spotlight. I think maybe some other characters should have had that banner. Maybe Moon Knight should have had that back when it came out, and I think people might be expecting less from it as a result. It's like with the Defenders saga when it was on Netflix. It was very self-contained. It was doing its own thing. They're crossing over with themselves, but not necessarily crossing over with the main Marvel universe. We'll see. I don't know. I'm intrigued. I'd like to see more of this character, but I don't necessarily think we need to at the same time. And if we do, I hope it's in Daredevil. You know, I'd like to see Echo come into Daredevil. That'd be cool. The next big release in the MCU is a film, and it's a film I absolutely love. But I'm also not going to speak about it much here because I am doing an upcoming episode on all of the Marvel films at Fox. And because this movie, Deadpool and Wolverine, feels like a conclusion to that, that is where I want to talk about it. But I tell you what is in my script for this at the minute. I have just put fan service, and that's a good thing. Because this movie is pure fan service. Like a lot of the third act of Endgame was. And I think your mileage for fan service can vary depending on obviously how much of a fan of the things you are. But fan services can be a tricky thing to negotiate. I think this does a very good job. I enjoyed Deadpool and Wolverine a hell of a lot. I've watched it in the cinema. I think I watched it twice in the cinema. I enjoyed it that much. And I've watched it several times since it's come to streaming. I think I've watched it about 3 or 4 times. Absolutely loved it. I think it's very fun, very silly. And it's pure fan service. Like, if you're a fan of those old Fox films, if you're a fan of the Marvel Comics, if you're a fan of the characters of just Deadpool and Wolverine, it does so much and does it so well. And I'm going to get, like I said, I'm going to get more into it in a future episode. This episode is going to be long enough as it is without me just lavishing praise on Deadpool and Wolverine, especially because that also feels contrary to the point of this episode. But yeah, let me just say I like it, and I like it very much for what it is. And I'm aware it is a pure popcorn fan service movie. But that is exactly what I love about it. Deadpool and Wolverine is a big budget popcorn movie. And for me, it's exactly what I wanted. In some ways, it's probably more than I wanted. Like, there were things I weren't expecting to get in this that I did, and I was so happy about it. And, you know, I even went into this being spoiled. Like, I'd seen all the spoilers. I knew everything that was coming up in it. Didn't care. I still absolutely loved it. But yeah, I'll get to that when I get to it. I think Deadpool and Wolverine is a middle ground. It's still got so much impact and influence from the previous Fox movies, while also being an MCU property. And it's kind of trudging that line between the two. It doesn't feel completely like part of the MCU, but it also doesn't feel like completely part of the Fox universe as was. So I think it's kind of one of the most important movies in this whole multiverse saga. But seeing how that all pays off is going to be interesting, because you've got a movie that has an R rating that a lot of kids might not be able to see. I don't think that's a problem. I think the characters can work in a family-friendly setting. Like, even Deadpool, even this version of Deadpool. Like, Deadpool can work. I've been playing Lego Marvel on stream. I've got a video for that on my... I will have a video for that on my streaming channel very soon. Deadpool's in that, and Deadpool works really well in that. In fact, I don't think I've done the Deadpool levels, but I will do them eventually. So, yeah, you'll see. Deadpool works really well. It is what it is. But yeah, I'll talk more about Deadpool and Wolverine another time. I've got a lot of things to say about it. Mostly good. A few nitpicks, but mostly just lavishing praise on it. And I will do that in the right time when I'm talking about the other Fox X-Men movies, because so much of what I like about it and what I think it does well relates to those movies. So that's why I'm going to talk about it there rather than here. Next, we come to Agatha All Along. This is pretty much a direct sequel to WandaVision. Features a lot of the recurring characters from Westview returning, especially Agatha herself, as well as several others. I thought this was absolutely fantastic. I watched this after I had been spoiled as to what was actually going on. I came to this quite late. I wasn't watching it as it was airing. So I kind of been spoiled on a lot of the big twists in it. Like who, for example, the teen was, who Aubrey Plaza's character Rio Vidal actually was, the idea of what the Witch's Road was, things like that. So I knew all of that, but I do think it's a mystery that builds really well across the whole series. And when those reveals actually happen, I think it worked. I think I think it all came at the right time. And I think, see, there's a lot of callbacks to WandaVision with this, like with the fact that it's the longer episode count. You know, it's 9 episodes, same as WandaVision was. Although the episodes here seem to be longer than WandaVision. Like, I think there's a longer overall runtime for Agatha all along than there is for WandaVision. But there's so many similarities between the two, and in terms of that mystery. But I think part of the biggest problem with WandaVision is they couldn't do reshoots on it because of COVID. And so there's probably some bits that they would have used to tie things together a bit better in the finale that probably aren't there. So in WandaVision, but they are in this. Everything in this works really well, and I think the conclusions, the conclusions and payoffs for all the storylines are satisfying. Is what I meant to say. Stumbled in my words there. I did like as well how we got to see so many of the Westview characters come back, but also in different versions as Agatha was incorporating them into her own delusions. So that was quite fun. Like, before we got revealed the characters themselves, we got to see like alternate versions of them in that first episode, which I did like. There's plenty of allusions through this, like allusions to real world pagan beliefs if you know enough about them. There's also plenty of pop culture references to the depiction of witches throughout fiction, and a lot of this is in the, you know, sort of highlighted in those final end credits in each episode, and I think it works really, really well. So yeah, I definitely enjoyed a lot of this, and the connections to some of the real world Wiccan beliefs and actual pagan beliefs, as well as all the pop culture stuff for witches. It was a lot of fun. The characters themselves were quite compelling. Like, this is one of those shows that I struggled to see the point of it when it was announced, but yeah, this was compelling. I enjoyed it. The characters are good. The members of the Coven, especially Jennifer, Lilia, and Alice, all feel like they get sufficient development. They get enough for their stories, for what's going on. But I mean, Alice and Lilia both get a focus episode. Jennifer gets a lot more bits of focus here and there, but doesn't get an overall focus episode in the same way that Lilia and Alice do. Especially Lilia. Like, Lilia's episode is fantastic. Definitely one of the high points of the series. The focus early on is clearly on Rio, Teen, and Agatha herself. And then obviously there's the big focal episode that reveals who Teen is, and that he's actually Billy, that comes later on, which I really like as well. And I think Joe Locke is very well cast in the role. Like, I'd not seen Heartstopper before this. I knew that was the thing he was sort of most well known for. But yeah, having seen this, he looks like Wiccan. Like Billy in the comics is Wiccan. He looks like that. It works really well. I like some of the song choices in this as well. I think some of the song choices work really well. That's a minor point. Like, there's some needle drops here that I think work really well. The focus on this being on those characters, I don't think it hurts. I think the through line here is Agatha, the mystery around Teen, and Agatha's connection to Rio, and how that is all revealed. And I think it all works very well. I love all of the different tests and how they all seem to focus on different elements of witchcraft. Like, there's one that requires making a potion, there's one that's tarot, there's one that's green witchery. And yeah, I like that. That's smart. I like that. They've all got like varied solutions. And then it's, you know, the final twists of the Witch's Road and the craft and everything about it and how it all ties everything together. And I spoke briefly on the music. I have to say the ballad is really well done. Like there are there's about 6 different versions of it in the show, like sung by members of the cast. It becomes this recurring motif that comes back in the actual score as well. But yeah, having it in these multiple different iterations, like there's the version they sing where they actually conjure the Witch's Road in the first place. The version they sing in Alice's version. There's the version that plays over the murder mystery Agatha show. Yeah, really well done. I like this. Yeah, the ballad was good. Like that's going to be added to my playlist, I think. In probably all of its versions. And it's just a really catchy song. Like, it's a really catchy, very good song. So in all, I want to say Agatha All Along, for a series that I didn't feel like I saw the point of when it was announced. I didn't see who was asking for this. I didn't see what the point of it was. Why are we focusing on Agatha? Why are we trying to give Agatha this big push? But I think it was really well done. It was a pretty solid entry in the universe. It helps that it's being carried by great actors like Joe Locke and Catherine Hahn, as well as all the others, Patti LuPone especially. Put in some great work in this. Aubrey Plaza as well is fantastic. And they do some really good stuff. Really good stuff. And, you know, Catherine Hahn's a very good actress, and she carries a lot of this on her shoulders. And I think if she wasn't so compelling to watch, this would have struggled. But she's so good as Agatha, and this take on Agatha Harkness is one that I'm really enjoying. They've tried to sort of synergize it into the comics, and I don't think it works as well there because it's not Catherine Hahn carrying it. I think it's one where the charisma of the actor is what is carrying this role, and yeah, it's good. I think it was well done. I think it was solid. I think it feels more like a spin-off. It feels very much like it's focusing on a single corner of the universe, similar to how some of the early film and TV projects did before they wove themselves into the overarching saga, like the Defenders saga, for example. You know, it's focusing on a corner of the Marvel Universe. And it does it very well. I think it illustrates the differences between witchcraft and magic. You know, sorcery as we know it in like Doctor Strange. Yeah, like I said, Agatha's great, Billy's great. I'm really interested to see the next part of this story where they find Tommy, because we know that's coming up now. It's definitely going to happen. Aubrey Plaza as Death was great. Like the reveal of her as Death and the effects they used for her, absolutely fantastic. And in the comics, Thanos and Deadpool are both in love with Death, and I was of the opinion that if they were going to bring Death into the MCU, knowing that they were bringing in Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool, I thought that would be a good way to change Morena Baccarin so that they weren't using Vanessa, because they don't seem to know what to do with Vanessa since Deadpool 2. They seem to have struggled with what to do with her. So I thought the idea of having her become Death would be a good one. And I still think that could work, but I think if you're not going to go that route, Aubrey Plaza as Death is a great one. Like, that's really good casting. And yeah, she did great in this. Yeah, really, really good. I enjoyed this. Like I said, I was very dubious about Agatha all along when it was announced, but I loved it. It was a lot of fun. Right, Captain America Brave New World. It was originally called New World Order. This is one that's actually gone through a lot of behind the scenes changes. This and Thunderbolts, which I'll talk about in a bit. but this one, I know there was a lot more drastic behind the scenes changes. I was following rumors, casting announcements, everything about this for a long time, and I know that there are certain people who were cast in it earlier who had been spotted on set, like the wrestler Seth Rollins, who obviously had roles in this movie and have been removed at some point. I know Giancarlo Esposito was quite a late stage addition, which suggests that everything that happens with his character Sidewinder is a result of a late change. So yeah, there is some behind the scenes stuff going on here which has obviously affected the final product. The final product itself, though, is pretty good. It's quite a natural follow-up to Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but without necessarily feeling like you need to have seen that to understand what's going on. If you went straight from Endgame to this, for Sam, it wouldn't feel like you were missing a chapter. Unlike Multiverse of Madness with Wanda's arc, there's a few characters you might not be as familiar with, like Isaiah, but I'll get to that. Joaquin is cool, and him using Sam's old tech as Falcon works pretty well. Like I said, Isaiah is probably the biggest thing that might not be as easy to understand, but I think who he is and his relationship to Sam is explained well enough, and the connection between the characters is sold really well by the actors. I mean, Carl Lumbly is a great actor. His chemistry with Anthony Mackie works. Yeah, I like Isaiah. I think he's a good character. There are some things that are a bit harder to make easy sense of. One of the big things that bugged me was the timing of the presidential election, because the MCU has tried to align quite closely with real-world dates, but has also aligned in recent years with the dates that are identified by fans. Now, those dates, I mean, I'm going to shout out to the people who work on the MCU Wikia or the MCU fandom page on their timeline stuff. They are phenomenal. They use everything from bits on screen, bits in production, all the way down to like phases of the moon and minor background details like times different technology was released and things like that, to try and narrow down exactly when these films take place. They do a phenomenal job. But there are some things about their plans for this movie especially that I maybe have issue with. I don't know, I need to look more into their justifications to why they're placing this in certain places. But yeah, the MCU timeline wiki places the battle for Earth in Endgame, which is when everyone gets brought back into existence and everything like that. They place that in about October 2023. So roughly 5.5 years after everyone was snapped, which took place in about May 2018. 2024 and 28 would be the relevant presidential election years after that date, after the Battle of Earth. But the election that Ross has won doesn't make sense with either of those based upon other clues in the film. So my theory is that the election took place in either 2025 or 2026. So placing the majority of the film 5 months later in either April 26th, April 2026 or April 2027. Looking online, most people are of the thought that this film is taking place in April 2027. I think it makes more sense being in April 2026 based on other context clues in the film, but I'll have to check all the other entries to see if that timeline lines up. But for me, that's a hobby, not the passion it is for the other people on the wiki. Like, the people on the wiki, they are really dedicated to their work. I just want to try and make sense of it so that I can one day, as we get to the end, as we get towards Secret Wars, I want to rewatch these in timeline order. To do that, I need to have a rough idea of how that is, and find the best watch order for them. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. I think it's one of those. I think the assumption is that there is an election off of the usual 4-year schedule at some point after everyone comes back from the blip. For me, 2025 makes sense because that's also aligns with the New York election for Wilson Fisk as mayor. but then there's also 2026 is when you would also do the House elections and Congress elections and things like that, the midterms. So yeah, I mean, I suppose it depends how the elections worked in 2020 in this universe. Like, what happened after the blip? Was there an election in 2019 that threw everything off? We don't know. So yeah. But yeah, go back to the movie. Sidewinder is great. And like I said, the Sidewinder stuff, anything with Giancarlo Esposito, is a result of a lot of the behind the scenes changes and reshoots. And I was worried that all of that would show a lot more than it does in the finished product. Like, in the actual finished product, it's quite seamless, those additions, those transitions. He fits into the plot very, very well. Ross's story is good, and I think they completely justified recasting Ross after the unfortunate death of William Hurt. It wasn't as untimely as Chadwick Boseman's death, but it is one of those that did stand out to me because obviously there was the reluctance to recast Chadwick Boseman, which I completely understand and I am kind of on board with. But obviously William Hurt was recast with Harrison Ford, and it's one of those I was dubious about it because the MCU has recast characters before, but recasting after a death is hard, and part of it could be that they had already done pre-visualization of the Red Hulk and they were working on that, and that's a lot of effort to throw away because again, these films are very CGI heavy. That CGI takes years to make, so pre-production on that is starting way before filming does. So there's a lot of work that they could have lost. But there's also various other Red Hulks in the comics that they could have used. But they actually justified this by saying, no, Harrison Ford is playing Ross, and they justified it by giving a story for Ross that explained why that's the case. And I think they sell it because obviously Harrison Ford, who's a great actor, who just does a brilliant job with the role, and is actually probably better at selling this version of Ross than I think William Hurt would have been. William Hurt's a good actor, but I think Harrison Ford sells this version of Ross a lot better. Ruth Bat Seraph is one of the most controversial elements of the film, I think because of a lot of the real world issues with Israel and Shira Haas's own history. As far as I can tell from research, Shira Haas, the actress, has not really spoken about the current situation with Gaza and Israel one way or the other. The current genocide in Palestine. In case you are in any doubt of where I land on this, it's a genocide. Israel is guilty of a genocide. Palestine has a right to protect itself. That's not to say that Palestine is, completely exempt from any criticism. Hamas is still a terrorist organization, but there are innocent people being killed in Palestine, and it's being justified as attacking Hamas by the Israeli government when it is demonstrably not the case. So yeah, that's my bit about that. Looking at it, Shira Haas has not spoken about the current situation with Gaza one way or the other. The only thing she's done is co-signing an open letter calling for the safe release of the October 7th hostages that was sent to President Biden in 2023. So that's how long ago, anyone can tie anything from the actress to the current situation. She's not like some celebrities who have gone over and signed IDF bombs, which have then been used to bomb hospitals and children, so it's not that bad. She herself did serve in the IDF. That's not necessarily something you can instantly tar her with because Israel does have mandatory national service. There's a lot of Israeli actors who have served in the IDF. Gal Gadot is one of them. However, Haas did have a medical exemption, but volunteered anyway. However, that was also years ago at this point. Like, her military service with the IDF was a long time ago. the character of Sabra in the comics is much more controversial than Ruth is in this movie. Ruth is also never given that name, which, you know, again, is a name that has very controversial connotations because of its use both by Israel and Palestine, and what the term Sabra means to them both. They also make the character a former widow rather than a Mossad agent, which is obviously what she is in the comics. And they make her an explicit member of the US government, so she's only actually tied to Israel by birth. So in this film, her Israeli identity, not really an issue. I can understand the real world issues around it, but in the film, not really an issue. Stearns' transformation into the leader is long overdue and is great to see. And while there are some elements of his visual design I love, like for example his glowing green eyes when he's in shadow, there are also parts I absolutely hate. Like I said, I already like the green eyes, the glowing eyes. I think they're brilliant. I like when it's revealed that one eye is damaged, which makes him look much more unhealthy than other characters we've seen with horrific gamma exposure, like Hulk. You know, I hate the design. Hate the design of his head, though. It makes him look vulnerable, like more vulnerable than he should be, like his brain has lost its skull. And I think there are probably better ways to convey the intelligence that the character has and be more true to the comics. Like, I like the elongated head look that a lot of the pre-release merchandise has for the character. Most notably, for example, the pop vinyl. That would have been based on an early design for Stearns. So Stearns' design was obviously changed at some point late in production. And yeah, I don't like this as much as what merchandise led me to believe his design would have been. So yeah. Plot-wise, though, I do like what's done with him, including his links to Ross and to Sidewinder, and his methods of control over what seem to be random targets. But I also like that his plan based on probabilities is completely undone by Cap just straight up beating the odds. You know, and that feels very much a traditional Marvel superhero story, like having the character beat the odds. The plot takes us to the Red Hulk. I think the Red Hulk looks fantastic. Like I said, I get the feeling because of how Marvel works, a lot of the Hulk pre-visualization was done before filming even started, which is what necessitated recasting Ross to use the character. Like I said, Ross is the most famous version of the Red Hulk. He's not the only version, but he is the most famous version. And he has the benefit of Thunderbolt Ross already being established in this universe. I like the facial capture that they've used for Hulk. I think it captures very well how lost he was when he first saw his transformation in the reflection. Yeah, overall, I think the Red Hulk looks stunning. It's quite hard to criticize. In fact, my biggest criticism regarding the Red Hulk is how the trailers spoiled it. But I'm not sure how they could have effectively marketed the film without that reveal. Like, it takes me back to apparently with No Way Home, one of the plans was to sort of advertise it as like this fight between Doctor Strange and Spider-Man, to sort of preserve all the multiverse stuff. But it's one of those, I think that would have been a terrible decision. I'm not sure who you would have used in the marketing as the main villain for this film if you hadn't used Red Hulk. I think the only one they could have done it is Sidewinder and gone for a more political thriller aspect. But then I think that might have been too much of a rug pull on people who are expecting something a bit more like Winter Soldier, because they turn up and suddenly there's the Red Hulk. I don't know. I think it's kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't kind of thing. You know, like, I don't work in marketing. I'm not sure what the best way to do it. I do want to draw attention to one thing that did bother me as well, which is the end credits design. I want to draw attention to it because I just find it very, very bland. previous Captain America films, especially, have had some of my favourite credit sequences in the MCU. And when I want to be clear, when I'm talking about credit sequences, I'm talking about the animation that plays for the the big credit sequence, that way we get the main piece of music shortly before we get the mid-credit scene, if there is one. Those credit sequences are fantastic, and they can be full of concept art, they can be full of a lot of things that are evoking the tone of the film, and the Captain America films especially have some of my favourites. Civil Wars is great, Falcon and the Winter Soldiers is great, Winter Soldiers is incredible, love that, I love the music for it as well, and even the first Avengers is brilliant. I love the tone that it's going for. This is just bland. The flashing lights and the abstract nature of it, I suppose, are designed to be similar to what Stearns does to control his targets, but compared to previous entries, it is just so underwhelming in comparison. The final thing I want to address for this, and it seems like I buried the lead because it's the main character, it's Sam himself as Captain America. I think it is a great evolution from all the previous stuff we've seen with this character, like having him grow into the role of Captain America over previous films. I love that he doesn't have the serum. I love that he is just an ordinary man with technology and skills, and I have even seen people criticize online that is completely unbelievable, especially because he goes up against the Hulk, right? But that is no different to a hero like Batman going up against some of the bigger DC heavy hitters like Superman. Okay, which everyone is perfectly willing to accept and stretch their disbelief for. Why not here? Couldn't possibly be because Sam is a black man stepping into the role of a white hero, huh? Maybe. I think Anthony Mackie and the filmmakers have done a great job selling that Sam is probably out of his depth, and he knows it, and it gets addressed in the dialogue, but that also doesn't mean that he can't step up to the plate and do the job, and I think he does it admirably. I think it's, brilliant. I think if you're willing to accept narrative, to suspend your disbelief for the idea that Batman can take on some of the people that he takes on, you have to be willing to accept that Captain America can do the same. Even if that Captain America has no super soldier serum. And if you can't accept that, I don't know what to tell you. If you can accept it for Batman, but you can't accept it for Sam Wilson, the only reason I can justify that is that you have something against the Sam Wilson specifically, and the most obvious one is he's a black hero. So if it's not born of racism, I really want a good justification as to why you can't buy it with Sam, but you can buy it with Batman. If you can't buy it with either, that's fine, I'll accept that. But if you accept Batman and you can't accept Captain America, we've got a problem. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought. Now we come to the entry in the MCU that I was probably the most excited for, but the most nervous for, and that is Daredevil Born Again. I have spoken before about how much I loved Daredevil the first time round. Like, I would count Daredevil as one of my favourite television shows. I think season 1 and season 3 especially are verging on perfect. I think, leading up to Born Again, I rewatched all of Daredevil and Defenders, not the entire Defenders saga, but like Daredevil season 1, season 2, Defenders, and season 3. And I still hold that season 2 is a bit muddled. Defenders is good but not brilliant, but season 1 is incredible, and season 3 is pretty much perfect. I love season 3 of Daredevil. I think it's absolutely fantastic. So this had big boots to fill, and this is a show that had some very drastic behind the scenes reshuffling. Like, when it was originally announced, this was going to be 18 episodes And it was going to bring back Charlie Cox as Matt Murdock / Daredevil, and Vincent D'Onofrio as Wilson Fisk / Kingpin. And there was no word on whether Matt and Foggy, Karen, Vanessa. I think Vanessa was going to come back, but she was originally played by someone completely different. Not Islet Zura and Dex and all these other characters. They weren't going to reappear. It wasn't going to be a sequel. It was going to be a reboot. It was going to be new iterations of these characters played by the same actors, but not necessarily the same Daredevil, the same Kingpin. And when that was announced, well, I don't think it was even really announced, it was kind of rumoured, I had very mixed responses to that. On one hand, I was really happy that these characters were coming back, but for me, the goal had been to save Daredevil. And saving Daredevil didn't just mean saving the character of Daredevil, it meant saving the show of Daredevil. That show is perfect, and it's because of the cast and the chemistry between that cast. So that was what I wanted back. I didn't just want a new iteration of Daredevil, I wanted that old Daredevil show back again. Then they announced they were going to change it. It was going to be season 1 and season 2. This one's going to be 9 episodes. I think season 2 is going to be a bit less. Some of the work that had already been done was thrown out. Some was kept. Some was reshot. They brought back Islet Zura as Vanessa and reshot all of her scenes. They brought back Eldon Henson and what's her name? Deborah Ann Woll as Foggy and Karen. They brought back Frank as well as Punisher. John Bernthal as the Punisher. They brought him back. They even announced that Wilson Bethel was coming back as Bullseye, as Dex, and yeah, I was so happy. I saw the leaks of costumes when things were being filmed, and I was so happy. I was like, we're back. We got it. We won. Without being dicks to anyone, without being horrible, without doing any of the some of the more extreme Snyder Bro stuff that happened there. It was just fans being fans and being like, we really want to see this. Don't give us something close to it. Give us it. Give us what we want. And people listened, and there was a reshuffle. There was a creative reshuffle behind the scenes, and this show was completely redone, and we got everything back. And I'm happy with the result. I'm happy with what Born Again is. There's issues I have with it, but overall I'm happy with it. I think it shows very little evidence of how much of a reshuffle happened behind the scenes. It feels very well put together. It does feel like one half of a story. Like season 2 is coming next year, and it feels like it's again like Loki, where season 1 and season 2 are going to be telling two halves of the same story. It's a cliffhanger ending. Things aren't resolved. The resolution is going to come later. And when this story is resolved, that's when I'm really going to have my full opinions on it. But as it is, I like it. I think it focuses in equal parts on both Fisk and Matt. And I think it focuses really well on them both. I think Frank, Karen, Vanessa, and Dex all have prominent supporting roles, as well as the new characters as well, like Heather and Blake, who all get quite a lot of good stuff to do as well. Foggy is seemingly killed off in the opening, which is heartbreaking, to be honest. Part of wanting Daredevil to come back was wanting that chemistry between the three leads, and the scenes that we do get of the three of them are perfect. Like, the three of them have not missed a single beat. They are straight back exactly as they were. The same banter is there, and it's so good. It's so refreshing, and I have suspicions as to where the storyline with Foggy might be going, because there is basis for some of these things in the comic books. And I'm really hoping that he's not actually dead. Like, he's seemingly dead, but not actually dead. I hope that's the case. It might just be wishful thinking, but, you know, they've said that we're going to get more of Foggy in season 2, so that's what I want. The new cast, though, is interesting. I think Heather and Kirsten especially have really good and complex relationships with Matt, and in Heather's case also with Fisk. Like, the relationship between Heather and Fisk is very good. Heather is a good character. She's in the comics. She's not been adapted into live action before, but yeah, she's quite prominent in a lot of important comic arcs for Daredevil, and one of his more prominent love interests. So it's good to see her. This takes place over quite a long period of time, so the relationship between Matt and Heather builds quite a lot, quite quickly. But yeah, I don't hate it. BB and Blake seem like their plots are just beginning, and I'm curious to see where they go in season 2. Blake especially is very interesting, and I quite like BB's interview segments, where she's interviewing people on the street. That's quite fun. It gives a lot of a sort of grounded real life approach, that's been lacking in a lot of the larger MCU stuff. So yeah, I do like that. In a lot of ways, this feels like exactly what I wanted from a new Daredevil show. The character drama is solid, the budget is bigger, the action looks better than ever, and, you know, the two main leads, Fisk and Matt, they haven't lost anything. They are exactly the same as they were, and they're both brilliant. Like, the scenes between them, like the scene with the two of them in the diner, fantastic, so tense. They know everything about each other, and they're playing this like elaborate chess game almost. Yeah, it's good. I like the relationship between them. I was suspecting that at the end of this we might get something from the Mayor Fisk arc in the comics, where Fisk, to try and sort of keep an eye on Matt, appoints Matt as DA. That's not where they went for the final episode, and I'm actually kind of glad they didn't, because I do quite like what they did instead. And I think it would make for a much more interesting season 2. But yeah, I like it. I also like a lot of the side plots that they added. They added in the plots with Hector Ayala as White Tiger, like that. Muse was quite good. I do think sort of Muse's final episode, his confrontation with Heather, wasn't the best, but I think his civilian identity is more prominent in the earlier episodes than maybe I noticed the first time, so I do kind of want to watch it back and see how prominent he is. The reveal for Adam and the twist that made in Vanessa and Fisk's relationship, that was great. Loved that. That was a brilliant reveal. And what they did with that. Vanessa in this is great. She's so fun. So dark. They've really done a really good job with her. And it was even nice to see Yusuf, like that cameo in the bank. Not even a cameo, it was a supporting role in that episode, and it was really good. So yeah, he added something, and all these characters I think made for quite rewarding episodes in the ones where they get a focus. So Hector, Muse, and Yusuf all add much more to the episodes that they're in than they take away. So yeah, I was nervous on this based on some of the things that had been said. Like, one of the comments that came out from one of the showrunners was that he thought that he made a comment about how the Netflix show in some aspects was cheap. And it kind of is. Like, it's a lower budget show for sure than what Born Again is. But he was kind of saying, you know, he was saying you felt that in that some scenes were just people talking in a room. For me, some of the best scenes in that early Daredevil show are the characters talking in a room. There are some of the best, like one of my favorite episodes of the original run of Daredevil is Nelson v MODOK, which is episode 10 of season 1, and it's where Foggy realizes who Matt is. And for most of the episode, Matt is wounded on a sofa. Like, he's really badly wounded. He's been beaten by Nobu. He's very badly damaged. And Foggy and him are just talking. Well, not even talking, arguing. And it's interspersed with flashbacks of them as younger men and the building of their friendship, as in the present day of the show, that friendship is fracturing. And the whole episode is just carried by the two of them talking. But it's so well done, because they're just nailing it. Like, as great as and as memorable as things like the hallway fights are, and some of the other big confrontations, and like Matt and Frank on the rooftop in season 2, or things like that. Some of the best scenes in that original Daredevil, even going back to that Matt and Frank one, that's them talking for most of it. Most of the best scenes in Daredevil are characters talking, because that's where you really drill into the characters. You get into the characters when you have the characters talk. And as cool as the action stuff is, that's one of the benefits of having a longer form piece of storytelling. With a movie, with a superhero film, you're kind of expecting these big action scenes. And with a show like Daredevil, you want some bits to be slower. It can't be full intensity all the time. It has to slow down. It has to have conversations. And that's one of the things I think Daredevil did so well. Like, probably better than its other contemporaries in the Defenders saga, if I'm completely honest. There's some scenes of some characters talking in things like Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, and especially Iron Fist, where it's hard to care about any of the characters. So if you're not caring about them, you don't really care what's happening. That was never the case with Daredevil, because these characters were so well written and so well performed, and that's why I wanted them back. So yeah, this doesn't feel quite like a full return to form yet, but I am very excited to see the second season, especially because I get the feeling we are going to get more Defenders. We already know that Jessica Jones is coming back. Kristen Ritter is returning as Jessica Jones. She's been seen on set. She's done costume tests. It's been officially confirmed, officially announced. So we know she's coming back. There's a rumour that Mike Colter might be coming back as Luke Cage. There's a rumour that Finn Jones might be coming back as Danny Rand. I want them all back, if I'm completely honest. Jessica's great, Frank is great, but I want Luke, I want Danny, I want Colleen, I want Misty. They've all these actors have said they are willing to come back. They literally just want the call. They're more than happy to do it. Like, Jessica Henwick turned down another role in the MCU because she didn't want it to preclude her coming back as Colleen. That's how dedicated she is to the character. Bring them back. Bring them all back. And give us that big action payoff at the end of this. Because what we got, if this season was all set up, it's some great setup and could really pay off into some very, very good stuff later on. So, yeah, here's hoping. And I think even if it's just Jessica and Frank that we get, and we don't get any of the others, that's good. I think Jessica and Matt had some great chemistry in Defenders. Like, their chemistry in Defenders was probably better than some of the others, or definitely better than some of Matt's chemistry with the others. And I loved how Karen sent Frank to look after Matt. I thought that was really well done. And yeah, Punisher and Daredevil work really well together in this. Like, they again, John Bernthal and Charlie Cox have some really good chemistry, especially when Karen's on screen to kind of bridge the gap between them. And that final post-credit scene with Frank where he breaks that guy's arm, oh Oh, that was perfect. Perfect. And we know we're getting more Punisher as well. They've spoken about doing a Marvel Spotlight, like a special presentation, like they did with Werewolf by Night for Punisher. That's coming out next year after this. And then they've also spoken, I think it's been officially announced now that John Bernthal is going to be in Brand New Day. So he's going to be the first one making the transition to film from the Defenders. And I'm on board with it. I like the Punisher. I like this version of the Punisher. Because Punisher is a character that can be... When he's written well, he can be very relatable, very thrilling to watch. When he's written badly, he can be pretty much a villain. And John Bernthal apparently almost left Daredevil Born Again before the big rewrite because he didn't like the directions they were taking Frank. And he actually said, you need to fix this or I'm gone. And I love that conviction that he has to that character where he's like, no, he knows what they want to do with the character. And they actually kind of did some political commentary about the people wearing the Punisher's symbol and had Frank turn around and call them all assholes. Call them all a joke. Brilliant. The fact that actually said it, like direct to camera, like all those people who see Punisher as a good guy, you're wrong. Like the Punisher himself called you wrong, thinks you're dumb. Oh, so good. So good. Like this is some of the best writing and best portrayal that Punisher has had in years from Marvel. So yes, more of this please. More Punisher, more Daredevil, more all of it. Just I'm so excited for season 2. Like I was nervous going into this. This has sold me on it. I'm here now. Season 2, very excited for it. Any kind of trepidation I had is gone. Any nervousness I had about what they could do with it is completely gone. I'm on board now. And I'm very, very excited for it. And finally, Thunderbolts, or New Avengers, as it's also known. They revealed that quite early in the release, that it's also known as the New Avengers. I kind of wish they'd delayed it a bit longer for that reveal, but to give more people a chance to see it in the cinema. But I get why they did, because there were other big films about to release, like How to Train Your Dragon and things like that were going to steal thunder from Thunderbolts. And I think Thunderbolts has only recently left cinemas. It's not on streaming yet. I don't think it's available for rent until early next month. So I don't want to spoil too much for anyone who hasn't seen it. Like, I'm not going to go over too many plot specifics. But, light spoiler warning if you still haven't seen it. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's very, very different to any iteration of the Thunderbolts in the comics that I've read. And seeing the subtitle New Avengers, that kind of explains why. The Thunderbolts in the comics, when they were originally introduced, it was after the Onslaught saga, where the Avengers and Fantastic Four were believed dead, and the Masters of Evil decided to pose as superheroes to earn the trust of governments and sort of take that role that was filled by the Fantastic Four and the Avengers. Like, they even got control of the Baxter Building, they got given all of the security access, things like that, and it was all part of a scheme by the Masters of Evil. So they were villains in disguise, but some of them actually genuinely enjoyed being heroes and being seen as heroes, and eventually reformed, and that was how Thunderbolts originally began, which is great. Then after that, you got the whole idea of sort of villains being conscripted as heroes, kind of Suicide Squad style. That sort of picked up around Civil War, but there were still aspects of what they used to be, what the Thunderbolts were. Like, some of the old Thunderbolts characters were still there. Then they became a kind of Black Ops team during Dark Reign under Norman Osborn. That's probably my least favourite version of them. Then Luke Cage led them for a while and had them as like a villain reforming group. which is kind of echoing back to the original run, but with much more obviously villain characters, but villains who were wanting to repent and wanting to redeem themselves, like Juggernaut was a member, for example. This isn't any of that. This is a group of lower level kind of spy-like heroes. I think the most prominent hero here is US Agent, who's, you know, former Captain America John Walker. It's good. Like, the plot here is that it's Val trying to tie up her loose ends because she's making a play for a big government role off the back of Brave New World. And so she's got to clear up her loose ends. And her loose ends include John Walker, Yelena, Ghost, Taskmaster. So she needs to get rid of them. Taskmaster probably gets the most shortchanged. She's not on screen for very long. I think that was kind of given away by the trailers, and it's unfortunate. Like, I like Taskmaster, and this version of Taskmaster deserves so much better. Like, everything they revealed about her in Black Widow, and this is the end of her storyline, that's really callous, and feels kind of cruel. Plot-wise, it's good. Florence Pugh and David Harbour as Yelena and Alexei, the definite highlights of the film. Their actual story between themselves, the character moments between them, fantastic, love it. They've got great chemistry. Lewis Pullman as Bob is really good, has a tremendous debut, and his debut is probably responsible for much of the emotional climax of the film, between him and Yelena, and I think they both do it really well. They both sell it. Like, it feels believable, and at the core, this is a film about mental health and depression, and that's how they beat it. And it starts with him wailing on, like, the darkness in... No, I'm going to stop because I'm going to get in spoiler territory. But, you know, if I talk about the ending too much. But yeah, Bob and Yelena, there's a lot of parallels between the story and between the two of them as characters, and that leads to the emotional climax of the film, which is... yeah, it's great. It's brilliant. Does it really well. Yeah, the comedy is good. The action is great. Both of that was expected, but it's the emotional core of this that I wasn't expecting. And that's the thing that I think helps Thunderbolts stand among some of the best in the MCU. Like, I would say this is one of the best movies since Endgame. It's one of the absolute highlights of the MCU for me. Like, not just the post-Endgame slate, but, like, overall, which I don't think I was expecting. And one of my favourite bits in this is you actually get to see heroes save people again, which we haven't seen for so long because of the secrecy around Marvel movies. We can't have loads of extras that need to be saved because we want to keep everything secret. We want to hide any big twist and reveal. And it's like, we get to see the heroes save people, and that's great. Really, really good. I enjoyed this. There's a lot to like in it. I like the visual designs for characters like the Void. I think some of the costumes are great. Yeah, the post credits is a great tease leading for later. The comedy works. It all hits for me. Bucky has got a great role in this. Like, as much as I focused on Yelena and Alexei, and how Yelena and Bob are the two that carry this movie, Bucky is a great supporting role in this, and gets a lot to do, that feels like a very good natural evolution of what we've seen with his character up until now. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think anything more would be getting into spoilers, which I don't want to do. I don't want to get into spoilers on this. And I probably will do in the future, when we get to, like, Secret Wars and Doomsday, Doomsday, and that's when I'm kind of going to be going back to the MCU, and I'll probably talk a bit more about Thunderbolts there. But yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm not going through spoilers now. I'll save that for another time. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It's one of the highlights. Definitely one of Marvel's best projects for me. And I can see why the guy responsible for this is being rumored to be the top pick at Marvel for X-Men. And if he handles the emotional core of X-Men as well as he did with Thunderbolts, I'm excited for that. I think that could work. The final new Marvel entry, which has recently come out, it actually came out between me recording all the previous stuff and recording other parts of the episode. So I don't know how much I'm going to talk about it because I haven't actually watched it yet, but I felt like I had to address it briefly, which is Ironheart. Ironheart has had a lot of negative criticism online from the usual suspects, in large part to the idea of Riri Williams coming along and tarnishing Tony's legacy and things like that. I have no interest in those discussions at all. I am sure the series is great. I enjoyed Dominic Thorne as Riri Williams. I'm sure the series is quite well made. It's got a lot of good talent in it. I'm willing to see what they do with the story. I'm relatively excited by it. My biggest issue with Ironheart is the way that it has been released. Like, this is the one thing I want to criticize, because I think Marvel have put this show out to die. Ironheart has been delayed for so long, and it's been delayed because of the changes and delays that happened to Captain America Brave New World and Thunderbolts / New Avengers, right? All of that has affected Ironheart. Ironheart's been deliberately delayed because of them, right? But when it came out, they decided to release 3 episodes one week and 3 episodes the following week. So it's still 6 episodes. It hasn't been cut down like Echo has. But they literally just released 3 at once across 2 weeks. They could have spaced it out. They could have engaged the discussion. They could have dropped it all at once if they really wanted to do that, like they did with Echo. There's problems with that too. Again, Echo was another one that I felt Marvel just kind of got out there because they wanted to get it out there and get it done and get it over with. And that's how it feels with Ironheart. And it makes it feel like they have no faith in the product and what they're doing with it. And that hurts. You know, this character got a good push in Wakanda Forever, was introduced quite well. The series, every trailer I've seen from it, every clip I've seen from it looks good. But I know there's some twists, you know, because I'm not someone who's bothered by spoilers, so I have seen some spoilers on this. And I know that some of the reveals for some of the characters are quite good. And, you know, there's ideas that are introduced. And I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. And obviously I've seen a lot of the online discussion and how people are saying, you know, what Riri is doing. And then they're comparing it to Tony building stuff in a cave. You know, I could criticize that much more. Like the false equivalence between Tony Stark and Riri Williams. You know, Riri is intelligent, and so is Tony. But Tony's what he built and the situation he built it under and what he was building it for is very, very different to anything Riri is trying to do. Like, even without seeing the series, I can say that. Like, Tony Stark was given cutting-edge weapons technology that he built, that he was already familiar with, and used it to build something. To build something insane to break out. You know, it's not that you built this in a cave with a box of scraps. That's not what he did. If you watch that first Iron Man film, as famous as that line from Stain is, you know, it was not a box of scraps. It was a box of very advanced high-tech weaponry that he dismantled to get exactly what he needed. Like, he knew that they all contained palladium, for example, and he knew exactly how much was there and how much he needed for what he was trying to make. You know, because he'd already built an arc reactor. He'd already built one. He knew the technology, and that the one that he built at Stark, full size, full power, presumably had way more resources. So he was already familiar with the tech. Oh, yeah, false equivalence. Anyway, regardless of any of the internet discourse, the biggest issue with it is that Ironheart feels like it's been set out to die, like there's no faith in it. And part of this is probably some of the ongoing things with the Marvel TV, which I'll get to in a bit. But yeah, Marvel seems to be moving away from streaming, and as a result, what they've done here with Ironheart is it feels bad. Like, this show has been waiting for this wrapped filming like 2 years ago, and the fact it's been waiting for this, that doesn't feel fair to a lot of young and talented actors. It feels like what happened with Blue Beetle, but at least with Blue Beetle there was a strike. You could understand why this film didn't get a marketing push, because it was a strike. Ironheart's having the push, but it is just out there to die. You know, it's like, here's 3 episodes, here's the next 3 episodes. No fanfare, no real build-up. A few adverts I've seen on social media. That's pretty much it. And that's a shame. Now, I want to talk briefly about Sony and their particular Marvel films. Sony has been doing like their own universe of Spider-Man Marvel characters. And they're in kind of a tricky situation because they own the rights to make films about a lot of Spider-Man's associated universe, but not necessarily Spider-Man himself, or if they do, they want to do that with Marvel. It's all very up in the air. The rights issues with Sony and Spider-Man, I'm still not entirely sure on what the current circumstances are. It seems very up in the air. And Sony obviously was developing some plans for these films. These films have been in production for a while. There's clearly been some kind of plan going in. And the problem is, I think what Sony's done has overall hurt Marvel in some ways. One of the biggest ways I think they've hurt it is the fact that there was no break. Like, there was a very, very big point made in some news articles and some places online, especially on fan pages, that through last year, through 2024, Marvel had several TV shows release, but their only film was going to be Deadpool and Wolverine. And it was the idea that fans would get a bit of a break. There wouldn't be this constant deluge of Marvel content. I mean, there still was. You still got Echo, you still got Agatha all along, you still got Loki season 2. So there was still quite a bit. But it's like, after the poor reaction to the Marvels and Quantumania, it was the idea that, yeah, if you want to follow Marvel in the cinema, you only need to see Deadpool and Wolverine. And it's Deadpool. It was building off of the established X-Men franchise, not really Marvel. So Marvel was having a break almost. Except that same year, Sony decided to release 3 movies, or was it 4? Because they released Venom: The Last Dance, Madam Web, and Kraven the Hunter. And it's like, how is there a break from Marvel when all these other films are released? And to most general audiences don't understand the distinction between a Sony Marvel movie and a Marvel movie. Or, you know, they just see Marvel. They don't know the difference between a Marvel film and a Marvel Studios film. It's all Marvel as far as I'm concerned. And a lot of them are wondering, you know, oh, when's Venom going to appear in Avengers? How's this all tie in? No one knows. And there's obviously been plans from Sony at certain points to have this all tie in, and they've been wanting to work with Marvel, but none of these things have really been that well received. So it hasn't. And oh my god, it's a nightmare. I don't know what they're doing, but now it seems like whatever they were doing is over. because whatever plans they had, all these films that they've been working on for years, I think Venom was 2018, and it's done. By 6 years later, it's done. And yeah, I mean, I've spoken about my thoughts on some of Sony's movies in previous ones. There's new ones that have released. There's more thoughts I have on some of them. I want to go a bit more in depth and just briefly cover all of the Sony movies and what they were possibly trying to do. So the first one I'm going to talk about is the only one that is actually a complete trilogy from Sony, which is the Venom trilogy. Personally, I think, considering that the main conceit of the first Venom film, I'm going to go through 1 to 3, but the main conceit about the first Venom film especially is doing a Venom origin story without Spider-Man, the Sin Eater, and other elements linked to that storyline. I think this does a pretty admirable job, to be honest. It's not great by any stretch. I don't think the Venom films are great. I don't think any of the Sony films are great. They're all flawed in various ways. But I think they're all perfectly average. Some of them are a lot better than average. But yeah, there's only a couple that I'd say were actually bad. And Venom, the 3 Venom ones are all pretty average. Eddie's downfall is pretty believable. It echoes the character's downfall in the comics. Tom Hardy's performance is, to be honest, what probably carries the film. Although I do wish at points that the symbiote had been voiced by someone else, because there are moments when some of the exclamations that Tom Hardy's making as Eddie sound more like Venom. And it makes it less clear that it's Eddie's the one actually talking, and that is a problem across all 3 of the films, but very definitely in the first one. They do a better vocal effect on Venom in the second and third one that I think makes it a bit easier. The main villain, Carlton Drake, pretty basic but perfectly hateable. It's very easy to see comparisons to a lot of real life billionaires and their casual cruelty and just lack of knowledge, because Drake himself does not seem that smart. He seems to rely on all the scientists around him. The action sequences are fine enough. They're all pretty serviceable. The symbiote effects look really good, especially how they move, with one shot being so good they actually reuse it, which is the scene of the purpley blue symbiote coming out of its tank. They reuse it again when they take Jenny Slate's character and sacrifice her to it. They just redub it. The final battle is a bit of a CGI slugfest, for better or worse, but it does feel like a film sequence in a way that some others in the genre don't. Stan Lee's cameo is one that seems more distracting than anything. I don't think this was actually one that I included on my ranking of Stan Lee's cameos, or if I did, it was very low, because I'm not a huge fan of it. It's the way he kind of references Venom somehow, and it's like, how does he know about Venom? I don't know, maybe it's just when I rewatched it recently, it sat with me and irked me a bit more than it did previously. I don't know, because I did rewatch all the Sony movies for this and wanted to come at them with a new eye. And yeah, I don't have a huge amount of complaints about the first one. The second one, though, Let There Be Carnage, there's a very large part of it that feels like it's trying to be a comedy film. And I think part of that may be that the success that Venom found in China. Because in China, they actually marketed Venom as a buddy comedy. Honestly, they did. If you're watching this on YouTube, there'll be a poster in the image. I will make sure I put one in. Because, yeah, they marketed it as a comedy. And for the most part, that works. Because Eddie and Venom do have this kind of odd couple dynamic. And that's still at play in this film. And for a couple of scenes, it really works. A couple of scenes, not so much. But a couple of scenes, it really, really works. And it's definitely a highlight of the film. Carnage slash Cletus and Shriek are all perfectly serviceable. Woody Harrelson is clearly having a lot of fun being the big ham for the role. There are some standout moments. I like Shriek dividing Cletus and Carnage, which is unlike any of the comics I'm aware of, but does make sense for this adaptation. Like, I don't think I've actually read Maximum Carnage yet, but I know in that they have Shriek and Carnage together, and I don't think Shriek's powers set Carnage off in the same way, or at least he avoids her in some way. I'm not sure how. I get what they're going for, but yeah, Shriek and Carnage are a lot closer in the comic than they are here. And to be fair, so are Cletus and Carnage. Cletus and Carnage actually refer to themselves as I, whereas Venom refers to themselves as we. It's suggesting that their bond is stronger, that they're more unified, but I'll get more to that in a minute. I love the animated sequence with the letter that Cletus sends. I think it's very well stylized. Knowing that a lot of elements of this film seem to have been cut, though, I wonder if that animation was perhaps more prominent in previous versions of the film, like maybe even a recurring element. Some other fun moments in this include Anne flirting with Venom when he's in Mrs. Chen's body to try and manipulate him, and the fight in the apartment between Eddie and Venom. There's also some bits like Venom at the party which don't land for me as well as the filmmakers quite clearly want them to. One major gripe I have about the film, though, is the size of Carnage. Firstly, because it feels quite inconsistent, but also secondly, Carnage in the comics has traditionally been much smaller than Venom. Like, Venom is the large one, Carnage is small and agile. But it's Carnage's symbiote that makes him more dangerous, because Cletus, Cassidy and the symbiote have a much greater synergy in the comics. Like I said, they refer to each other as I. They're much more strongly bonded, meaning that Carnage is able to do things with the symbiote that Venom just can't do. So Carnage is able to do things that Venom and Spider-Man have never been able to do, and it makes him incredibly dangerous. Now, I know in real life Woody Harrelson is obviously taller than Tom Hardy, but I think obviously because Venom grows when he becomes Venom in this, I think I still would have preferred it if they'd have kept Venom as being the bulky one, especially because we also had Riot in the previous film who was bulky. So the idea that, you know, Venom is the big one and Carnage is the small one, I think would have been good. And you know, they used his abilities to make him more dangerous, because Carnage is doing a lot more with the symbiote than we see Venom do. Like the extra tendrils, the weapons he's making, things like that. He does seem more dangerous straight away, but it's the fact they make him so much bigger as well, which I just don't like it. You know, I do on the whole love quite a lot about Carnage's design in this. I like the blood connection that seems to be at play, you know, in how his symbiote's animated. I like all his extra tendrils and how fleshy they look, and how he seems to be able to manipulate holes in himself so that bullets can pass through him. I thought that was really cool. You know, as though Cletus's actual body is not an impediment on anything that Carnage can do. And even the sounds that they've got for Carnage work, like the sound design is great. Some of the sounds do feel very familiar, though. Like, I swear I heard raptor sounds in there. And Woody Harrelson's voice that he uses for the character is also pretty good. Apparently it was something that Andy Serkis kind of helped him kind of develop. And yeah, because just like Tom Hardy doing Venom, Woody Harrelson is doing the voice for Carnage. And yeah, does a good job. The final one is Venom: The Last Dance. It's the conclusion to the Venom series. It's the one I probably had the most fun with, despite it also feeling in some ways like there's much less here to talk about. There's a lot of elements here with Imperium and the cast there, and Eddie and Venom are alone for a large part of the film, but their scenes are still a lot of fun. You know, the driving focus seems to be everything at Imperium. But there are things I like. Venom's facial animation is probably at its best here, especially when we have the, you know, as his kind of symbiote tendril, where the face comes out and is talking to Eddie. They really kind of nail the facial animation they give him, especially when he's looking around for the xenophages. Really like that bit, because he actually looks scared. We also get to see Eddie being part of some of the action sequences, especially that first action sequence. We see like the symbiote coming off of him and forming tendrils while Eddie is also leaping around as well. I enjoyed that quite a lot. And I also like seeing Venom taking control of other creatures. Like, they show so many more of them in the credit sequence than we actually see in the sequence in the movie. But like taking over the horse and then the fish and then the frog. I think that these venomized animals, they look so cool. They really do look good. And then, yeah, some of the ones they add into the credits just look even cooler. Like, they put a whale in, they put an elephant. Oh, really cool designs. I like the xenophages. I think they've got a pretty good design. And their ability to just shred people is way more visceral than I expected. The Moon family, the family of hippies, they're fine. They're harmless enough. Rhys Ifans is one of them. It's kind of nice to see him get another role. Rhys Ifans is a great actor. And kind of wasted as Lizard in some ways in Amazing Spider-Man. But yeah. Yeah, good to see him again. I could see why other people might not enjoy them, though. And I really enjoyed the final act of this. All the other symbiotes we got to see, many of whom had some standout moments in the big action sequences, but especially Sadie as Lasher, and the design of Agony as well. Teddy Payne, when she became Agony, her design was incredible. But it is a shame then that Venom has to die. But that feels like that's the best way to close the trilogy. Despite everything that they put in for Null, like the credit tease for Null especially, it feels like the best way to close out the trilogy is to separate Eddie and Venom. And that does kind of match a lot of the Marvel trilogies as well. If you look at the main Marvel trilogies that we've seen, there has always been some kind of big change for the hero. Like, Tony Stark in Iron Man 3 got rid of his armor, got rid of his arc reactor. Captain America at the end of Civil War was on the run. He wasn't Captain America anymore, but he was on the run. He wasn't actually Captain America. Thor in Thor Ragnarok, Asgard is gone. Thor and Loki are on their way to Earth. Thor's obviously gone through some huge changes, lost his eye, become the king, things like that. Guardians of the Galaxy 3, the Guardians completely break apart. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, maybe not so much, but the idea that there's been big changes in a lot of these trilogies at the conclusion of them, even if there is plans for something else later. And I think there were plans for something later with Null. Everything they were adding with Null shows they were planning on doing something later on. And I get that, and I'm fine with that. And I like that, this wouldn't have been the end of Venom. We would have got Venom back, or Eddie would have got a new symbiote, and we would have had a new character going forward. Maybe anti-Venom, perhaps. But, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it feels like the best way to close the trilogy. And that final scene of him going to New York City and seeing Lady Liberty, because that's what Venom wanted to do, I quite like as well. That's perfectly touching. But yeah, there's the credit tease for Null, and then there's Null himself in the film, and what is there for Null is great. Like, the visual design is incredible. The bits they use in the credit tease, and the flashback sort of showing, like, not a flashback, like the vision of what would happen if he got loose. Like, that's all pretty good, and there's some bits that they've obviously tried to sort of synergize with elements from Marvel, like the teleportation rings that he uses for the xenophages look very similar to sling ring portals, and I think that was done by design. But I do think the trailers really missold how much Null is in this film. Like, the trailers suggested that Null was going to be the main villain. And it's like, I loved the third act of this as it was. But the trailers suggested almost that, like, Null would be the main villain in the third act. And that's just not the case. It's like almost if we saw Thanos in the trailers for the first Avengers. You know, that's how it feels. It's like if we'd seen Thanos there, not Loki, Thanos. But yeah, everything about the character, his voice, his design, what they obviously clearly plan to do with him, I'm fine. I'm on board with that. And I really hope that character kind of gets picked up, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Null deserves a good adaptation. I like the King in Black storyline that introduces him. I like a lot of the stuff that Donny Cates has done with him in the comics. And I think he could work as a very good villain. Like, there's a lot of aspects of Null that have also kind of been touched on in the MCU. Like, All Black the Necro Sword is Gore the God Butcher's sword, which we saw in Love and Thunder. You know, that kind of that living sword. That is Null's sword. So that exists in the MCU. Null is kind of in an extra dimension, kind of outside of space and time. I don't know. I mean, there is a Venom symbiote in the MCU now. There's like a little bit that got left behind in, in No Way Home. So, I don't know. Potentially, there's ways to bring Null back if Marvel wanted to use the character. I kind of hope they do. I think it could be great. Even if just as like a little tidbit. Like a little side part in Secret Wars, maybe. I don't know. Secret Wars is probably going to be a very big movie anyway. Same with Doomsday. But I don't know. I think it could be good to try and tie these Sony movies in the same way they seem to be tying the X-Men movies in. And accepting them as flawed as they are and using something from them. And I think if you're going to use things from them, from the Venom movies especially, Tom Hardy's casting as Venom is great. The visual effect designs they use for the symbiotes is pretty good, and Null looks incredible. So there's definitely things that could be used here. Morbius, I think I've spoken about before and said I quite enjoyed, and I rewatched it again for this episode, and I stand by it. I still quite enjoy it. But it is such a mess. Like, I enjoy it, but I recognize it is terrible. Like, it raises moral questions, ethical questions about, like, Morbius worrying that he's going to need to feed on human blood because the fake blood that he's using, the artificial blood, which is blue, to keep the rating down. The artificial blood is not is no longer keeping his symptoms at bay. But so there's the idea that he's going to need to drink real blood. But then there's also the thing that some of his powers make no sense, like, at all. Like, some of them, like the echolocation and things like that, you could say, that's come from the bat DNA. How does turning into mist, how is that a thing? Where's that come from? Because there's bits where he's jumping and leaping around and he's turning into mist and he's moving really fast and kind of flying, and I'm like, that makes no sense at all. And especially because, like, when Milo seems to do it, Matt Smith as Milo, by the way, is a highlight of this film. Matt Smith is having such a good time hamming it up. is brilliant. But yeah, he for definitely for me is the high point of this film. Like Jared Leto, is quite a controversial actor at the best of times. If anything, I'd prefer them to be switched. I'd want I'd want Matt Lucas to be playing Morbius. Not Matt Lucas, Matt Smith to be playing Matt Lucas is a very different actor. Matt Smith to be playing Morbius, and I want Jared Leto to be Lucian. That would be much better. To be playing Milo, but yes, yeah. Oh my god, it's so dumb. And it's like the power sequences look incredible. Like the visual effects are pretty good. For all the misting and the echolocation and everything like that. Like the bit where he's tracking Martine across the city, and you got the echolocation and the pulses and everything's kind of going all misty. That looks really cool. It really does. I like it. I think it looks cool. But I can't deny that it's like, how does Morbius suddenly get this huge increase of power? Like with Milo, you can kind of understand it. He's obviously been drinking blood. He's been going around actively murdering people. Like we see him kill like 3 or 4 people and feed directly from them in this. So yeah, if he's getting more extreme powers as a result of actually feeding on human blood. But Morbius isn't doing that. So where is his powers coming from? Although he does, I suppose, because he kind of feeds from Martine, and then she ends up having like vampire-style powers at the end as well. So there's that aspect. Oh, it's a mess. But at the same time, there's something fun here. Like even beyond all the memes, the memes were great. I can't deny there are some fun things here. I like Tyrese Gibson as Stroud. Apparently they did film sequences of him with like a robo arm. Like there's behind the scenes shots of it, but all those sequences were cut. I'd be quite interested to see him with his weird robo arm and have that as a superhero thing. Like Tyrese Gibson as a superhero is just something that I think needs to be done at some point anyway. He's a good actor. He clearly wants to be in one of these movies. He's outspoken several times about certain characters he wants to play. Just get him in one of these movies, man. He's good. Yeah, Matt Smith seems to have been duped into this, thinking it was an actual Marvel film. I'll speak a bit more on that in a minute. But yeah, it's a mess. And it's a mess, but it's an entertaining mess. Which I think is the best descriptor for most of these Sony movies, to be completely honest. Like, it really is. Like, if I think about it, even the Venom films, Madam Web, they're all messes, but they're entertaining messes. And yeah, there's elements of this that I quite enjoy. And the realization of Morbius's powers is one of them. The realization of the vampire powers and how they move and how they work. There's a lot of things that were teased, like the whole Spider-Man stuff and connections to that, which were teased and then don't actually appear. He does name drop Venom at some point, but that doesn't even make sense within the context of this universe. Like, if the Sony Earth is supposedly like a cohesive universe, which according to Spider-Verse it has its own Earth number, then how does he know what Venom sounds like? And what Venom's calling card? It makes no sense. It really doesn't make any sense. Especially because this isn't in San Francisco. This is in New York as well. So there's that aspect to it as well. Oh. Yeah. Oh. The problem is that narratively it makes no sense. There's some very entertaining scenes, but the story, like the main driving plot of whether he needs to feed on human blood, just kind of gets abandoned. It's completely unresolved. Martine is just kind of left for dead towards the end of the movie. Like, how does he control the bats isn't explained. How does he turn into mist isn't explained. And then the thing that baffles me the most, because it just irritates me, if nothing else, is the credit sequences. There's so many great visual effects and so many great ideas visually in this. And the credit sequence is this really basic purple light. It looks awful. You know, they had the potential to really... Even the first two Venom films, as basic as their credit sequences are, and I think they actually reused the same credit sequence for the first two Venom films. I swear, watching them, I did not notice much difference. But yeah, watching them, they at least had something to do with the visuals at play in the movie. You know, it looked like the Venom symbiote kind of moving around. It looked a bit more like a Rorschach mask, if I'm completely honest, but it looked like the Venom symbiote. This looks nothing like any of Morbius's powers. I don't get it. Don't get it. Doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, bit of a mess, bit weird. But, yeah. Morbius is a mess. It's not a good film by any means, but it's entertaining in how bad it is. And unlike, for example, some of the DC movies that are a mess, I have fun with it. Like, there's some DC movies that are a complete mess, like Man of Steel and Batman v Superman and Flash, that are a mess, but I don't have anywhere near as much fun with as I do with parts of Morbius. Parts of Morbius are just fun. So, yeah, judge me however you wish based on that, but I think parts of Morbius are fun. And I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying I can have fun with it. Now we move on to Madam Web. Madam Web I've spoken about before, and when I did my episode where I was unpacking the MCU Multiverse Saga, and that was where I first sort of spoke about the Sony movies and what they could possibly bring to the table with the multiverse and everything like that. That was one where I mentioned that, and admittedly at the time a lot of this was based on rumour, but I mentioned that I was quite excited for Madam Web and what it could possibly bring to the table. I saw it as possibly one of the most interesting of Sony's films, and to be honest, I actually quite liked a lot of what I saw from it. I liked the trailers. Yes, there was the very memeable line in that first trailer, but there were also aspects of that first trailer that I really quite liked. Like, I thought it looked good, and I thought it looked better than a lot of, for example, DC's offerings. You know, and I'll stand by that. I've said this on the record. I've said it in my Discord. I've said it on Facebook. I've said it in a few places that I thought the trailer for Madam Web looked great, and I still think it does. I think Madam Web was a lot of fun. I don't think it was terrible. It's not great by any metric, but I really don't think it's terrible at all. I think there's a lot of promise here, and I'm still really excited by it. There's a lot about it I quite like, despite the very, very glaring flaws. Like, as bad as that line was in the trailer, there are some lines in this that are way worse. Like, that line from the trailer isn't in this, but there are some lines from this that are way worse. Yeah, okay, so let's get into it. Start with the main bit, the cast. The acting by the three girls, so Sydney Sweeney, Isabella Merced, and Celeste O'Connor, they are all fantastic. They all do a brilliant job. I'm very happy with them. I think especially I think their chemistry is really convincing between the three of them. They all feel believable in how they've been written. Yeah, they're all just doing a great job. And I'll get more to bits about them in their future selves and the aspects of them as superheroes in a bit. But on the whole, really like them. Adam Scott as well, absolutely perfect as a young Ben Parker. And I love the idea of Ben being an EMT, being a paramedic. Fantastic idea. totally on board for it. And in fact, that fits a lot with sort of some of the ideas that I had for the MCU's Ben Parker, because we don't know anything about MCU Ben Parker. We don't know what happened to him. We don't know what he did for a job. We don't know how he died. My theory is he probably died during the Battle of New York, and having him be a paramedic, a first responder, fits with that and makes perfect sense with that. That really does. And that would serve, if they just said that in one of the Spider-Man movies, Spider-Man Brand New Day is on the way, if they said that and that was what happened to Ben, that would be all I would need. I'd be perfectly on board with that. So yeah, I think he does a great job. Dakota Johnson, however, is mixed. Sometimes in this, I think she's great. I think her characterization's good. I think her acting's good. No problems. Sometimes, though, what she's doing feels really flat. And I don't necessarily think it's her fault. I don't know if it's the script. I don't know if it's the direction. I don't know if it's reshoots. I don't know what it is. But sometimes it just feels flat. But when it's good, it's good. And there are scenes where this film is very, very good. Again, I'll get to it. The character who suffers the most is Tahar Rahim as Ezekiel. He really suffers. I was excited to see Ezekiel. I was excited to see what they were going to do with Ezekiel, because this was a very different version of him than the comic version. The problem is Tahar Rahim as Ezekiel has obviously had so many of his lines redone or re-edited later, and there is some absolutely atrocious but also very, very obvious ADR dubbing going on, and it's happening because a lot of it's happening where you can't see his lips. So it's happening when you cannot see his character, suggesting that it was very definitely happening in reshoots. It's been put in after the fact, probably changing the script, probably overhauling the film quite drastically, and it really suffers as a result. It's the biggest mark on this film is whatever was done to it in the editing process that has turned the film into what it is. Because I think as filmed, some of the sequences as filmed are really good, and I'm going to get to that in a bit more detail. But yeah, some of the sequence, the ADR stuff, awful. So overall, the direction is good. This is a first-time director. Well, I say first-time director, that's not technically accurate. I think this is her first film, her first feature film. But from what I could see, she is quite established in television. She's done work in Succession, Orange is the New Black, Banshee, House, Dexter, Collateral. So she's done a lot of TV credits. And TV into feature film is a big leap for a lot of people. But, I think she's done a pretty good job here. Some of those things that she's been working on, they are more premium products in terms of television and streaming, and I think she's done a very good job here. She helped write the screenplay as well, which makes her familiar with it. And I think there are some very good choices made here in terms of how some scenes are shot, especially the action sequences. I think these action sequences are really well done, especially the future predictions, like the premonition sequences. In fact, the very first scene where Cassie gets a premonition really works for me. And the building up of the sequence on the train is another really good highlight. How it's shot and how we get these repeating shots and things are layered over each other, and every shot and frame feels like a very deliberate directorial choice in those sequences. And it really does work for me. When this film is good, I think it is quite good. It's just that there's a lot of problems here as well. It seems like everything that's come from the director, that was filmed by the director, and then, the shots that were chosen and how they've been put together for those sequences seems to work. and the performances of the actors help to sell it. That stuff all works brilliantly. Like even the end action sequences with the giant Pepsi Cola sign, I know that's been torn to shreds on the internet because of the really obvious product placement, and yes, I can't defend that. The product placement is terrible, but the action sequence itself is not bad. I really don't think it is. I've seen a lot of comic book action sequences over the years, and for the genre, it's quite good. And the premonition sequences are really good in terms of how they're working to demonstrate this character's powers and everything like that. I've enjoyed it. I've had a lot of fun with it. There are problems, like some of the action sequences in the forest, for example, not so great. But the bits that work really feel like people were trying to, at the time, to make something that could have been really solid movie. But this film has been influenced in the creative projects, in the creative process at some point by like committee decisions, like really obvious, like this film has been reworked by a group of people who wanted it to meet certain targets, and at the editorial level, at reshoots and ADR, has just torn this film to shreds. And the director, S.J. Clarkson, and even Dakota Johnson have both spoken about this. They've said, they've actually used the term "rip to shreds." Like, what they initially expected this film to be and what the final product is not the same thing. The whatever artistic endeavor was at play here has been really badly hampered by Sony's management, and it's such a shame. Go back to the film itself. The costumes and the future stuff, like the sequences in the future. Again, there's another the future scenes that Ezekiel has seen. They're another good example of really good action, and the three girls have really done a great job as those characters. Like, they've done stunt work. Like, there's behind the scenes footage of Sydney Sweeney actually hanging upside down in the Spider-Woman costume. They did the work. Fair play to them. They really threw themselves into being superheroes, and I'm glad that Isabella Merced at least is getting another role in Superman as Hawk Girl, because if they're not going to use her in this, she needs to be in something, because she was good. Like, those future costumes for them, they all look Spider-Woman, but they've all got their own unique colours, their own unique designs. Works for me. Really, really does. And I'd be very happy to see all three of them return in some way as the different Spider-Women. They all look great. They're all good actors. I think they could all do a really good job if you give them more. And I think for some of them, it'd be a waste not to bring them back. These Sony movies have used some very, very talented actors, and some of them have been completely wasted, like Jenny Slate in the first Venom movie. Some have been used quite well, like Matt Smith in Morbius, and some are like Sydney Sweeney here, where it's like, Sydney Sweeney, Celeste O'Connor, Isabella Merced, where it's like, they could be a lot better, but what's here is already good. We have a really good basis to build something from. And yet, to go back to Sydney Sweeney again, because she's been quite outspoken about this, she's spoken about how she believed that she was actually in an MCU film. And this brings me to something else, where it feels like Sony is being deliberately deceptive about its arrangement with Marvel in some ways, in order to attract actors for these projects. Matt Smith also said something very similar about Morbius. He said that, he took the role in Morbius because he'd spoken to Karen Gillan, who obviously played Nebula and he'd worked with in Doctor Who, and, they're friends in real life, and she'd spoken about how much she enjoyed working on a Marvel movie. So he got offered a Marvel movie, being Morbius. Morbius isn't a Marvel movie, it's a Sony movie. But that distinction, I don't think, is being made clear to the actors. They're assuming it's a Marvel movie, and whether that's them being misled by Sony or by their agents or whatever, it just highlights how so much of this isn't making its way to the general audiences, that distinction there. And it's a shame when these actors are clearly talented and are putting their all into these roles. Like, there are some really good actors in these movies that are putting really good effort in. And the behind the scenes interference from Sony executives damages the final product, and in many cases is leading to black marks on the portfolios of actors, and in this case a debut filmmaker. And I don't think it's fair. I really, really don't. There's so many people that deserve so much better here. And hopefully, you know, I mean, Madam Web seems to have done very, very well on streaming. It didn't do well in the theatres, but it did very well on streaming and home release. So hopefully, Marvel might take notice and might include these characters somewhere. And the Multiverse Saga, if they're going to do it, is the time to do it. Whether they will or not, I have no idea. I would like it if they did, but I have no idea. This bit isn't as scripted as well as some of the other bits in this section, and that's because I've literally just watched this. Like, literally just this second, watched Kraven. Kraven is a bizarre film in a lot of ways. Like, I don't quite know what to make of it. It's not good, but it's also not bad. I didn't have as much fun with it as I did with something like Morbius, and I didn't find as much in it that I thought was genuinely good as I did with something like Madam Web. Instead, it seems to be plagued by all of the worst moments of those and the Venom films as well, to just make a bit of a mess of a film. For starters, there's a really, really good opening action sequence in a Russian jail. Gives you, sets up quite well who Kraven is. There's a nice build, and then you get this nice action sequence as he escapes the jail. And then the movie stops dead for literally half an hour while it gives us this long, extended origin flashback. Yeah, seriously, a really long, extended origin flashback for half an hour, featuring Kraven and his brother, Sergei Kravenov as Kraven. No idea where he's got the name Kraven from either. That's never explained. But yeah, Kraven, his younger brother Dmitri, who is revealed to be a bastard. Like, he's a Kravenov, but he's only Sergei's half-brother. Like, he's still Nikolai Kravenov's son. Nikolai Kravenov is played by Russell Crowe, and he does a great job in this. Like, he is doing a great job. They've also got the Rhino, played by Alexis Sistovich is the character. I think he's played by Alessandro Niavolo, I want to say. He's pretty good as well. I get what they're doing with him. It's a very different version of the Rhino than I've ever really seen before. The physical transformation is definitely interesting, and they name drop Miles Warren, the comic book character of the Jackal, as being the one responsible for his physical transformation, which I quite like. And then towards the end of the film, they give a similar sort of physical transformation to Dmitri to turn him into the chameleon. And for Dimitri's one, there's a brief moment where he flashes and he's got the actual chameleon face from the comics. Love that. It was just, I don't know, maybe I'm just an easy mark for when these movies do stuff from the comic books or do stuff that feels like it's from the comic books, because like the action sequences in this, they're very good, they're entertaining. There's some quite brutal deaths in it, like way more brutal than I was expecting, some of them, and they're very well executed. This is a lot gorier than I expected it to be as well. It's not gory by any means, it's not a horror movie or anything, but for a comic book action film, it's a lot bloodier than I expected. And I think it works. Like, I kind of wish the Venom films had been this gory. Instead, they kind of shy away from all the gore, whereas this, Morbius does the same thing. Again, kind of shies away from the gore. The gore level in this, I think, is just right, where it's, people are dying, people are bloody, people are hurt, people are scratched, shot, killed in some quite interesting ways. There's stabs, there's bodies, but it's not overblown, it's not overplayed. This isn't a horror movie. But yeah, I will admit that flashback sequence feels like it should have been split into several ones and peppered in throughout the movie, and it feels like at some point they decided, no, we're just going to put it all together all at once at the beginning. And I really think that hurts the movie, because that first half an hour, it just stops dead. Like, we've already been introduced to Kraven in media res. We've already been kind of introduced to who he is. And then we get this long flashback. I'd rather have seen the flashbacks come throughout the next, like, interspersed with the next half an hour of the movie. Because the second half an hour after that flashback is also pretty dull. I'm not going to lie, it's not great. But I think peppering the flashbacks into that would at least have made the film a bit more interesting, more visually interesting. It's only really when you get to about an hour in, you have that chase sequence through London, that the film really picks up again. And you've got the introduction to Calypso and things like that. And I wish that sort of stuff had... Yeah, I mean, we still wouldn't have gotten to it any earlier if we'd have done the flashbacks throughout. But I think it just could have been paced better, because for the first half an hour of the movie, it's pretty much stopped dead. The flashbacks, I mean, the bit where they're hunting in Africa and they're hunting this big lion that they've called Tsar, that's quite interesting. But like, even there, like, Calypso just suddenly appears. There's no real explanation for it all or anything like that. I think it would even have been better if some of the flashbacks had been told non-linearly. Like, if we'd gotten, say, Kraven and Dimitri's bits with their father, and then we got maybe all of Calypso's bits together. That could have been really interesting. I'd been more on board with that. So, when he reconnects with her in the modern day, that could have been fun, showed some of the divide with his father at different points. And then I think the movie could have been paced better, because the second hour of the film, because this is a 2-hour movie, the second hour is pretty good. It's not boring, it's entertaining. Aaron Taylor-Johnson makes a pretty good action lead. The action sequences, like I said, they're well shot. There's some quite brutal deaths, some quite interesting takedowns of, like, random mooks. But the story keeps moving, and it moves at a pretty quick pace from that point. Rhino's set up as the villain and things like that. Everything seems to be going well. But yeah, that first hour, it's rough. It is rough. Kraven seems to be powered by, like, there's some voodoo mystical elements to his power set that seems to have come from Calypso and what she did to save his life. But then there's also the elements of super science at play with, like, who the Rhino is. And yeah, I mean, especially as well when some of the Rhino's plot lines revolve around the death of the guy that Kraven kills in the first few minutes. And then it's like, we're not seeing, like, we see that guy get killed and we get established who he is, but then, like, by the time we pick up again about 40 odd minutes later, it's very easy to have forgotten, oh yeah, that guy was responsible for running all the guns and everything, that's why he's important, that's why Rhino's trying to move into his business. Oh, okay. I don't know, I just think it could have been done better. It's interesting for what it is. I think Kraven is definitely the more interesting of the protagonists that we've had from the Sony movies. Like, I think he probably plays the role. Like Aaron Taylor Johnson is probably a better lead as Kraven than definitely than Dakota Johnson as Madam Web, definitely than Jared Leto as Morbius. Whether he's as good as Tom Hardy as Venom, I don't know. I like Tom Hardy. I think he's a very good actor, and I think he does a brilliant job as Venom. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't bored watching scenes of him as the character, as the actual action lead, and the costume he gets towards the end. It's literally just for that final shot. Yeah, that's good as well. Even the costume he has for the majority of the movie, which isn't the more traditional Kraven costume, still looks good. And like, I like this take on Kraven of him being more anti-heroic. It doesn't really fit with the Sergei Kravenov I know. Like, if anything, maybe it would have been better if he'd been Aloysia Kravenov, who is Kraven's son in the comics, and instead of Nikolai Kravenov, we had Russell Crowe play Sergei Kravenov. That could have been more interesting. But then you're changing Dimitri's origin around, so I guess why they probably didn't want to do that. But yeah, I think it works. I think it works having Kraven as a lead. It works quite well as an introduction to this character in a world without Spider-Man, because part of the thing with Kraven is he's already established by the time he meets Spider-Man in any iteration. He's already established as Kraven. So this is sort of establishing who Kraven is, who the Hunter is. And yeah, for the most part, it works. I'd have been curious to see more from Miles Warren. I think if you're going to add more connective elements to sort of flesh out the Sony universe, Miles Warren is a really interesting one because he can give these characters powers. Like I said, I enjoy this take on the Rhino. It's very, very different to any of the previous takes I've seen on the character. And obviously very different to his previous live-action take, which was Paul Giamatti as basically a tracksuit mafia. Like I didn't get what Paul Giamatti was trying to do as Rhino until I saw Hawkeye and I saw the tracksuit mafia. Well, actually, when I read Matt Fraction's book with the tracksuit Draculas, and then I completely got it. And I'm like, oh, that's what they're doing with the character. That makes sense. So, yeah. This one's a mess. I'm not sure how eager I would be to rewatch it. It's not awful, I suppose. I think... I don't know. I mean, I don't think it got a fair shake. Because it came out, it didn't do particularly well. It had already come out off the back of them basically announcing that the universe was dead anyway. It was kind of just, oh well, get it out there. But yeah, Morbius isn't good, but there's a lot of fun you can have in it. Madam Web isn't good, but there are good things in it. Kraven has some very fun moments, but some very, very bad moments. But not in a way where it's actually bad in a way that you can put your finger on. It's just dull. It's boring. It plods along at points. But when it gets going, there's a pretty good film here. I think this film needed another edit. And I think you could probably have lost about 15 minutes from it and shuffled the flashbacks around. And it could have worked a lot better. Maybe someone will do that in the future. Like, we'll get a decent fan edit. It's not awful, though. And if anything, it's kind of a shame. Because it's the last Sony movie, and all of these Sony movies, the only thing I can say about them is they deserved better. And I kind of wish Marvel had been helping Sony, but I don't think Sony would have let them. But I think if they had, we would have had some much better films. And films we could enjoy on their own standing. and for Kraven's only real appearance in live action, for it to just be a bit of a meh is a shame, because Kraven is a great character. So, what is the future of the Sony properties at this point? I will admit that seems pretty up in the air. We know there is at least one more project that has been filmed, and at least one screenshot has been released of it, which is Spider-Man Noir. So this is a live-action production featuring Nicolas Cage reprising his role as Spider-Man Noir from the Spider-Verse films. Whether it's linked to the Spider-Verse animated films themselves, we're not entirely sure as yet. But this one has been filmed. It's going to be a streaming series. It's expected to be quite high production, and it's expected soon. We're not sure exactly when. I don't think it has a confirmed release date as yet, but it is expected. I'm excited for it. I think Nicolas Cage is a very good actor. I enjoy him in a lot of things, and he's clearly someone who has an intense passion for comic book properties. Like, he even took his name from a comic book. For those who don't know, his birth name is Coppola. So to avoid the getting famous off of his uncle Francis Ford Coppola's name, he took the name Cage from Luke Cage, the Marvel hero. So he is a comic book fan. And he seems to have been jerked around a few times. There was the whole Superman Lives thing, and then how that's been treated in the Flash movie, which is something that he's spoken as not being a fan of, and that seems to have impacted whether or not he came back as Ghost Rider for Deadpool and Wolverine. So I'm excited to see him as Spider-Man Noir. I like him in that role. I think it's a lot of fun. So yeah, if he's related to the character that we've already seen him, it could be a lot of fun. Other ideas, though, that they have discussed over the years, there's a few. Sony talked about, they've been talking about a film idea called Silver and Black for a long time. I think it was supposed to involve the characters of Silver Sable and the Black Cat, and the idea would be that the two characters would be teamed up in a movie. Then it was the idea to turn it into a streaming series, but I don't think that ever made it to any sort of actual pre-production. It's just an idea that's been floated around. El Muerto was a series that was a film that briefly had an actor attached, that actor being Bad Bunny, who was known for, what was the film? The Fast Train one, with Bullet Train with Brad Pitt. He was one of the actors in that. El Muerto was one of those. He's only been in a few actual comics. There was a very, very little there. But the idea is this super heroic masked wrestler. I think it could have been fun. It had potential, I think. But Bad Bunny dropped out of that a while ago, so I don't think it's in production. There was a discussion about Jackpot, which is a very bizarre character to try and center a film around, because in the original version of Jackpot, it's a character who was designed to look like Mary Jane but not be Mary Jane, because this was shortly after the One More Day storyline that eradicated Peter and Mary Jane's marriage. And then in the modern titles, Mary Jane Watson herself has actually taken on the role of Jackpot, although now she's also Venom, so I'm not sure entirely what's going on. I haven't kept up with the Spider-Man comics. I probably should. But Spider-Man's a character I love, but I can often struggle with a lot of his comics, and have done for years, because a lot of the writers who seem to get given the Spider-Man title seem to want to write him a particular way, and it seems very much stuck in the past a lot of the time, which is something I can struggle with. So yeah, Jackpot, no idea if that was going to happen. There's been discussions of a Sinister Six movie. They were saying that was something they were going to do to combine characters like Venom, Morbius, Vulture, Madam Web, Kraven, etc. They were all going to combine those into a film and have them go up against Null. But yeah, that doesn't seem to be happening anymore. It doesn't seem to have been a thing for a while now. I mean, the whole Null idea doesn't seem to be happening anymore. But yeah, that doesn't seem to be a potential plot point anymore. Sony have been talking about making a Sinister Six movie for a long time. Like, this was something that was planned under the Amazing Spider-Man Spider-Verse thing that they were planning before they arranged their new deal with Marvel off the back of Amazing Spider-Man 2 kind of failing at the box office. So yeah, Sinister Six seems to have been something they've had in the pipeline for a while. And in fact, part of me wonders if that's why there were so many villains in the No Way Home, is because Sony was pushing those villains coming back as doing their own version of Sinister Six, because that's the closest I think we've got to a Spider-Man versus the Sinister Six movie, because that movie was Spider-Man, and then you had the 5 main villains between Sandman, Lizard, Doc Ock, Electro, and Green Goblin. So yeah, that's probably the closest we've got to a Suicide Squad. To a Sinister Six movie. Sinister Six is one I'm not sure can work without Spider-Man at all. But I do think the idea of combining the hero/anti-heroes they've got, like Venom, Kraven, Morbius, Vulture, and the Madam Web characters, and mixing that together with Null, was probably the most interested I'd been in that idea since all the times that Sony has been talking about it. But yeah, there's a load of ideas they've obviously had planned at some point or another. Most of them seem to be shelved at the minute. There's a possibility that some of them could be revisited in the MCU. Like I said, I mean, I've spoken about some of these characters already and how I think it would be great to see some of them again. Whether that will ever happen, I don't know. I don't think there's many of these characters that have been badly cast. Or badly realised in a lot of ways. Like Jared Leto as Morbius is one I'm not a particular fan of his casting and how he necessarily plays the role, but there's a lot of aspects of the visual design for Morbius especially that I very much enjoy. And I think swap the actor out, keep a lot of those design elements, I'd be very happy to see more of that character. But yeah, it is what it is, I think. I mean, there's potential. I'd like to see someone like Morbius interact with Ghost Rider and Blade. I'd like to see, the 3 Spider-Women go interact with Spider-Man or the Avengers. I think that could be a lot of fun. I'd like to see Venom, interact with Spider-Man. That could be a lot of fun. But, Kraven with someone like Black Panther could be a lot of fun. So, yeah. There's potential, but I don't think it's going to happen, to be honest. The only other thing Sony seems to have that they still seem to have their particular rights on is Spider-Verse. And it's still completely unknown whether Spider-Verse is going to connect in any way. I mean, there was the fact that the third version of Spider-Verse was going to be called Beyond the Spider-Verse, back when Secret Wars and Doomsday were featuring the Beyonder. And those sorts of ideas that were going on. And Spider-Verse is great. I've spoken about I did a whole episode on Across the Spider-Verse and how good it was. I've spoken very much and very positively in the past about Into the Spider-Verse and how much I love that film. I think the two of them are great, and I will probably revisit Spider-Verse as a whole once the third one is out. The third one at the minute, though, seems to be indefinitely delayed, and it's highly likely that Secret Wars will be out before it is. It would be nice to see if they tie together in any way. I mean, they do seem to have made efforts in Across the Spider-Verse to make sure that their narrative rules are consistent with what's going on in the others. Although, saying that, there are some differences between the Marvel Spider-Man and the canon events as described for the others. So it's very interesting to see what could happen here. But there's some MCU references in there, and so it could be a lot of fun. We'll see, I suppose. We're just going to have to see. Whether Spider-Verse remains its own thing, whether it connects to the MCU, I don't know. I'm happy with either, to be honest. and I don't think I think there's positives and negatives to both, as a fan and also as a general audience member. So yeah, we'll just have to see what they do. So before I get to the plans that Marvel did have and the directions they now seem to be going in, there is one more element of what Marvel's producing that I do want to discuss, which is their animation. There's a variety of different shows out there that are all counted as Marvel animations, which seems to be their new banner for the Marvel Studios animation. I think I've spoken about it before in the podcast, but for anyone who didn't know, off the back of Endgame, Marvel was essentially reorganized from the top down. So where previously you had Marvel Studios, Marvel Television, Marvel Animation, and Marvel Comics all as like separate and distinct entities within the company, they're all now in a more greater intricacy together, and Kevin Feige has been made one of the more overseeing elements, not just of Marvel Studios, but Marvel as a whole in terms of like a creative director. And that's, you know, this is why, for example, like Jeff Loeb got replaced by Brad Winderbaum, who is now the head of Marvel Television, and Brad Winderbaum's also linked to Marvel Animation, which is now a subsidiary of Marvel Television, both of which are a subsidiary of Marvel Studios, which is why they've all got new logos, new branding, etc. So that's, you know, it's one of those, I've read the details of it, but it was some time ago, and I think now we're starting to see those things in practice a lot more. But as a result, there's several animations that have been released over the past few years that may or may not play a role in anything, but I think this is probably the best time I'm going to find to speak about them, so I'm going to talk about them here. First one is What If. What If, I have spoken about season 1 and I think some of season 2 before. It's a bit all over the place, but that's similar to its comic namesake. You know, the comic What If can be very bizarre at times. Like some storylines in What If, and this is both true of both the comic and the show, can be these big epics that are dramatically reinventing characters and concepts that we're familiar with and taking them in very bizarre new directions. Others can be quite light-hearted affairs which are packed full of humour and become mostly inconsequential in the grander scheme of things. And some of them are a perfect mix of both. Like, there are some episodes here that are very, very funny and, you know, born from a leap of ridiculous logic, but then go and do something incredibly dramatic and world-changing with it at the same time. There are some elements of connecting stories across the series, especially around the characters of Captain Carter, who appears in the first episode and several other episodes as the show goes on, and the Watcher, who is obviously the main character played by Jeffrey Wright. Again, some of this is standard for the comics, as sequels in later issues were rare but not unheard of. There's several What If issues that are explicitly a sequel to a previous What If issue. You know, it does happen. My one criticism for What If the show, and I understand why they made the decision they did, but this is a decision that I wish they had done differently, which is I wish they had decided to stray more from the MCU. And I say that because some of my favourite episodes of the What If animated show are the really divergent episodes, such as 1602, What If Kahori Saved the World, the 1872 episode, the Marvel Zombies episode, What If the Celestial Emergence Destroyed the Earth, Nebula as a member of the Nova Corps, and the 1980s Avengers. I think they were all great, and a lot of them were very, very distinct from, you know, what we know of as the MCU. There were others early on that started that trend as well, like What If T'Challa Became a Star-Lord, and that one again also kind of lent into the humor aspect while also presenting a very, very different universe. But yeah, some of those were the ones that I found much more interesting, especially the ones that used sort of lesser known characters. Like, I think the team of the group of survivors that they have in Marvel Zombies is very interesting. I like the Shang-Chi with Kate Bishop in 1872. I liked Kahori, the development of Kahori as this brand new character. I thought she was very fun. I like the focus on Riri Williams in the Destroyed Emergence Earth, and the 80s Avengers. They were great because they were characters who are much older in the actual MCU as we've seen it, so we've never got to see them like that. So the idea of, like, Hank Pym and Bill Foster and Marvel in that way, I thought was a lot of fun. I will say as well, most of the actors do a pretty good job at the voice acting, which is impressive because that's not something that all film actors are necessarily good at. Because if you're a film actor or a theatre actor, you are used to playing off of other people. When you are a voice actor, you don't usually get the opportunity to play off of someone else because usually you're recording in a booth all by yourself. And it's something that a lot of film and television actors have struggled with. There's many high-profile examples in the video game industry, especially, of very charismatic actors. The two that immediately spring to mind are Matthew Perry and Peter Dinklage, doing voice roles where they're trying to... The voice roles are specifically designed to capture elements of their on-screen personas, but that on-screen... But yeah, elements of those on-screen personas can't really work in a medium where they can't play off those other actors, where they can't react to the other people they're acting with in the same way. And that's what happened. And, like I said, those performances were left a little flat. That's not the case in What If. There are a few of the Marvel actors who don't reprise their roles, and in some cases they are replaced by actual voice actors. For example, Josh Keaton and Lake Bell take over the roles of a couple of the characters. But for the most part, there are a lot of returning Marvel actors, and a lot of them are very, very good at the vocal work. David Harbour is one that stands out immediately. Simu Liu does a pretty excellent job as Shang-Chi, only in 1 or 2 episodes, but they do very well. And Jon Favreau as well as Happy Hogan is in several episodes, as is Kat Dennings as Darcy, and they both really do very, very well, very, very much excel at keeping the persona of their performance as these characters previously. So yeah, I think they do a really good job for the most part. I think a lot of these actors do some great work, and even ones like Michael Douglas and Paul Rudd, who I've not sure how much voice work they've ever done before, again, do a brilliant job. So I was very impressed. I will say the final credits, just before I finish on What If, the final credits hint at many more great ideas should they choose to continue this series. It does seem like it's cancelled for now, but I really wish they do bring it back, and I wish if they do, they use some more comic elements and start to stray further from the MCU. Because as we got to see with Storm in the final episodes of this, you can bring in some of those other comic book elements that fans are familiar with, and they'll make do. Like, you can bring in Deadpool, you can bring in Wolverine, you can bring in the X-Men, you can bring in more Spider-Man characters. People are familiar with those characters. It will work. And so hopefully if we do get more of What If in the future, or something similar to it, we can get more of some of the more out there elements, as we go forward with this, which would be great. One I'm briefly going to mention is Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. This is one that seems to be more designed for kids. Lawrence Fishburne has had a very big hand in this behind the scenes and voices a couple of main characters in this as well. I've not watched all of this yet, but I do very much enjoy what I have seen of it. Each episode has a song, and they're usually very catchy. They can be from various genres, but all tend to be African American influenced. I'm not sure. Over here we had something called the MOBO Awards, which is like music of black origin, and it applied to things like reggae, soul, Motown, R&B, etc., hip hop. And that's sort of what the songs in this are going for, that sort of vibe. And the actual theme song is great as well. I really enjoy that. The main theme, like I said, yeah, especially is very, very catchy. There are several cameos throughout this from other Marvel characters, most notably Maria Hill, Bill Foster, and a character from the New Warriors called Turbo, who doesn't appear in the MCU as established, but obviously is a Marvel comic character. And in the case of Maria Hill and Bill Foster, they were both reprised by their MCU actors, so that's Kobe Smulders and Lawrence Fishburne. And like I said, this show introduced the Beyonder about the same time that Beyonder was announced for Secret Wars, so I think some people possibly thought that might have tied into the ongoing narrative before the plans changed, or at the very least it feels like it was designed to make some younger audiences more familiar with the character and what the Beyonder, who the Beyonder is, what they could do. I quite like the version of the Beyonder in this, actually. I think he's a lot of fun. Beyonder in the comics is a bit of a drip. This one's kind of like a more manic trickster. Kind of an interdimensional imp kind of thing. But yeah, I enjoy the Beyonder in this. The main characters as well, Lunella is a character I'm not too familiar with in the comics, but yeah, this version of her I very much enjoyed. Devil Dinosaur is great. He's voiced by Fred Tatasciore, who does all of the kind of grunts and dinosaur noises, and he's a lot of fun, brings a lot of emotion to the character, helped with the art style as well. And the villains they face are quite fun. They're usually a twist on a more established Marvel villain. Like there was a character called Stiletto, who was very obviously inspired by like Stiltman and things like that. But they seem to be more original villains, or if they are from the comics, they're much more minor villains. And there's super science gone amok. There's other things like that. It can be a lot of fun. It feels like just fun adventure, standard adventure fare. As cartoons go, it's pretty standard. It's adventure based. There's moral lessons. There's some good character development. It's pretty standard. But the animation is great. The cast is good, and the action is really fun. And I think when it's hitting all those, I think you're doing pretty well. Also, Alfre Woodard does the voice of one of the characters in it, and obviously this would make her third role for Marvel, because she was in Civil War and also played Black Mariah in Luke Cage. So yeah, I enjoyed Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. I think it's a lot of fun. I don't expect it to tie in to anything, but it's also, when else am I going to speak about it? It's a lot of fun. I think you might enjoy it. Check it out. The next big set of Marvel animations is one I want to talk about. That's kind of an interesting story. Back in 2019, I think it was around February 2019, it was announced that Marvel and Hulu were working on 4 new animated television series, and they were going to be Marvel's MODOK, Marvel's Hit Monkey, Tigra and Dazzler Show, and Howard the Duck. And the idea is that each 4 series would be a series in its own right, and then there would be a special animated event for Hulu called Marvel's The Offenders. So in a similar way to how The Defenders was originally pitched, where you had Daredevil, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones and Iron Fist, and then the Defenders miniseries, that's what we would get here. And they were all announced, in some cases with casting, or with writers and producers attached to them. And it was a good list of talent. It really was. MODOK was announced as coming from writers Jordan Blum and Patton Oswalt. Hitmonkey was going to feature a Japanese snow monkey mentored by the ghost of an American assassin as he cuts a wide swath through the Tokyo underworld in this darkly cinematic and brutally funny revenge saga that was going to be coming from Josh Gordon and Will Speck. Tigra and Dazzler show. Two woke superheroes and best friends, Tigra and Dazzler, fight for recognition among powered people who make up the 8 million stories in Los Angeles. Comes from writers Erica Rivignola and Chelsea Handler. And then, trapped in a world he never made, fighting foul Howard the Duck hopes to return home with the help of his unstoppable gal pal Beverly before evil Dr. Bong can turn him into the crispiest dish on the menu. Comes from writers Kevin Smith and Dave Willis. So yeah, and then obviously they're all going to team up in Marvel's The Offenders. Jeff Loeb was overseeing all of these productions. The writers were also executive producers in whatever they were doing. MODOK, I didn't mention, egomaniacal supervillain with a really big head and a really little body, struggles to maintain control of his evil organization and his demanding family. Now, it all sounded very interesting, and it was released with some key art which had some design aspects of the different characters. Tigra had quite an interesting visual design for this that was different to anything that had been seen before. I was intrigued by this. I was excited by this. There was no news in any of this announcement whether it was going to tie into the MCU at all. The version of Howard the Duck that seems to be presented here seems very, very different to the previously established version played by Seth Green in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, but that's nothing to say that it wouldn't have been Seth Green reprising the role. However, everything kind of went a bit wrong, because not long after this, I think this was when Jeff Loeb was replaced at Marvel Television on the decisions of higher-ups at Marvel, and that affected two of these shows. Howard the Duck and Tigra and Dazzler never got made. I don't know if they were planned at some point. You know, they wouldn't be the first Marvel shows that hadn't been made, that had been planned and hadn't been developed, or even the first Marvel projects that had been planned and not developed since under Marvel Studios. You know, there was a Marvel's Most Wanted spin-off show that was going to come from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. There was a Marvel New Warriors show featuring Squirrel Girl that had a pilot shot and then was never picked up. So yeah, they wouldn't be the first things that had been cancelled, but you know, this was a good set of talent involved and seemed like it would have been interesting. But yeah, Tigra, Dazzler and Howard the Duck were both cancelled, removed from the schedule, and never actually made their way out, and as a result, obviously Offenders also got cancelled. MODOK did release and ran for a season. It's a bizarre little show. It's filmed in kind of a stop motion style, reminded me a lot of Robot Chicken, that sees the villain MODOK, voiced by Patton Oswalt as well, going through a bit of a midlife crisis after he loses control of AIM and dealing with his family, which includes his two teenage children. There's a lot here that's interesting. The voice cast is very good as well. But in many ways, it's so different from the character of MODOK that I know that I found it kind of hard to get into. Now, I freely admit that's quite possibly a me thing, and your mileage may vary on it. It's not bad. There are some very fun inclusions of comic book characters that I wasn't expecting, especially Mr. Sinister, Pound Cakes, Arcade, and Wonder Man. But on the whole, the story being told here, while it's interesting in its own right, is a bit too much of a standard sitcom fare for me to really get into it. Like I said, it's not bad, but I'm not in a hurry to rewatch it. That said, it is only 10 episodes. If you want to check it out, go check it out. I think you might enjoy it. Hitmonkey also eventually released, and Hitmonkey actually got a second season. Hitmonkey is a much more traditionally animated show, you know, sort of pen and paper 2D animation. Feels a bit anime styled in some ways, but like the Western anime. It's not bad from what I've seen of it so far. I haven't seen all of it. I'm sure I'll probably finish it at some point. But yeah, it's pretty fun. I can see why it got a second series. It's quite nice to look at. So yeah, but I think it's a shame that this all kind of fell apart. I think there was potential here. It would have been interesting to see what they did with these characters. And yeah, MODOK especially in the lead up to it was very fun. Like Patton Oswalt, who's obviously quite active on social media, was obviously having a lot of fun promoting this. He did things like pose in a giant MODOK costume, which looked ridiculous, and it was like this fold down face, and it was designed to look like the MODOK toy in the show, like as though he was actually playing MODOK in live action. So weird, but really, yeah, it was quite funny. Worked for me. So yeah, I think I enjoyed the lead up to MODOK a lot more than I actually enjoyed MODOK itself. Hitmonkey, I think, just seemed to... It didn't seem to release to much fanfare, but clearly on Hulu it did well, because like I said, it got a second season, so clearly some people responded to it. Whether it's getting a third season or not, I'm not entirely sure at the minute, but yeah, I'm sure it's perfectly fine and harmless and quite enjoyable, and like I said, I will finish checking it out at some point. Hitmonkey is one of those that feels very distinct from what Marvel is and what Marvel does, so yeah, that's probably why it did quite well, because it's much more of a sort of the standard Adult Swim, adult mature cartoon kind of fare, although with prettier animation than something like Rick and Morty, for example. Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man is the next one that I'm going to speak about. I enjoyed this way more than I expected to. Originally, Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man was billed as kind of a prequel to the MCU Spider-Man. I think it was called Spider-Man Freshman Year or something like that. And it instead has kind of evolved into an alternate universe story, for better or worse. Nico Minoru has been added to the cast as Peter's friend. She's a character from Runaways. Norman Osborn has been introduced as his mentor. He's played by Coleman Domingo in this, who I think does a brilliant job with the voice work for Norman. And it's a very different depiction of Norman, where he is much more of like a mentor ally than a possible villain. Whether that might change, there were a few bits in the finale that kind of intimated that it could go one way or the other. Yeah, interesting as what it was. It was set around the time frame of Civil War and kind of springs off from that, except it's Norman Osborn who comes to him, comes to Peter Parker, not Tony Stark. And also Spidey is at a different school because of some other shenanigans that happen that alter the timeline earlier on. I will say it introduces a very interesting version of Octavius, Doc Ock, and has him kind of supplying technology to other villains. So as a result of that, we get villains like Unicorn, Tarantula, and Speed Demon being supplied with technology by Octopus. We also get Lonnie Lincoln as a school friend of Peter Parker's, who gets his own great arc across the series as he gradually becomes the character of Tombstone. And we get the inclusion of Scorpion as the main villain, who's kind of inspired by the gangster version of Scorpion that we saw in Homecoming, but with elements of the comic portrayal as well, like with the fact that he gets given the actual Scorpion armor, and seems to be leading a gang also called the Scorpions, of which one prominent member is Camilla Black, who is a character who takes on the mantle of Scorpion in the comics at one point as well. There were also some references to the Slingers, which were a Spider-Man adjacent team with several of the costumes that Peter wears in one of the earlier episodes. They were surprising, but they weren't unwelcome. I didn't expect to see things like the Dusk and Hornet and Prodigy costumes in this, but I enjoyed seeing them here. There were a group of other scientists in the sort of the brain trust that Peter was recruited into Oscorp for, including Bradley Whitman, who's known as the Wizard, who is a villain of the Fantastic Four. So yeah, some prominent Marvel characters included in there, and Amadeus Cho as well. That was the other big one, who's a character more closely linked to the Hulk. So there's definitely groundwork here that they could build on for later seasons as well. There's plenty of wider references and cameos to other Marvel characters. I mean, Doctor Strange and Daredevil are two of the prominent ones, and they make quite welcome additions in several episodes. We also get brief appearances from Iron Man. I think General Ross is also briefly appearing at some point in this as well. The animation style in it is absolutely gorgeous, I will say. It reminds me very much of John Romita's artwork on The Amazing Spider-Man in like the 70s, 60s, 70s. It's got that same kind of pop to it. It's kind of halfway between 3D and 2D. It feels a lot more like the animation style that's used for What If, for example, the sort of 3D animation that's used for that, rather than the 2D animation that's used for X-Men 97. However, it is, you know, due to the stylization that they've put on it and the kind of cell shading texture and things like that on everything, it's got its own kind of pop that makes it stand out very distinctly from What If as well. The ending for it, I thought, was incredibly interesting. There's quite several very deliberate cliffhangers to lead into the next season. I'm especially looking forward to seeing some more of certain characters like Finesse and Nico and Richard as well, who appears right towards the end. I'm very excited to see whether it will go, whether it's going to link any further either to the MCU or to Spider-Verse. I think there's great potential one way or the other, but either way, just as an alternate timeline to go along with the MCU, I think it's a lot of fun, and I'd like to see more of it. Yeah, I went into this one very, very dubious, and I ended up loving it. And 10 episodes, it's very good. Like I said, the animation is gorgeous. The opening music song is an absolute banger as well. Like, remixes elements of the old 60s Spider-Man music while adding new tonal elements to it as well, and changing the genre of music as well. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, there's a lot to like in this. Really is. And yeah, I enjoyed it way more than I expected to. And the final animation, I'm not going to talk about too much here, and that is because it is X-Men 97. What I am going to say is I think it is great, and I'm very, very pleasantly surprised by how strong that first season was. It was only 10 episodes, 3 of which were the 3-part finale. I think it did an amazing job, managed to squeeze quite a lot into that one season, do a lot of very good storytelling, bring a lot of character arcs, create a lot of character drama and character tension, which is something that X-Men had always excelled at. It does feel very much like a direct continuation of X-Men 92, which I've also done a previous episode before. I think X-Men 92 is one of the best X-Men cartoons, at least definitely one of the most accurate X-Men cartoons, and I think X-Men 97 captured so much more of that, but then also, while taking those 90s and earlier comics as a basis, also started to include elements from comics that appeared later. Like, there's elements in this from New X-Men, which I discussed in my previous episode, where I was discussing X-Men through the 2000s, and episodes like Remember It are very much inspired by stories like E is for Extinction. So yeah, there's a lot here that's very, very good. At the minute, I think X-Men 97 is planned for 3 seasons. The original showrunner was let go by Marvel just before the release of season 1. has written scripts for season 2, but not season 3. Most of season 1 used their scripts and their plans, so it could affect season 2 and 3 going forward. Not sure, because obviously there was a very clear vision in place for season 1. How much that continues to season 2 and season 3, I don't know, but I am very, very excited for it. I think once all 3 seasons have been released and they're out, I will probably do a video, like a podcast, discussing all 3 seasons and giving my actual thoughts on it, on the production, on the development of it, on its own storylines, and sort of breaking it down in the same way that I did with X-Men 92. But like I said, I'm not going to do that until we have all of these 3 seasons. But for now, I will just say I think it's a very, very worthy successor to what came before. I think it's captured the lightning in a bottle of what made X-Men 92 so good, while also improving on it in pretty much every way. And if they were to do a Spider-Man 98 series as well, for example, to follow up on the conclusions of that storyline, or do another sequel to that, I'd be very excited. I think the people making this knew what made X-Men 92 so good, and they've done a really good job. So I'm very impressed with it. At this point as well, there are 2 other animated shows that I know about that are definitely coming up. The first is Eyes of Wakanda, which seems to be having a similar sort of style to What If, although maybe a bit more, I don't know, a bit more sketchy almost in terms of the animation style. It looks very pretty from the screenshots, but I don't think I've seen anything in motion. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what the finished product actually looks like when we get a trailer. And that is going to be like a prequel, set earlier in the timeline, looking at Wakanda sometime in the past. I know very little about it, to be honest. It seems to be being kept for the most part under wraps. I don't know how much it's going to tie into the overall phase aspect of it. It does seem to be definitely set as part of an MCU connection, but it doesn't seem to necessarily be part of like phase 6 in the same way that like What If was part of phase 4. Although saying that, What If season 2 and 3 were kind of dropped from the phase order. Like when they did their big phase 5 phase 6 announcement, What If wasn't counted as part of it. Neither was the other upcoming animated show, which is Marvel Zombies. Now again, I'm very much excited by Marvel Zombies. This looks like it's going to be a return to the universe of Marvel Zombies from the previous What If episode, featuring a different cast of characters, and their survival, and seems to have a lot more characters from sort of phase 4 phase 5, and I think the speculation is that a lot of previous actors are going to be reprising their roles. I'm generally on the whole quite excited for it. Like I said, I enjoyed the Marvel Zombies episode of What If, so I'm looking forward to seeing more of this world. I quite like this particular adaptation of Marvel Zombies. Marvel Zombies in the comics are very, very different. They're much more intelligent. And like the original Marvel Zombies storyline by Robert Kirkman is very good, for presenting a much more horror focused take on these Marvel heroes. These zombies seem to be behaving much more like traditional zombies, which is like what some of the more modern takes of the Marvel Zombies formula have done. They don't seem as dangerous. They still have their powers. Anyone that has powers in this still has their powers, and it seems to be able to use them. Like, for example, Scarlet Witch using her magic in the What If episode. But I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm intrigued by it, at the very least. I think it's worth looking at for a season. So, yeah, that's the future of Marvel animation at this point. Beyond, obviously, the future seasons of Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man and X-Men 97. It'd be interesting to see what happens and whether anything ties in. I don't fully expect it to, but obviously this is the multiverse. The multiverse is still in play. We could get some little references here and there. We'll see how it goes. It's taken me a while to script this part of the episode, as it seems there's always a new discussion or a new revelation. Kevin Feige even having revealed something fairly recently into the lead up to the release of the Fantastic Four that's given some new insight into some of the big decisions that have been made. Obviously, I, like any other commentator, am guessing on the film development plans of a large movie studio based only on not only official announcements and reveals, but also a lot of rumour and hearsay. And using all of those clues, I'm trying to puzzle together exactly what is going on and understand the decisions myself. But like some other issues in the past, such as the announced Inhumans movie and the split between Sony and Marvel, I don't think we're ever going to have the full story unless the people involved decide to share it. Now, I don't think it would be unfair to say, though, that Marvel has been struggling recently. A large part of this is a part of the general downturn that cinemas seem to be experiencing since the COVID-19 pandemic. Many franchise entries and studio tentpoles are just seeing a worse return on their box office than had been the case in the past few years. Now, there are a variety of reasons why box office is worse across the industry as a result of the pandemic, but in the case of Marvel Studios, a company that had pretty much come from nowhere and very quickly built itself into the biggest franchise in the world, having earned over $22 billion at the global box office before the pandemic, this is something that is constantly being discussed. As the sudden downshift is not only notable and dramatic, but also seems to have coincided both with a more mixed critical receptions than anything from the previous industry darling has had, but also an overwhelming release of new content that for the most part is exclusively linked to the streaming service Disney+. Now, obviously, while I cannot discount the effect that the pandemic itself has had on Marvel's production behind the scenes, I do think that there are many other reasons why Marvel may be struggling and issues that they're facing which are unique to the way that they create their content. Now, the first and biggest hindrance to the development of Marvel's post-Endgame plans, besides the pandemic, was the removal of James Gunn. James Gunn is the writer, as the director and writer behind the Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy for Marvel, but has a film and writing career going back to the mid-90s, with many successful films under his belt, but he had begun his career under the subversive Troma Entertainment, a studio known for its dark horror comedy B-movies, such as the Toxic Avenger series, with Tromeo and Juliet being his first film credit. It's clear from looking at some of his later works that his time at Troma was of a huge influence to him creatively, and many of his projects have explored similar darkly comic tones and horror theming in various ways, from the more obvious ones such as Super, Dawn of the Dead, Slither and the Belko Experiment, to even some of his more conventional projects like Scooby-Doo, Peacemaker, and even his work on the Guardians of the Galaxy and the new Superman film. He is a filmmaker with a very distinctive voice that carries into his work, with many themes that can be seen across his films. And in fact, there's a great video essay by Jesse Earl on their YouTube channel that looks at his body of work in much more detail than I'm going to here. I will link it in the description. Please have a look at it. Jesse makes some of the best video essays I've ever seen, like watching their content when they do big essays like that. It's absolutely sublime content, and their work on James Gunn was brilliant. However, something else about James Gunn is that he's also very active on social media, and he has been for a long time. And he is also very politically outspoken, especially against Donald Trump and his MAGA base. And this led to commentator Mike Cernovich in 2018 drawing attention to several off-color jokes made by Gunn on his social media nearly a decade prior as a way of causing pushback against Gunn's criticism of Trump. Now, I'm not going to defend the content of Gunn's social media posts, as I do not think that they were funny. But considering Gunn's history under Troma and the types of films they make, and some of the content in them, I do understand where that sense of humour has come from, and it made me think a lot of the very kind of like shock jock style of content, so the sort of thing that you might see from someone like Howard Stern. And, you know, it's not a brand of comedy that works for everyone. It doesn't necessarily work for me, but I can understand where it is coming from. And there is obviously an audience for that content. Obviously, however, Disney, known for their very family-focused image, instantly caved to the mounting news story and the growing pressure, especially from the MAGA base, by firing Gunn, despite his public apology and his expressed denouncement and regret for the jokes that he made. That's the most important bit to me, is the regret. He didn't just decry making them, he owned up to it and said, that was me, I was a very different person, I regret making those decisions. Because, yeah, people's opinions and tastes and comedy and everything changes over a period of 10 years. And, you know, James Gunn in 2008 is a different person to James Gunn in 2018. Now, at the time this happened, however, Gunn was about to begin production on Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And there were some heavily publicised reports that Kevin Feige had basically granted James Gunn the oversight of much of Marvel's more cosmic-themed characters and concepts in their plans post-Endgame, as a way of weaving that aspect of the universe into a much bigger aspect of the ongoing storyline. Now, after a huge public outcry, James Gunn was eventually rehired by Disney in 2019 to return to Marvel and direct Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. However, he wasn't able to do that until he fulfilled his then current commitments to Warner Brothers and DC, who had hired him in the meantime to direct The Suicide Squad and Peacemaker. Because, of course, if Marvel Studios lets go of a prominent actor or director, their biggest competition is immediately going to come knocking and say, hey, want a role? You know, and the exact same thing can happen when DC loses people. You know, see Henry Cavill's constant rumours of the fact that he will eventually, presumably, appear in the MCU. I mean, technically he already has, if you count a cameo in Deadpool and Wolverine, but, you know, there's rumours that he's going to have a much bigger role somewhere in the future. So, yeah, James Gunn was working on directing Suicide Squad and Peacemaker. It meant that he didn't actually return to Marvel until 2021 to work on Guardians. He did get to do the holiday special as well as Volume 3, but that was pretty much it. By this point, the damage had already been done to all of the other projects that he would have overseen. And while we can't know exactly what did change behind the scenes, it's highly likely that a large part of the early direction of the Multiverse saga had been affected as a result of his removal, with likely candidates to be affected including Eternals, Multiverse of Madness, Love and Thunder, Secret Invasion, The Marvels, and Quantumania, and possibly even things like Moon Knight, Shang-Chi and Loki, and perhaps even other rumoured in development projects such as Nova, which has been rumoured for a long time now. As a result, I think the negative impact of Disney's leadership's quick reactions to fire James Gunn, to the even reported protestations of Marvel head Kevin Feige, have had not just a negative impact creatively, but I think have also had a very dramatic impact later on, which I'll get to. After Endgame released and the pandemic hit, though, it feels like Marvel has lost its focus in a way that I don't think we've seen since the early Phase 2 divisions between Ike Perlmutter and Kevin Feige. I may have covered this on the podcast before, but probably not in as much detail. Ike Perlmutter, the business executive who purchased Marvel during the comics crash and led it through its bankruptcy, had many clashes with Kevin Feige as Marvel Studios started to become more successful. Most famously, he changed Rebecca Hall's role in Iron Man 3 as he didn't believe that merchandise of a female villain would sell. And the conflicts he caused on the set of Thor the Dark World led to Patty Jenkins leaving as director, because she was originally assigned to direct that, and caused Natalie Portman to leave Marvel not long afterwards. Things got so bad over the development and increased budget of Civil War due to bringing back Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man that Kevin Feige nearly quit Marvel, which caused Bob Iger, the head of Disney, to step in and move Feige and Marvel Studios out from underneath Ike Perlmutter's oversight and directly under Disney Studios boss Alan Horn. Perhaps as a result of the James Gunn issue and the pandemic, however, many Phase 4 projects had a very difficult development cycles. WandaVision was missing reshoots for its final episode due to COVID that may have led to the poor reception to its finale. Multiverse of Madness and Love and Thunder went through many rewrites while being filmed, like they were still going through script rewrites as they were filming. Several deleted scenes do show how some of the major plot threads changed, which I've spoken about before. And this was also reflected in the reception of them, with both of them being worse received critically than their previous entries, although Multiverse of Madness was more financially successful than the first Doctor Strange film, seeing a kind of similar post-Avengers boost to other Marvel heroes, because that's been a trend as well. When a film has featured a character in an Avengers title, when you know solo heroes have been featured in an Avengers film, their following films tend to have seen a bit of a bump. It happened with Iron Man, it happened with Ant-Man and the Wasp after Ant-Man appeared in Civil War, and now it's happened with Doctor Strange after appearing in Infinity War and Endgame, so it's definitely a thing. Wakanda Forever, however, was received worse than the landmark first film, and while much of that may have been due to the untimely passing of Chadwick Boseman and Marvel's own decision not to recast and to change the direction of the film to reflect the passing of the character, it is clear that this film was received worse by audiences and critics alike, lacking the success of the first film. Like, Black Panther was an unmissable event. Wakanda Forever, not so much. And then there are the films with, for Marvel, quite negative responses and receptions. Eternals was the first Marvel film to get below a 65% on Rotten Tomatoes and had a very poor audience reception as well, to the point that a planned sequel is rumoured to have been cancelled. And whatever else you can say about Eternals, it is a very unique film in the Marvel catalogue, for better or worse. It's, people like to complain about how homogenized Marvel's film production is. Eternals is very visually and stylistically different in a lot of ways, which is what people have supposedly been clamouring for, and yet it did nothing but hurt it in the long run. Quantumania was received even worse than Eternals, with a much lower box office than both the previous Ant-Man entries. The Marvels, despite a decent critical reviews and a pretty positive audience reception, had the worst box office in Marvel's history, and is bad enough to officially be considered a box office bomb due to how high its budget was. And then finally, Captain America Brave New World has had a poor response from critics, while Thunderbolts was lauded by critics and audiences, but both of them had a very poor box office, even though Cap did slightly better. The poor responses weren't limited to the films either. While many of the Marvel shows on Disney Plus have been very well received by critics, Echo, She-Hulk, and What If's final season all had very poor fan response, and Secret Invasion was poorly received by both fans and critics. Now, this isn't to discount any of the successes that Marvel has had in this time. WandaVision was a huge success. No Way Home was the first film after COVID to reach $1 billion at the box office and is one of Marvel's most successful films ever. And Deadpool and Wolverine, despite its higher rating, also exceeded $1 billion at the box office and sits as another of Marvel's most successful and by far and away the most successful X-Men related film. But looking at the averages across the board, it is clear that there is a very definite downturn for Marvel. I actually did the maths on this. Phase 1 had 6 entries. You've got an average box office of $635 million to an average of $160 million budget. 80% average Rotten Tomatoes, 64% average Metacritic. Phase 2, $878 million box office, $197 million budget, 81% Rotten Tomatoes, 65% Metacritic. Phase 3, even with many more films, 11 entries in Phase 3, $1.23 billion at the box office average, $217 million budget, 89% Rotten Tomatoes, 72% Metacritic. Phase 4, discounting the TV, we'll look at the receptions to those separately, but the films, 7 films, $816 million at the box office, $213 million at the budget, 76% Rotten Tomatoes, 63% Metacritic. So the critic reactions have started to go way down, the budgets are still quite high, and the box office is going down. Phase 5, $610 million at the box office, $262 million at the budget, 67% Rotten Tomatoes, 54% Metacritic. So it's in higher budgets than ever, lower box office returns, and the lowest critical receptions that we've ever seen for Marvel. And that's all on average. With the TV entries, Phase 4 has 10 entries, $173 million budget average, 90% Rotten Tomatoes, 72% Metacritic, 9 entries in Phase 5, $108 million average budget for the ones that I could actually get the numbers for, because a couple of those were actually made surprisingly cheaply. Agatha All Along especially was made for a very modest budget. 79% Rotten Tomatoes, 67% Metacritic. So again, there's still that Metacritic reduction. The critic reception is getting worse. So, what has gone wrong with the Marvel movie magic? What has caused the growing dissent among audiences and fans that is harming their success? I think there's a confluence of different factors at play. Firstly, Marvel's growing diversity of heroes is causing negative responses from all the usual corners of the internet, but feel free to look at my episode on toxic fandom for my thoughts on the sort of people complaining about Echo, Miss Marvel, She-Hulk, Ironheart and Black Panther for all of those reasons. However, that doesn't explain the negative reactions to other films, and despite how successful some of these films still can be, it is clear that Marvel's projects are being more negatively received. One issue could be the changes in which these films have been made. As Marvel's popularity grew, speculation became rampant on what Marvel was developing. What were they turning into films? What stories were they using from the comics, etc.? Every casting, every announcement, every leak could not only be scrutinised in its own right, but could be compared to decades of comic book history, prompting news sites and discussion pieces that explored deep into the comic origins and speculated on every plot and twist months, sometimes even years before the release of the finished film. Even things like costume speculation becomes a factor, as we've seen with the recent drop of the new Spider-Man Brand New Day costume. You know, people are speculating what that costume means based on what it represents from the comics and so on. This all clearly came to a head in Phase 3, where after Marvel announced every film they had planned for the upcoming phase, speculation ran rampant about Infinity War and every element that could be at play. As a result, after Infinity War and Endgame, Marvel started being secretive. They started using more closed sets to avoid leaks. They started utilising more green screen and ideas like the volume rather than the location shooting that they'd favoured in the past. They refused to announce who actors were cast as and what role they were playing, and they were far less extras on set than in previous films, meaning the heroes don't often save anyone anymore either. All of this can have the effect that everything feels less real and probably makes it a lot less relatable to general audiences. Another problem with the secrecy is that it can lead to a lack of clarity as to the overall direction of the franchise. During Phase 1 and Phase 2, it was relatively clear to general audiences that each of the films were building towards an Avengers film. When Phase 3 began to release, Marvel did its big announcement revealing Infinity War 1 and 2, what later became Infinity War and Endgame, perhaps in some way to placate fans who knew some films were coming, but had no idea what to expect besides another Avengers film. So, exciting fans by promising 2 films made it feel grander. After Endgame, though, general audiences had no idea what to expect. There was no word on a new Avengers film, and the release of more and more Disney Plus shows with no clear structure in sight for the phase and its goals seemed to do nothing but confuse people. Now, Marvel was actually releasing less content than it had before, while at the same time releasing more content than ever. And that was because Marvel Television had been folded into Marvel Studios. Whereas before, however, general audiences ignored projects like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Daredevil, Cloak and Dagger, Runaways, etc., due to them not being developed by Marvel Studios. Now all of the projects carried that Marvel Studios branding, making it less discernible what was a side story, like Moon Knight, What If, or Werewolf by Night, and what was an essential story in the ongoing narrative, like WandaVision or Miss Marvel. And the exclusivity of these shows to Disney Plus didn't help matters. Now, to their credit, Marvel have taken steps to address this by releasing some projects on home media, and they even managed to stream Miss Marvel on Hulu, where it found a much wider audience. That was done in the lead up to the Marvels actually releasing. However, it is quite hard to deny that the growing Marvel catalogue is starting to feel more and more like homework. It's a growing list of projects that you need to study before you enjoy the next entry in a franchise. And that growing continuity, while a key early strength of the cinematic universe format, is now being seen by many people as a hindrance. As a result, Marvel continued to experiment. Echo was given a Marvel Spotlight banner indicating that it was a more self-contained project that could be watched independently. Daredevil Born Again, Agatha All Along and Ironheart have all carried the brand new Marvel Television banner, just as What If Season 3, X-Men 97 and Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man all carried the new Marvel Animation banner, helping to mark them all out as separate from the ongoing Marvel Studios efforts, at least for now. How long that's going to continue, whether it's going to be used in the future, we don't know. Marvel also announced their full Phase 4 and Phase 5 plans towards the end of Phase 4. However, some projects are still yet to materialise, and many of the announced projects have shifted around. Blade and Armour Wars seem to be stuck in development hell, and Secret Wars seems to have been brought forward despite the delays from the WGA SAG-AFTRA strike that caused to the entire phase. And then there are the drastic changes to the entire overriding arc of the multiverse, especially the main villain. So we've talked about the different projects and how they've performed and how their reception and what Marvel seems to be doing off of the back of their reception, like the announcements that have been made. Before we go a bit too much into the previous plans and how they now seem to have changed going forward, I thought it might be interesting to take a look at any unresolved and dangling plot threads that are still out there for Marvel. So what I've done is I've gone through all of the main events of each film and all of the post-credits teases, because obviously we know that's what Marvel tends to use to set up future projects. And there are several from across Phase 4 and 5 that still have been that are still unresolved, and even a couple from Phase 3 that are still unresolved. So I thought I might just briefly discuss all of those. The two from Phase 3 Firstly, there's the scene from Doctor Strange where Baron Mordo does his whole thing about there being too many sorcerers, suggesting the kind of villainous villainous turn that he's going to take. We don't really know what happens with that. Mordo is kind of implied to have been dealt with off screen in Multiverse of Madness, and I think there was a deleted scene which would have had him meet his end at the hands of Wanda. But I don't, this was rumoured. I don't think that scene is actually out there anywhere, unfortunately. So yeah, Multiverse of Madness had a very difficult situation behind the scenes, so we'll see. Homecoming, Spider-Man Homecoming, there's the scene with Vulture and Matt Gargan, the character who would become Scorpion, in the prison, where Gargan talks about his friends and how they want to know who Spider-Man is. And Vulture saying, well, I don't know. If I knew, would I be here? And it's kind of mostly done as a scene to kind of show that Vulture is a decent guy underneath everything. But, there is still some unresolved elements there. Moving on to Phase 4, Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings. The Ten Rings are sending a message into space, which is being analysed by Carol, Wong and Banner. We don't know where that's going. That presumably is something that would have tied into whatever plots were in mind. There's also Xialing having reformed the Ten Rings, and the end credits of Shang-Chi actually had that the Ten Rings will return. I quite like the will return teasers. I find them more interesting than a lot of the actual post-credit scenes sometimes, because of how telling they are and what sort of directions things are going to go in. Eternals probably has the most open-ended elements. Firstly, Arishem took Cersei, Kingo and Phastos away to judge them. Makari, Druig and Thena on their ship then encountered Eros and Pip, and Eros said he knew where the others were, Eros being the brother of Thanos. And then finally there was the post-credit scene with Dane Whitman reaching towards the Ebony Blade, which did seem to be reacting as though it was almost alive, which is something that I would have expected the Necro Sword from Love and Thunder to do more than the Ebony Blade. But yeah, and then we heard Blade speak from off camera, Mahershala Ali as Blade. Blade is completely up in the air. No one knows when that's coming out, so or even if it is coming out at this point. So yeah, and Eternals 2 doesn't seem to be any plans for these Eternals characters anywhere. So yeah, I don't think much of that is going to get resolved anytime soon. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the only thing in that wasn't really brought up or revisited again was the idea of Sharon as the power broker, and the fact that she now has access to government resources. I know that twist for Sharon wasn't generally well liked by audiences. I personally was fine with it, but I know a lot of audiences did not like it, and so I think that might be why Marvel might possibly just silently scrap it. Which would be a shame, because, for better or worse, I think it was an interesting idea. And I think for Marvel's previous efforts, a lot of their more controversial ideas have generally been made better by what have been done with them later on. For example, there's elements of Thor: The Dark World, which is, not a beloved movie, but I think a lot of that has been softened by how elements of that film were treated in later entries like Ragnarok, Loki and Endgame. So, I think, yes, Marvel might have established something that might possibly be controversial, but if they do something with it and do something well with it, it could work. Moon Knight, we now know, since I've recorded the previous section where I spoke about it, it's now been revealed that Moon Knight is getting a season 2. Because obviously we have this post-credit scene revealing that there is a third alter called Jake Lockley who is still working for Khonshu. So Mark and Steven will have to deal with that. I'm quite glad that this has been announced to be getting a season 2, because I really enjoyed the first season and I like Oscar Isaac in the role. So yeah, very much excited for that. No Way Home, the only bit that I don't think has been picked up is the little Venom symbiote that gets left on the bar when Eddie disappears. I know something similar happened in Venom: The Last Dance. They did pick up on it there, with the Imperium group who arrived to capture it, but nothing for it in No Way Home as far as I can tell. Multiverse of Madness ends with a scene where Clea arrives and takes Strange to deal with an incursion in the dark dimension. Now, that seems to be set at some point quite late after the previous post-credit scene, which is where his third eye opens in the middle of the street. Therefore, it wouldn't surprise me if they brought Clea and Strange into either Doctor Strange 2 and release that before, or in between Doomsday and Secret Wars, or have that as a scene in Doomsday to sort of explain where Doctor Strange is. They've done that before. They've shot scenes for one movie that have then been used in another movie. This would be going the opposite way though, because obviously this scene was shot for Multiverse of Madness, and would then be retroactively used in Doomsday or Secret Wars, rather than like, for example, the scenes from Ragnarok or Civil War that were used in Doctor Strange or Ant-Man. So, for example, Love and Thunder, the big thing that's left open is Zeus sending Hercules after Thor. We got Brett Goldstein as Hercules. I like Hercules. I'd like to see Hercules and Thor interact. Whether we're getting a Thor 5 now, I think they have spoken about Thor 5. But whatever happens, it's presumably going to be after Secret Wars at this point. So I don't know how much longer Chris Hemsworth's planning on playing Thor, but I think while he's enjoying it, while he's willing to do it, as much as his story might have narratively reached its end, I think, at the end of Love and Thunder, there's definitely some elements there if you did want to bring the character back, and having him go up against Hercules would be a good one. Wakanda Forever, the biggest element is Toussaint, T'Challa's son, and the fact that his name is also T'Challa. I get the feeling, if anything, they're probably going to age that character up and have him take over the role of the Black Panther, because as much as I like Shuri, I don't think she's going to be as well accepted as a male lead. Unfortunately, it's just misogyny, unfortunately. Werewolf by Night didn't really have a post-credits scene, but absolutely nothing in it has been picked up on anywhere else. So Jack, Elsa and Ted are all still on the table to use in the future, and I really hope they are. And also, Michael Giacchino, the director, has said he has a specific area in mind as to where this fits in the timeline, but I don't think that's been revealed by himself or by Marvel. There's guesses been made online, but this could really fit anywhere. We could get a monster saga or a little monster sub-saga. It'd be interesting to see Werewolf by Night crossover with Moon Knight, for example. Moon Knight, the character, originally appeared in a Werewolf by Night comic, so I think that could be a lot of fun. Quantumania, this seems to be the big one that will not get resolved, because obviously it involved the Council of Kangs gathering to deal with the damage to the multiverse, and speaking about Kang, and obviously the end credits teaser had that Kang will return, not Ant-Man will return, Kang will return. Now apparently, I'm going to get more into it, but apparently there is a reason why Kang cannot be recast, and it's to do with a contract that was signed with Jonathan Majors. So I don't think anything here is going to be resolved, unfortunately. I think the Kangs are going to be quietly dealt with off camera in a similar way to how Thanos dealt with Xandar off camera before Infinity War. We're just going to get Doom taking over the role of Kang, and it'd be like, yep, he's dealt with the Kangs off camera. Guardians Volume 3, obviously we've got the new Guardians at the end. They're out there in space somewhere doing their own thing. We did get the bit at the end saying Peter Quill will return, and I don't think he's been announced for Doomsday as yet, but just the idea that obviously the character is on Earth, he could return, he could reappear. I'm intrigued if he does. I don't necessarily need him to. I think the character's story is done, but yeah, if they want to bring him back, if they want to do something with him, I'd be intrigued to see what it is. Secret Invasion didn't really have a post-credit scene per se, but there was the whole thing with Gaia working with Sonya and all these people in the pods that Sonya has access to. We know how the Skrulls use those pods to kind of access people's memories, so that suggests that Sonya and Gaia could potentially do something quite dangerous with a lot of them. Definitely quite... I've forgotten the word that I want to use. No, it's completely gone. I was going for discreet, but not quite discreet. There's definitely potential there for another spy storyline, and I quite liked Sonya. Gaia's probably a bit too powerful, but I like the character. I'd be interested to see if they wanted to bring Gaia and Sonya back. Marvels is the big one that I expect to tie in the future, which is the idea that Monica is in another universe with Binary and the Beast, and the X-Men. The suggestion that she's with the X-Men. Now, obviously, there's casting announcements for Avengers Doomsday that suggest that this is one that is going to be picked up on, most definitely, which I'm excited for. We'll see how it goes. Deadpool and Wolverine. It's in the background of the post-credit sequence where we see that Gambit was being rescued from the void, and that actual scene was released on its own online as well. So Gambit is definitely coming back. We know Channing Tatum is coming back in Doomsday, so presumably it's the same version of Gambit having been rescued from the void. It'd be interesting to see him again. I enjoyed Gambit a lot more than I expected to. Agatha all along, again, not post-credits, but just the idea of Agatha and Billy looking for Tommy. I think if that's going to be followed up anywhere, it's going to be in the Vision Quest series, or definitely on sort of like Marvel TV. I don't necessarily expect it to play a part in Doomsday or Secret Wars. I think whatever's happening with Billy and Tommy is going to be kept to the small screen, so I expect that on a Disney Plus streaming series. And then finally, the two big ones are Brave New World and Thunderbolts. Brave New World, Stearns warns Sam that different worlds are going to be going to war, obviously setting up for some kind of big multiverse tease. It felt a bit tame, obviously off the back of previous teases, most especially the ones in Multiverse of Madness and the Marvels, but it is what it is. Meanwhile, Thunderbolts, the scene for that is apparently directly lifted from Doomsday. Like, it was filmed for Doomsday. And I'm not going to go in spoilers for it here, but there's very definite links where I can see, okay, there's a few different things going on here. There's a few things that are established. I could see how this could tie into what is the plan for Doomsday as it currently stands. Based on what we know about it, based on the cast members that have been announced for it. So I'm excited for that. It's the most definite one where this is where something is directly going, because it's where it's going now. Obviously, the Quantumania one was very much where it was going then. Thunderbolts is where it's going now, which just shows how much things have changed in a couple of years. But yeah, let's have a look at those changes, shall we? And what was planned and what is now planned, because I think that could be very interesting. So, the original plan, as presented, was for Jonathan Majors' Kang the Conqueror to be the overarching villain of the Multiverse saga, or at least a variant of the character, as it seemed that while Majors was originally cast as Kang for Quantumania, his casting in Loki as He Who Remains seemed to establish that he would also be playing every possible variant of the character, and he was soon confirmed as Victor Timely in Loki Season 2, as well as rumoured to be taking over the role of the Beyonder in Secret Wars. And Quantumania then showed us the entire council of Kangs, as well as Immortus, Rama Tut, and the Centurion, all played by Majors as well. In fact, it has even been rumoured that it was part of Major's contract that he would play every variant of the character going forward, and if true, that might explain some of the difficulty that Marvel has been facing as a result. Jonathan Majors was arrested in March 2023 on charges of assaulting his girlfriend. Now, while several people were quick to cut ties with Majors after the arrest, including his management, Disney was surprisingly not one of them. Now, the current reporting is that Kang could not simply be recast, and that the entire Multiverse saga would need to be drastically restructured. Could be a reason why, but another could be a dramatic shift into the other direction so as not to react too quickly as they had previously with James Gunn. As it is, it wasn't until Majors was actually convicted of assault in December 2023 that Marvel actually dismissed him from the roles he was attached to. And this then left the fate of Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars up in the air, the two Avengers films. Jeff Loveness, the writer of Quantumania, and Dustin Daniel Cretton, the director of Shang-Chi, were originally assigned to Kang Dynasty in 2022. In November 2023, it was reported that Cretton had left, Michael Waldron of Loki and Multiverse of Madness was replacing Loveness, and that Marvel was moving away from the Kang storyline, just ahead of Majors' conviction and removal from the projects. So when Phase 6 was originally announced, it was revealed that Avengers 5 would be called Kang Dynasty. It would be a storyline setting up Kang and his variants, and then this storyline would culminate a year later in Secret Wars. Rumours suggested that several comic book storylines would play a role of some sort in this storyline, with Kang having many great storylines in the comics. He's actually one of my favourite Avengers villains. He's been part of some of stories that I really, really like. There's also been a recent push as part of the current Avengers title and the timeless annual one-shots that have led to it, also featuring Kang. It was presumed that the Kang Dynasty title might be echoing storylines like the Council of Kangs, who obviously then went on to appear in the post-credits of Quantumania, and possibly Kang's destiny to evolve into the character of Immortus as he progresses through his own timeline, something which in the comics he is very eager to avoid. As for Secret Wars, before the rumours of Majors being cast as the Beyonder surfaced, it was assumed that it would take its inspiration from the 2015 Secret Wars series. That was written by Jonathan Hickman and saw the end of the multiverse, and the mention of incursions between realities in Multiverse of Madness had already suggested a link to that storyline, as it was part of the lead-in to Secret Wars. However, once Beyonder was mentioned, it was also suggested that more could be taken from the original 1980s Secret Wars stories, where the Beyonder was a cosmically powered character who pitted heroes and villains against each other on a construction called Battleworld. Obviously, though, like all MCU projects, I believe that the films wouldn't have followed or adapted a single comic book storyline directly, but instead used elements from multiple comics as a springboard to develop new ideas that fit the world that has already been established within the MCU. The issue was that the building elements of the Multiverse saga also suggested other plots as well, most notably the rise of the younger generation of heroes. As much as the multiverse is at play in this saga, I've spoken before, especially on my blog where I made a Marvel watch order, which I'm also going to link in the episode description for anyone who wants it, that a large part of both Phase 4 and Phase 5 is the introduction of newer heroes, like a new generation of heroes. In fact, it seems to be a key thread in WandaVision, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Hawkeye, Wakanda Forever, Miss Marvel, She-Hulk, Quantumania, Love and Thunder, Ironheart, and Agatha all along, all of which seem to be introducing or developing new, younger heroes, many of them legacies characters, some sort of legacy being passed down from an original character. And that's on top of all the other new heroes like Shang-Chi, Moon Knight, and Monica Rambeau. And the end of the Marvels seemed to suggest that this group would band together in the future. Now, that could all still happen, perhaps as the basis for a new team in the upcoming Avengers films. But at the minute, it's unknown where several of these characters may be seen again, as a couple of them only really feel like afterthoughts in their appearances so far, such as Scar in She-Hulk or Elijah in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And that isn't even mentioning all the other characters who have been introduced, like Clea, Hercules, Eros, Dane Whitman, and others, with no idea where any of them are going to reappear, or if they even will at this point. In many ways, it feels like it's difficult for audiences to get excited about or invested in any of these new ideas, as it's been so long since any of these ideas could be explored. I once stated that one of the benefits of the MCU and how connected it felt was that we came back to characters fairly often, unlike the DC extended universe, for example. I think I made the comparison back then of Aquaman to the Guardians of the Galaxy. The wait between Aquaman and its sequel and the wait between Volume 2 and Volume 3 of the Guardians of the Galaxy was the same period of time. It was 6 years. But while we hadn't seen Aquaman in anything else in that time, the Guardians had appeared in and had significant development in Infinity War, Endgame, Love and Thunder, and the Holiday Special. However, now there are more and more characters that have not been seen in several years. As it is, Tommy, Vision, Shang-Chi, the Ten Rings, Eros, Pip, Dane, Arishem, and all the rest of the Eternals haven't been seen since 2021. Doctor Strange, Wong, Wanda, Moon Knight, She-Hulk, Scar, Thor, Zeus, Hercules, Shuri, Namor, M'Baku, Okoye, Nakia, and Clea haven't been seen since 2022. Carol Danvers, Monica Rambeau, Kamala Khan, Kate Bishop, Valkyrie, the Guardians of the Galaxy, either version, Nick Fury, Rhodey, Sonya, Gaia, Loki, Mobius, Sylvie, Ant-Man, Wasp, and Cassie haven't been seen since 2023. Assuming that any of these return in Doomsday and Secret Wars, it could be anywhere between 3 and 6 years between appearances for some of these characters, and that is even if they appear, as some of Feige's latest comments seems to suggest that several of them won't. And I really think that's a shame. In July 2024 at San Diego Comic-Con, it was revealed that Kang Dynasty was now Avengers Doomsday, with the Russo brothers and co-writer Stephen McFeely returning for both this and Secret Wars, with Robert Downey Jr. returning and taking over the role of Doctor Doom. This was all later reported to be at a substantial financial cost, and is a decision that seems to have received a very mixed reception from both fans and the entertainment press. Some have praised the boldness of the reveal, while many others have seen it as a desperate move, an attempt to win back fans with a recognisable and beloved actor and another big cinematic event from the team that gave you Infinity War and Endgame. There was also extensive speculation about the casting of Doom. Like, would this be a variant of Tony Stark in order to lean into this casting? And if it was indeed a more comic accurate version of Doctor Doom, then why was there no attempt to cast a Romani actor considering the character's heritage? Then in March 2025, for the start of the official production of Doomsday, Marvel ran a cast announcement live stream revealing the first batch of actors confirmed for the film across 5 hours, becoming one of the most popular live events ever. During the reveal, it was confirmed that as well as MCU characters Thor, Shuri, Ant-Man, Namor, Shang-Chi, Captain America, Falcon, M'Baku, Loki, the Fantastic Four, and the entire team of Thunderbolts, we would also see the debut of Doctor Doom and the return of several actors reprising their roles from the Fox X-Men films, including Xavier, Magneto, Beast, Cyclops, Nightcrawler, Mystique, and Gambit. This is all on top of other rumours suggesting the return of characters like Doctor Strange, Wong, Spider-Man, Captain Carter, Hawkeye, and even the return of Chris Evans somewhere, although apparently not as Steve Rogers. In fact, if anything, this casting announcement is almost conspicuous with the characters that aren't included anywhere in it, such as most of the Disney Plus characters like Moon Knight, She-Hulk, Vision, Daredevil, Miss Marvel, Kate Bishop, Ironheart, etc., or even some of the MCU mainstays like Hulk, Wasp, Star-Lord, The Guardians, Valkyrie, Rhodey, Captain Marvel, new additions like the Eternals, Monica, Clea, Deadpool and Wolverine, or even some of the other X-Men mainstays like Jean Grey, Iceman, Rogue, X-23, Pietro, Colossus. Even previous multiverse variants such as the alternate Spider-Men, Binary, Elektra, Blade or the Illuminati. So now the question becomes, what exactly is Doomsday shaping up to be? As it would now seem to most general audiences to be shaping up as some form of Avengers versus X-Men story. Now, on one hand, I don't hate that idea, as it feels like we'll be getting some form of new X-Men in the future of the MCU, so a farewell of sorts to the more established versions of these heroes makes perfect sense, and obviously the huge successes that Marvel saw with both Spider-Man No Way Home and Deadpool and Wolverine makes more multiverse appearances of previous Marvel actors from outside of the MCU not only a sensible decision, but a bankable one. Nostalgia does seem to sell at the minute. And perhaps using Avengers vs. X-Men as the title might have generated even more hype than the current Doomsday title, but that would also possibly detract from Doom, who, if he is moving into the more prominent role of the villain, a villain to succeed Thanos in many ways, might not be a decision that Marvel wish to make. I fully believe that Doom is still going to be a focal character in this, in the same way that Thanos was in the seemingly very crowded Infinity War, the same way that Captain America was in the very crowded Civil War, the same way that the MCU's version of Peter Parker was in Spider-Man No Way Home. I will say Marvel have great success at that, at keeping their focus on a particular character, even with huge amounts of other characters around them. It's something I quite admire in their films, and something they can do very well. Doesn't mean I'm not concerned and I'm not dubious about it. I have my own reservations on the idea of Robert Downey Jr. and the Russos returning, and the idea of Robert Downey Jr. playing Doctor Doom. I think he's a great actor. I think he's more than capable of doing it. However, Doctor Doom is my favourite comic book supervillain ever. I adore Doctor Doom. I think he's one of the most interesting comic book characters and one of the most interesting fictional characters I've ever seen realized. And I have a very particular image in my head of what I expect Doom to be. And none of the adaptations I've ever seen of Doctor Doom have hit that for me. And I'm really hoping that this does it. None of the live action adaptations anyway. There's been some very good ones in animation and video games. So yeah, I'm really hoping that this nails it, that this does it well. But yeah, we'll see. Either way, it seems more clear that we are expecting some kind of multiversal incursion as part of Doomsday, which is going to bring the X-Men Earth up against the MCU Earth, and that Secret Wars will now presumably be much more inspired by the end of the multiverse version from Jonathan Hickman in 2015, where a cosmically empowered version of Doom creates the battle world from surviving pieces of the multiverse. And that in the aftermath of this, the MCU may even get a sort of soft reset. In fact, several recent comments from Kevin Feige even seem to have suggested this, with him saying that even before Majors was fired, Marvel was looking to pivot away from Kang towards another villain, likely Doctor Doom, and that certain characters, including Iron Man and Steve Rogers, could potentially be recast in the future. Personally, as a fan of the ongoing continuity of the MCU, rather than any recasting, I would simply like to see new characters take up their heroic mantles, in a similar way to how Sam Wilson is now Captain America in the MCU. There's a bit more precedence for this in the comics. The issue is trying to make any new entries stand more independently, because the MCU shouldn't feel like homework. It should feel, in my mind, more like a long-running franchise like the Bond films or even the comics themselves, where you can jump in anywhere and get enough context to enjoy the story you're watching. And if you enjoy it, then there's plenty more when that came from. And in some ways, to do that, perhaps I will lose a lot of the continuity that I love so much. But I do think it's possible. And yeah, to go back to what I said, I think we should keep the timeline moving. The comics have this thing called a sliding timescale, where despite the fact that Marvel Comics have been published almost continuously since the 1960s, the actual in-universe timeline seems to have only taken place within the last 15 years. And that timeline is constantly moving. And it means, we've got, for example, Captain America, who originally defrosted 20 years after the war, who has now defrosted after 9/11. And despite the fact there are stories set around 9/11, despite the fact there are stories set around the Vietnam War, set around the Gulf War, set around the War on Terror, set around real historical events, they're all part of this sliding timescale, and they all have to be accepted like that. The MCU doesn't have that. The MCU has an established timeline that at this point goes back to about 2008. And in fact, with films like The Eternals and flashbacks and things like Thor, goes back a lot longer than that. And I really like that. I like that some of those characters have aged out of those roles and gone. I like that Captain America has retired, that Iron Man has passed on, that changes have happened. And I think the MCU, in doing that, has a very unique chance to do something that the comics I don't think will ever do, which is pass on to the next generation of heroes. There are plenty of great Marvel characters that have yet to be introduced into the Marvel Universe. Despite how many characters they have adapted, there are so many that have still not been used and have great potential to be used. And, you know, the idea of characters from the 90s or the 80s, or, you know, all these lost Marvel characters who aren't really focused on in the comics, getting this big mainstream boost and becoming hugely popular heroes, I think that's a great idea. And it's something I'd like to see. It's inspiring creativity. I think it's a good choice to have that legacy. And I think it is something that the MCU can do that the comics seem very reluctant to do. And I suppose the change will come with Franklin Richards in Fantastic Four, because that's where it came in the comics. Up until the birth of Franklin Richards, the comics did seem to move in real time. However, Franklin is what changed everything, because while he initially aged quite quickly, he went from a baby to a toddler very quickly, he then stayed a toddler for a while, stayed a young child for a while, stayed a preteen boy for a long time, and only recently has he sort of become a teenager. And it's that very slow progression that caused the sliding timescale. And with Franklin being a character in Fantastic Four First Steps, and presumably going to be coming into the MCU and growing in the future, this is where the change could become interesting. We'll see just exactly what happens with the MCU in its own time frame. Personally, I'd like it to continue. I think some stories should be allowed to end and change, and I think there's a benefit to that. Whereas something like Bond, that isn't what happens. So, you know, maybe I am contradicting myself by saying it should be like the Bond franchise in some ways, where it can be, you can jump in anywhere. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious, but I'm also nervous. So, what does the future hold? At the time of recording, Fantastic Four First Steps has recently been released. I have yet to see it, but I am aware that it takes place in another Earth and not that of the main MCU. Wonder Man and Vision Quest are both due to drop on Disney Plus within the next year. I think Wonder Man is stepping up its release campaign, is due to release by the end of the year. Eyes of Wakanda has recently dropped as well. The next Spider-Man film, Brand New Day, will be arriving in July, just ahead of Avengers Doomsday, and has currently been confirmed to feature the Punisher, Hulk, and Scorpion all returning, as well as the introduction of Sadie Sink as a new character. And again, to iterate what I said before, Marvel are being very secretive and very tight-lipped about who Sadie Sink is playing. Punisher will also be getting a special presentation, similar to Werewolf by Night, after his appearance in Born Again Season 2, which is also going to feature the return of Jessica Jones. And it was recently reported that Moon Knight will be getting a second season, making it the first Disney Plus series after Loki to actually have one confirmed. I'm not counting Born Again in that because, you know, Born Again is the Marvel Television banner, not the Marvel Studios banner, and it was originally all developed as one thing. It's just been split into 2 seasons. Of course, there are the repeated delays to Blade and Armor Wars. Blade even had several of its costumes and props sold to the team behind Sinners, and has recently gone through several attached screenwriters and directors. And I think Mahershala Ali is getting very, very tired of all the delays. Like, Kevin Feige spoke out and said it's not just as simple as having Mahershala Ali show up in a costume and fight vampires. But that's exactly what the original Blade films were. They were just Wesley Snipes showing up in a costume and fighting vampires. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't know. I don't know why the delay for Blade. Probably part of the issue is weaving vampires into the existing universe, maybe. I don't know. Armor Wars was originally announced as a series, then was reported to be being worked into a film, but now, just like Blade, it's apparently a lot less of a priority so that Marvel can focus on Doomsday and Secret Wars. And other films that have been previously reported on or rumoured, things like Doctor Strange 3, the sequel to Shang-Chi, also seem to have met a similar fate. The problem is, everything now seems to be up into the air until the storyline with Secret Wars is completed. But it also seems unlikely that there are no other film releases planned in 2026 and 2027, apart from Brand New Day, Doomsday and Secret Wars. So the question then becomes what those stories will be. And even with reporting that Marvel is adjusting its plans to reduce its Disney Plus output, it is likely that more things are on the way there as well. I know that there are several characters I would love to see again. For example, I would love to see She-Hulk get a second season, as I think that even as an episodic series, it has tremendous potential. Like, I don't see why they can't run it as a completely episodic thing. Something similar to Star Trek Strange New Worlds. You know, each episode gives her a different case to follow. You know, that could be really interesting. In fact, I suppose probably the closest comparison would be a higher budget version of something like The Good Fight. And then obviously we get to Secret Wars and the culmination of this multiverse arc. And while I don't necessarily want the film to be completely based on nostalgia, especially with the huge amount of characters already potentially in play, I can't deny that if it was possible, if like Endgame revisiting previous moments from the MCU, we could see returning characters from non-MCU films, then yes, I do have a list. You know, I've loved seeing both Spider-Man, Human Torch, Blade, Elektra, Wolverine, X-23 and the Illuminati. And I'm going to be very happy to see the X-Men again. And I'd be happy to see any of them return in Secret Wars as well. But my own personal picks would be Michael Chiklis as Thing, because I think he was absolutely brilliant in the role. He was one of my favourite depictions of the Thing. I absolutely loved his take on the character. I'd like to see Nicolas Cage return as Ghost Rider. Whether he will or not, I don't know. I'd love to see Thomas Jane return as the Punisher, because I think his portrayal of the character is very underrated, and unfortunately Ray Stevenson is unable to return due to having recently passed away. Michael Fassbender as Magneto, as great as Ian McKellen coming back is, I loved Michael Fassbender's depiction. The three Spider-Women from Madam Web, I would love to see the three of them again. They were fantastic. Like, the three of them, give them the costumes, let them do some superheroing. That would be brilliant. Anya Taylor-Joy as Magik, who was probably the greatest part of the New Mutants film. A film that really deserved better, if I'm honest. So yeah, there's loads I'd like to see return, if possible. You know, I don't think it is necessarily possible, but I think it would be cool. Hell, even give me Lou Ferrigno painted green again as a cameo. In fact, is Lou Ferrigno still alive? I'm not sure. That might be in bad taste. No, he is still alive. He's 73 years old, I've checked, but he is still alive. So yeah, bring him back and paint him green. You don't even need to paint him, just CGI him green. And just have him as Hulk just for a little cameo. Why not? It would be incredible. Literally. All of that said, though, besides the X-Men, I'm only expecting to possibly see the Spider-Men again. I do think we might perhaps get some other strange variants, however, in a way similar to how we got the Age of Apocalypse and Old Man Logan versions of Wolverine in Deadpool and Wolverine. Perhaps we might even get the Cavalry again, don't know. I am not sure whether we will get a big smackdown brawl at the end of Secret Wars in a similar way to what we got at Endgame, because I think if we do that again, it's hard to not see comparisons to something we've already had. And the final battle in the actual Secret Wars comic was a much more personal battle between Reed and Doom, which I think if they do that, that could help this stand out a lot more if it copies that particular approach. With whatever battle we see on Battleworld merely being a precursor for a much more intimate struggle. Because that's what happened in Secret Wars. In issue 8, like, everything kind of came together. We got the future version of the Hulk, the Maestro. Oh, Lou Ferrigno as the Maestro, that would be brilliant. So yeah, the future version of the Hulk arrived with his army. All of the Avengers arrived. All of the Ultimate characters arrived off screen, but they were there, and there's huge armies on every side kind of clashing, and it was all so that Reed could get to Doom, and then they had a battle, but it was a much more intellectual battle, and it focused on them rather than the actual big battle happening outside. So yeah, that could work. Either way, regardless of whatever happens, though, I am excited for this. Like, I am nervous, I have hesitations, I have issues, but I am excited for what is coming. I'm excited to see the conclusion of this story. I like seeing the conclusions of stories. I like seeing the stories that have been intended. That's pretty much clear in the podcast. Every time I've spoken about, like, director's cuts or lost media or things like that, anything like that has come up, I'm usually excited to see the conclusion of a story. If the story's good enough that it's captured my attention. And I love the Marvel heroes. I love the Marvel characters. I've got a lot of affection for the previous adaptations, both the X-Men film series and the MCU. So seeing the two of them kind of come together here and have that culmination, have that conclusion, I am excited for it, and I can't deny the fact that I am. But I will admit that I am the most nervous I have ever been for the future of the MCU. And I don't know what the issue is that seems to have been causing the problems with general audiences. It could just be superhero fatigue. It could just be anything. But then at the same time, it's hard to argue something like superhero fatigue with the current success that Superman is seeing. I don't think people are sick of superheroes, but I think people might be getting sick of Marvel. And if that's the case, Marvel needs to change. So right, so we come to the end of this discussion, whether the MCU is starting to fail. I think it's definitely going to be very telling over the next few years, over, you know, the reception that Brand New Day, Doomsday, and Secret Wars especially have as to what the future for Marvel could look like. I think they're going to carry on making movies, but I think things are going to change. I think budgets are going to go down. I think, I don't think it's likely we're going to see some projects anymore. Like, they've been talking about doing Thor 5. I'm not sure that's going to happen. In fact, recently Chris Hemsworth even posted, like, a goodbye to the character as part of the anniversary for the first Thor, I think it was. And, about the fact it's been like 15 years he's been playing that character, or 14 years, I don't know. It's been a while. So like some kind of anniversary there. And yeah, it's... I think things are definitely going to be changing. You know, the TV side is going to be winding down. I think the budget's going to go down on the film side. I think Secret Wars and Doomsday are going to be the exception. They're going to be the last big movies we get for a while, I think. I think after this it's going to be very quiet affairs. We might get some reboots. We might get some reimaginings of characters that we've seen previously. I mean, I know we're going to be getting an X-Men movie at some point, which is going to be a remake or reimagining of that. Whether we're still going to be getting things like Shang-Chi 2 or Doctor Strange 3, don't know. There seems to be hints from Kevin Feige that some characters are just never going to be seen again, which I think is a shame, regardless of who those characters could be. But yeah, things are definitely going to be changing. And whether that's for the better or for the worse remains to be seen. So whether the MCU, sorry, I was looking at a picture of X-Men 97 when I said that, that's why. Whether the MCU is failing or not, I think it definitely is starting to. It's starting to outstay its welcome, I think. I think Phase 5, the reaction to Phase 5 has shown that whatever Marvel has been doing up until now is reaching a point where they can't keep doing that. Because with those averages, the budgets are too high for the return they're getting and the commercial reception they're receiving. And there has to be a change. You know, through Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, everything was on the up. Phase 4, a bit lower than Phase 3, but still better than Phase 2. Phase 5 has been the worst. The budgets are way higher, but the box office and the audience reception is way down, lower than it's ever been. And that suggests that things need to change drastically. And if they don't, Marvel Studios could be in a lot of trouble. I'm curious to see what's going to happen next. Like I said, I do have some trepidation over it. But I think it's going to be very telling over these next few years what happens. Still, that's all I'm going to say about it. I've gone on and on about this. I've discussed all my thoughts and theories. I want to know what everyone else out there thinks. Do you think Marvel is starting to fail? Do you think they need to change? What would you change? If you were in charge of Marvel, what would you change? Would you release less shows? Would you release less movies? Would you lower the budgets? What do you think is the best way to save Marvel at this point? You know, that's what I'm curious about. What do you think would be the best way to do it? That's what I think could prompt a discussion and keep this really interesting, keep it going. I'll probably put a poll with some answers in Spotify and other places where you can find this podcast. But yeah, I want to see comments. I want to see discussion. I want to know what you would do if you were in charge of Marvel. Someone said you have to steady the ship right now. What would you do? You can't change the films that are coming out. We're still going to get Brand New Day. We're still going to get Doomsday. We're still going to get Secret Wars. But what would you change after that to put Marvel back on track? I think that's an interesting one. Interesting idea and discussion. So let's see. For me, I think lowering the budgets of the films going forward is the biggest one. They have to spend less, because if they are going to hit that lower return on investment for a while, they need to curb their spending, which means things have got to be simpler, less special effects, less over-the-top dramatic things. And in some ways, I think that will help. I think things will feel more human, more real, more intimate. and it will work in their favour. That's what I would do. But I want to know what you would do. Thanks for joining me, gang. As always, it's been brilliant having you here. I want you all to look after yourselves, take the very best care of yourself, look after your physical and mental health as best as you can. I am a bit behind on the schedule at the minute. I was planning to keep releasing every 2 weeks because I was ahead of myself. I'm not ahead of myself anymore. If anything, I'm actually behind. I am working on new episodes. I'm hoping to get them out to you as soon as possible, but I'm not going to promise anything. All I'm going to say is that episodes are coming and they will be arriving as soon as they are ready. The next one that I'm working on, I've pretty much done the script of. The ones after that, I think I've got a few things to watch, but I'm mostly there. I'm getting there quite quickly. I think of the next 4 episodes, I'm on the way with about 3 or 4 of them. So we're getting there. I might move some stuff around. There's some stuff that I might be more ahead with than others, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Until then, you all look after yourselves. I love you all. I'm so grateful to every single one of you who listens to this podcast, who watches these videos when they go up on YouTube, who engages with me, who leaves a comment, who leaves a like, who subscribes. Anything like that it means the absolute world, because it helps me build this podcast. It helps me find the audience who want this thing. And I'm so grateful for the audience I already have. So by all means, keep liking, keep sharing, keep commenting, all that YouTuber stuff, all that content creator stuff, because it really, really does help. I see the numbers going up and it makes my day. It really does. Thank you so much, everyone. Look after yourselves, take the very best care of yourselves, and I will see you next time. Bye for now. Right, so going back to some less pleasant topics. I hope you enjoyed the episode, but for now, let's discuss a bit more about the future of the podcast. The reason why this episode was delayed and the reason that other episodes upcoming are going to be affected is because in my private life, myself, Tallulah and Zulu are separating. As a result, this means obviously there will be some drastic changes to this podcast. Some episodes that I had planned to do with the pair of them now either might not happen or will happen at a later point, and will not happen in the way that I had planned. Obviously this has affected my mental health. I've been very open about my mental health and my struggles with it throughout the run of this podcast, and essentially I believe my diagnosis is wrong and that I need further support with it. So that is what I am looking to get right now. So I am looking to get further help with my mental health. So that takes time, unfortunately. I'm going to carry on working on some episodes in the background. It's going to take time. I'm probably going to be doing side projects. So if you don't already follow my blog or follow my gaming channel, I would recommend that, just because that's probably where my new content is going to be uploaded in the meantime. I did start playing Batman Arkham Asylum on Twitch. I'll probably get back to that, finish Lego Marvel, finish Half-Life, finish KOTOR, and get those uploaded, and get like a backlog of content uploaded on there. Blog wise, I'm working on unraveling DC's new film canon. I'm working on still working on that Marvel thought experiment that I've been doing for a while. It's very big. I've finally nailed it down. I just need to finish writing it all out. And I've started reading a lot of comics, so I'm probably going to be doing some comics, some reviews, some blogs, things like that. In terms of the larger content episodes that I have planned, they're probably going to take a backseat for a while. I will be working on them in the background, but I don't expect to release them anytime soon. I think it's going to be probably about 6 months before I get back to making another big episode, just because of how much stuff I have to sort out in the meantime. There's obviously a lot of big life changes going on right now. So yeah, I do hope to get back to making this podcast, to making this content, to going up to 100 episodes. I had episodes planned for the rest of this year. I had episodes planned through to next year. There's a lot and so many future ideas beyond that. There's so much I want to talk about and so much I want to get into and really explore, but a lot of this stuff takes time, and it's time at the minute that I'm much better devoting to myself and looking after myself, and that's what I need to do. I need to look after myself. I need to look after my family, especially my children. So that is my priority right now, and hopefully all of my supporters, all of my subscribers out there can understand that, and I thank you all for all your support. Like I said, please follow me in other places. There will be content. There might even be some shorter review content. I mean, I haven't discussed Superman, and I have a lot of things to say about that film. I absolutely loved it. So, you know, I could do some smaller review content. You know, that's one I've got in mind. I've had an idea as well for revamping and updating one of my older reviews to be bigger, to be more dramatic, just because the film I kind of spoke about, I just kind of encouraged people to go and watch it rather than actually discuss the film itself. So I'm probably going to expand that episode, maybe a couple of others like that, like you know, some of those old film reviews that I did a couple of years ago. So I might be doing that as well, because that's relatively easy to add and redo the video and redo the audio. So those are things that I might do in the meantime. But for now, I think all of those bigger projects are going to wait, and it's going to be smaller projects. It's going to be things like Let's Plays, blogs, those sort of projects. And, you know, I'm not saying things won't be coming out on the podcast channel. They might be. But yeah, I'm going to need to take some time. I'm going to need to take a hiatus, unfortunately. And I didn't want to do this, especially after having only just come back from one. I thought I'd sorted out a lot of my issues. Turns out I haven't. So, and you know, those issues are leading to problems, and I need to sort those problems out. Okay? So thank you for your patience. Thank you for your support. It really does mean the world. If anyone wishes to financially support me, you can do. Please go to the Ko-fi link. Coffee, I never know how to say it. But you can support me on there if you really want to. I'd be very grateful for it. Otherwise, please just like, follow, subscribe, anything like that. It really means the world. It helps me build this podcast, and it shows that there's an audience out there for when I come back. I love you all. Please all look after yourself, and I'll speak to you all soon. Bye for now. Thank you for joining us here at Garhdo Goes Geek. Your support of this podcast means the absolute world to me, and I am grateful to everyone who listens. If you wish to engage more with myself and my co-hosts, we have a few other ways to do this. Firstly, if you go to the link tree linked in the description, you'll find links not just to this podcast on every platform, but also to our Discord server, where you can interact directly with all of us, and a link to a dedicated subreddit for this podcast. There is also a link to a supporting Blogspot page, where I'll be posting supporting material for this podcast, including progress updates, schedules, and watch orders for the content I cover should you wish to watch along with me. I also have a link to a Spotify playlist featuring some of the music items I've discussed in the podcast. You can also add me on Facebook if you so wish, or follow on Twitch, where I'll be hosting a weekly stream. Finally, there is also a link in there to Ko-fi, where you have the option to leave a one-time tip if you so wish, or alternatively to commission your own podcast episode. So if there is a topic you would like me to cover that I have yet to do so, then you can request I cover it for a small sponsorship fee. However, if you do not have the means to do so, then all I ask is that if you could please like, subscribe, and share this podcast with anyone else you think may like it. I love you all. Until next time, bye for now.